Welcome to today's school board workshop. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Cervera will now introduce his school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mr. Cervera?
Chair, apologies. I didn't realize I was on for today. Would you mind on your notes?
All right, we will just do the pledge. Please stand. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Someone's getting this, you know?
As we begin, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Now let's write the next chapter together. We will soon hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment. Our general counsel will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind our public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the agenda public comment portion of the school board workshop, as well as board policy. Attorney Dupree-Bruno, please explain the rules of public comment.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Per School Board Policy 1020, public comment procedures are as follows. Speakers must state their name, city of residence, and whether they are lobbyists before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board as a whole. The board will not respond to or engage with speakers during public comment, and no action will be taken unless the item is on the agenda. During the agenda speaking time, speakers will have up to 3 minutes per item and up to 1 minute. We won't have motion, so sorry about that. Speakers' total speaking time may not exceed 12 minutes. The chair may adjust the order of speakers as necessary. A visible timer will be used and the microphone may be turned off when time expires. Speakers must limit their comments to matters related to school board business and/or agenda items must remain relevant to the specific item. Comments may not address matters that are pending litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with the school board policies. Abusive language defined as profanity, threatening, or name-calling is prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, and booing, shouting, yelling, or other disruptions from the audience are not allowed. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair, and failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called. After a warning, the chair may also direct removal from the meeting by law enforcement or the sergeant-at-arms. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and just a reminder, please make sure to sign up if you would like to deliver public comments. The table is right outside the boardroom, and Mr. Arana is there with a QR code for you to sign up to do so. Thank you, Attorney Dupree-Bruno. The board wants to hear from the public, and we appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful and orderly and productive meeting environment. We will now proceed with the agenda. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The first item is School Board Workshop 1, Redefining Our Schools. I will now turn it over to staff for a presentation, and then we will hear public comment, and then we will have board discussion. Staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members and everybody in our BCPS community. Today we begin the next phase of redefining Broward County Public Schools. Pursuant to the guidelines and policy 8010, today's presentation outlines 10 schools to be addressed for consolidation and repurpose, and additional schools for us to work with the master planner to capitalize on future opportunities to potentially consolidate schools and build larger state-of-the-art replacement facilities. We didn't arrive at these recommendations lightly. They come from a careful look at enrollment and where nearby schools have room to welcome more students. I want to say something plainly before we go any further. No one wants to close a school. As a principal, I know what a school means to its neighborhood and the community at large. These are the places where generations of kids learn to read, where families meet their lifelong friends, and where teachers pour their hearts into their work. They hold memories that can't be measured on a spreadsheet, and I don't take that lightly, not for a second. We have reached a place where hard decisions and necessary decisions have become the same decisions. The narrative has shifted. Here's the reality we're facing. Like other large urban school districts across the state and across our country, our enrollment keeps falling. This year alone, we've declined by another 11,000 students. Right now, we have more than 60,000 empty seats across our schools. We can no longer afford to fund these empty seats as enrollment continues to decline. We have not backed away from the hard choices that we need to make. Over the past year, we've cut 1,000 district-level positions, closed 7 schools, and restructured our healthcare benefits. Those decisions saved more than $100 million, which allowed us to address ongoing shortfalls and remained above the 3% required fund balance. But the challenge isn't gone away yet. We have to keep matching our schools, our staffing, and our resources to the students we actually serve. More importantly, we owe the public proof, not promises, but proof that we're responsible stewards of their tax dollars. Redefining BCPS isn't just about closing buildings. It's about building a school system that can last and putting our resources where they'll do the most for our students. Let me emphasize why we can't wait. If we're unwilling to make bold decisions today and in the near future, the decisions ahead will only get harder or worse. Ultimately, they will stop being ours to make. Instead, the state will make them for us. I believe we have a responsibility to act while our future is still in our own hands. Today is the beginning of the next process, not the end. After the board's decision, we'll go out into our communities, we'll listen and genuinely listen and take their feedback into consideration before bringing final recommendations back to this board. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wanza and her team to walk us through the recommendation and what comes next.
Good morning, Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. I would like to thank and recognize 3 of my team members who are here with us today for the discussion, and that is Joe Beck. Joe is the Director of Demographics and Enrollment Planning. They are off to the side in case you all are looking. Dante Collins, who's the Director of Charter School Management and Support, and Willie Wood, the Director of Strategic Initiatives and Performance Management. If Beacon can begin to load the presentation, I'll start by saying what's a little bit different, well, actually the only significant difference in our process and our cadence this year as opposed to the previous 2 years is in the previous 2 years, we would just name a large swath of schools in different regional areas to then go out and have community conversations. We were very intentional in actually listening to the feedback from not only the community, but also several board members who gave us some feedback around actually inciting the entire community and instead being a little bit more direct and honing in on what are some specific recommendations for the board to consider. So that's how today's process and this year is just a little bit different from prior years. But in this slide, obviously this is why we are here today. We are here pursuant to, as the superintendent said, Policy 8010. In the fall of each year, the superintendent must bring schools forward to be addressed as it relates to enrollment and facility usage. Our conversation today, we want to walk away with a confirmation of the finalized schools to be addressed in this year's process. We also put a slide in for the board to review the options for facilities that become repurposed. The decision of what to do with each facility does not have to be made today at all, but it is just to remind the board and the public of options that the board can consider for facilities that eventually may be repurposed. We also want to talk a little bit about the stakeholder and the community engagement schedule and what that will look like. We will need confirmation on the composition of the School Boundary Advisory Committee, and we'll go through that when we get to that slide. And then we would obviously need feedback from the board on not only the process going forward, but what we would like to bring in the next workshop when it's scheduled. So as the superintendent said, and I certainly won't repeat what he said unnecessarily, but we are at an important transition. This year we have lost another 11,000 students. This is an opportunity as we complete this year to really capitalize on any pathways that we have in working with a master planner to really transition our processes and recommendations around a master planning framework once we complete this year's work. Just a reminder to the board and the community, when we came to the board on July 21st, we did ask the board, and this is where we landed of what we would discuss in today's work. They all went out. Okay, now, okay. Okay, so we did come to these three final topics of the finalized list of schools to be addressed in this year's process, the community engagement plan, as I said prior, and also the composition of the School Boundary Advisory Committee. So just a brief snapshot, we know that on the first day of school, we did release a memo with the 5-year analysis of first day enrollment, and you can see the persistent decline that we have. And then on Friday, we actually released a 10th day enrollment count, but we did it the day before for the purposes of this presentation. This is the 9th day of school, matching the 9th day of last school year to the 9th day of this school year. And you can see for district students, that's our PK to 12 schools, our centers for district only, that's 10,718. Our charter schools realized 2,000 student loss, so we're at, on the 10th day, 9th, 10th day of school, over 12, almost 13,000 student loss. So as we walk through today's presentation, there are many questions about how did you pick the schools, why these schools, why not other schools. We did use the guidelines set forth in Policy 8010 to identify schools. We also look at whether neighboring schools have the capacity to absorb additional enrollment. We also looked at, neighborhood integrity, as I said. We look at students with special needs. We consider a number of factors when we got to the schools that I'm going to walk through. But more importantly, the data that is on the slides you will see, they are as of student enrollment on August 17th of this year. In prior years, we would use the benchmark enrollment date from the prior school year. We did not do that this year. We looked at enrollment of this current school year, and it is as of August 17th. So as noted in policy, this is the specific criteria that we must use, and we have to look at things like the overall financial impact to the district, enrollment below 70% of permanent fish capacity. And when I say permanent, that does not include portables, because there were some questions of, did you include the portables? This is the permanent fish capacity of the school. And then the general condition of the building, the design, it's educationally obsolete, but these are the three main criteria, or the three criteria in Policy 8010 as we start to identify schools for repurposing, consolidating, and/or closing. And then also, this is something, we have a facility condition index for all schools in the district. Our capital programs department shepherds this work, but we do have the facility conditions index for the 10 schools that are listed. So I'll start with the schools and walk the board through the 10 schools that are recommendations to go out to the community to have conversations about, and then I'll walk through the options and then the additional opportunities for future work with the master planner. So starting with the schools, the first one is Banyan Elementary School into Discovery Elementary School and Village Elementary. You can see right now, as of August 17th, Banyan has an enrollment at that time of 392 students. Their capacity is 571. Both Discovery and Village have available capacity if this were a proposal that were to go forward. The second school, and I will, let me back up one, just to orient the board and the public, on the left-hand side of the slide, you will see a variety of data that speaks to not only the enrollment of the school, the capacity, the facility condition index is there, also the percentage of utilization. We were also very prescriptive in outlining for the board and the public the number of students who actually live in the boundary of the school, the number of students who actually attend the school who live in the boundary, the number of students living outside of the boundary, that's school choice or reassignments. That's the number of students who actually choose to attend that school from outside of the boundary, as well as the data for students who live in the boundary that attend charter schools or students in the boundary that choose to attend another Broward County public school. So that's how the chart on the left-hand side of each slide was developed for each school. So the next school is Coral Springs Elementary School. Coral Springs Elementary School, as of August 17th, had an enrollment of 296 students. The building capacity is 871, and there is capacity at Eagle Ridge and Parkside if this proposal were to go forward. The next school, I want to remind the board and the public that when the board designated funding to extend the grades of Glades Middle School to become a K-8 school, we did inform the board and the public that we would have to look at closing 2 elementary schools and potentially extending a 3rd elementary school to grade 8, and so that is what this table represents. Silver Lakes Elementary School and Dolphin Bay Elementary School would be the 2 schools that we would look to repurpose if we were to extend Glades Middle, and the board has made the decision and committed the funding to do so, to a K-8 school, and then extend the grades of Silver Lakes Elementary School so that it would be a K-8, it would then be a K-8 school. You can see that Silver Lakes Elementary School currently has an enrollment of 320 students in a building that can hold 778. Dolphin Bay has an enrollment of 392 students in a building that can hold 830 students. And then Sunset Lakes, the capacity of Sunset Lakes is 1,300. It has 516 students, so it does have the capacity to extend its grades to up to 8th grade. The next school is Hollywood Park Elementary School. Hollywood Park Elementary School, as you can see, you will also see this school, this slide represented again as an opportunity to look at maybe a master planner concept as well. But currently Hollywood Park has 300 and I think that says 98 or 99 students. Their capacity is 593. Just down the street, I believe it's about 2-3 blocks down, is Boulevard Elementary School with an enrollment of 483 and a capacity of 812. And then just to the west of them, you have, to the east of them, you have West Hollywood Elementary School with an enrollment of 480, capacity of 597. So there is capacity in these 2 schools if the board were to decide for this proposal to go forward. The next school is Lloyd Estates Elementary School. Lloyd Estates has an enrollment at the time of the presentation of 358 with a capacity of 591. Oakland Park Elementary School has a capacity of 840 with an enrollment of 510, and Cypress Elementary has an enrollment of 670 with a capacity of 801. So if the board were to decide for this proposal to go forward, there is capacity at Cypress Elementary and Oakland Park Elementary if this proposal goes forward. The next one is Oak Ridge Elementary School into Dania and Colbert. Oak Ridge has an enrollment of 362. students with a capacity of 605. We do know that there are some facility condition concerns at Oak Ridge Elementary School, but there is capacity at Dania Elementary and Colbert Elementary. Colbert Elementary has a capacity of 812 with an enrollment of 467, and Dania Elementary has an enrollment of 375 with a capacity of 569. That concludes the elementary school recommendations, and next we'll move to the middle schools. So the first one, Forest Glen, was a school that was discussed last year. The board did come to the decision last year to not include Forest Glen last year as we went forward. What we will note here is that of all the middle schools in the district, Forest Glen had the sharpest enrollment decline from last year to this year. And when I say sharpest, I mean they lost 200 students from 10th day count to 10th day count. So the recommendation here would be not to send the students to other middle schools, but to look at keeping a clean feeder pattern and extending the elementary schools, all the schools in that zone, to offer 6th grade only. So they would be a K to 6 school, and then look at transitioning the 7th and 8th graders into Coral Springs High School into a 7 to 12 model. So that's what this recommendation represents. The next one is Walter C. Young Middle School. Walter C. Young was a school that was discussed last school year as well, and the board did not reach consensus to move forward. However, enrollment continues to decline. We know that in Walter C. Young, the district has a 50-year lease with the city of Pembroke Pines, and I believe there are about 9 or 10 more years left on the lease, but the recommendation here is to enter into conversations with the city to potentially end the land lease early. And then Walter C. Young, there are 2 options for Walter C. Young. One, they could either, depending on how the boundary is constructed, the students could go to Pines Middle or Silver Trail. That's the first option. And the second option is, just as we know, Walter C. Young literally backs up to Charles W. Flanagan High School. Potentially look at Flanagan High School becoming a 6 to 12 school. They do have the capacity to extend their grades to become a 6 to 12 school. The next recommendation is William Dandy Middle School. William Dandy Middle School, we know that the board did approve a performance-based agreement with KIPP to co-locate there for next school year. William Dandy Middle School currently has an enrollment of 665? Okay, I'm doing good. 665 with a capacity of 1133. And actually there are a couple of options that can be considered here. It could be to split the boundary, and some of the students go to Dillard, which is a 612, and some go to Parkway, or they all go to Parkway. What we do know is that the board has committed funds to rebuild the Parkway complex, and so that commitment, I'm certain the board will keep to that commitment. But we also want to make certain that we don't open a school that will be significantly under-enrolled when it's open. So there are a couple of options in this recommendation that could be explored if the board decided that it wanted to go forward. So these are the options, obviously not today that the board would decide, but as schools are considered for repurposing, these are options that the board we will come back to the board and have the conversation for each specific facility. Obviously, one of them is to identify a cluster of schools, repurpose one, use one as a swing space so that another site is built, larger to capacity, state of the art. The second option would be we could transition a campus for administrative use. The third option, we know that I believe the policy is either done or it's completely, or it's at the finish line around doing some P3 opportunities, public-private partnership opportunities on some of the properties. And then lastly, if the board decided that it truly wanted to surplus a site and put it on the market for sale. So those are the 4 options. And then we wouldn't do that today, but as the sites are finalized for repurposing, which option the board would like to exercise with each site. So the next set of schools, while they are not up for conversation today for repurposing or consolidating or closing, they are opportunities for us to work holistically with the master planner to look at doing some different things in these spaces and potentially consolidate some schools down the road, build some replacement facilities. Or one of the conversations that the board had last week at the board meeting was around co-locating some community services, and one in particular that keeps coming up is the potential of offering childcare or other community-related services on one or more sites. So this cluster of schools, it's in the Northeast, it's in that Deerfield, Pompano-ish community. And so you see the schools that are listed there. The school that that we would look to if we were to do some childcare options immediately would probably be Deerfield Park Elementary School, just looking at enrollment. However, this is an opportunity for us to look at either doing something around a master planning effort or co-locating some community services in some schools. So that's the first option up in the Northeast section. The next option is somewhat, it's northwest, but it's almost like north central west, and it's around James Hunt Elementary School, Coral Park Elementary School, and Park Springs. James Hunt would be the school that we would look to do some co-located services if that is what the board gave us direction, or if there's an opportunity for the master planner to give us other options. The next set of schools is in the central region, and it's around, we see there are 7 schools that are not directly next to each other, but they're in close proximity that would give us an opportunity to look at some work with the master planner around some consolidations and replacement facilities. And so those schools, obviously, you have Castle Hill, you have Lauderhill Paul Turner, Plantation Elementary, Dr. Martin Luther King, Dillard Elementary, Lartdale, Rock Island, which is probably the newest of the facilities, as well as we don't have Park Lakes listed as a school, but you see the boundary for Park Lakes and as it relates to all of those schools. The next opportunity, we know that Northside is a historic site in this community. And so the question would be, is there an opportunity to work with either the city, and if not the city, some philanthropic or some community organizations around making that school a true community museum? So that's just a thought. And if that is something that the board were to look at, then there is capacity for the students to transition to Walker Elementary School and maybe some at Thurgood, but that's just a thought that if that is something that the board wanted us to pursue in further conversations. Then there's an opportunity out in the Central West as you look at Nob Hill, Wellaby, Sandpiper, Horizon Elementary School, and maybe some master planning opportunities there. We did look at the 10th day enrollment, and we know that Horizon is situated just next door to Bear Middle School, so there may be some opportunities there around conversations around the Horizon and Bear connection, but this is just an opportunity for us to look at it with the master planner at opportunities and options that we can capitalize on in this section. This goes back to the Hollywood Park conversation, as I said earlier. So if the board did not move forward with the recommendation around Hollywood Park, there's still an opportunity to look at master planning efforts in the city of, and that's mainly in the city of Hollywood, and you see a number of schools listed there that we can work and maybe exercise some different options. Last year, the board did not approve the superintendent's recommendation to consolidate Bear into West Pine. We only bring it up today because both schools continue to experience enrollment decline. Last year when we had the conversation, Bear would have to consolidate into West Pine if that is something that the board voted to do. This year, when you look at it, actually West Pine can consolidate into Bear, or Bear could consolidate into West Pine. But we just bring this here just as a reminder that we do have a pathway to relocate some district staff into Bear, and there's a very preliminary conversation with the city of Sunrise around potentially occupying some space at West Pine. And then we know that each year the conversation around Addix and Olson does come up. We have been approached this year for a unique opportunity at Olson that the Sloan Stephens Foundation has approached us around utilizing Olson as a facility for premier emerging professional athletes who are of school age, and working with the district and the city of Dania Beach in a partnership for the Olson facility. That also brings to mind, and we want to explain to the board that we also may have an opportunity to do this in the Southwest as well, because we have been approached by another entity around looking at the land out in Southwest Ranches with an opportunity to maybe build a boutique kind of high school, 500 student high school, just for that true sports academy type of feel, similar to what many of us would know as like an IMG academy in Central Florida. And so we've been approached by them. We will continue the conversation. And what that would do is really give us the opportunity to work with the South Florida Wildlife Center and partner with some programming and opportunities either at South Plantation High School or Western High School. So that is why Olson is here. And then we know that through facility conditions, Addix is right next door to Bethune Elementary School, but really look at right sizing and building a replacement facility for Addix. Addix has a lot of historical roots in this community for a number of reasons. And so that's the conversation why these schools are there. And then this slide is here just to remind the board that at the July 21st school board workshop, the board did give us direction to pause on the current work at Margate Middle School and really look at erecting a replacement facility for Margate. And so what we would do is look at the enrollment of the schools that are around Margate Middle to really give us the data and the information that we need to determine the actual size and footprint of that replacement facility. So that's the extent of the proposals and the options to consider. The next few slides just speak to, we are administering a new staff child care survey to staff. We did administer a survey in 2024. The full results are in the appendix section, but we will be administering a survey now. I think it's being finalized to be distributed, if not this week, then it'll go live next week, and we will bring the results to the board in the September workshop, depending on the date of that workshop. But we know that if we offer child care opportunities, it can't just be the school-based staff. It'll have to be district-wide across all employee groups. So some of the things that we know are positives for us offering childcare on our own facilities is obviously we actually get to navigate and construct the educational pathways, have a true stake in the children's school readiness. Definitely there's the consistency and quality of care because they would start with us with the goal of staying with us, but then we would also capitalize on any partnerships with community entities that we can along the way. So that's the conversation around the child care piece. And as we look to engage the community, we still want to look at having 3 regional sessions instead of specific site-based 3 regional sessions because we have actually narrowed the focus this year. We would definitely continue to engage with our municipal leaders and have targeted conversations if need be. Certainly have conversations with the business community. We want to be respectful of the community's time, but also encourage and welcome the public participation and feedback. And whatever timelines are established, we will be very clear in communicating them and ensuring that this year we don't conflict with any type of municipal commission meetings, because we ran into that last year. So we will be very intentional to ensure that we do not conflict with any of those, and also be respectful of when our own advisory committees meet as well. One of the things that we do have to walk away with today from the board is the actual district committees that the board want to see represented on the school boundary advisory committee. We know that each board member will have an appointee, the superintendent will have an appointee. Last year, these are the committees that were represented, and so we just want to know from the board, we will need to know today which committees the board wants represented on the committee. Each committee will have one member on the committee, and then the members, all of them, must go through an orientation with district staff prior to serving on the committee. Oops, sorry. Additionally, the committee will have to attend the regional stakeholder meetings. They will have to obviously review all the data, the community feedback, and they will have to join us when we actually present their recommendations to the board at the appropriate workshop. Our next steps, depending on what happens today, is we will bring a formal resolution to the board at the next available school board meeting. At the time of this presentation, that date is September 15th. So we will bring a resolution to the board to formally establish the committee so that they can begin their work. So as we start to wind the presentation down, when we come to the end of this year's process, whatever the outcomes are, these are the things that we believe that we need to do. We need to look at how the changes are working holistically. We also need to do another review of programs. We need to also analyze and look at our enrollment and utilization trends across all of our schools, look at our building needs, and obviously align any future recommendations and capital planning so that our boundary, facility, and program decisions are one decision made collaboratively together. This is our proposed timeline. So we have come to the board for 2 preliminary workshops. We came in May and we came in July. We're here today in August as the first formal workshop to kick off redefining our schools. Our goal, going through all of the timelines that we have established thus far, our goal is for the board to have a formal vote in the form of rulemaking on December 15th so that parents will know prior to them going home for winter break what the board decisions are. Obviously, the school choice window we will extend to the second week in January because we want to give parents time after the board makes whatever decisions are going to be made. And then we would notice parents in February of any school choice awards. But obviously, when the board votes, and then we will start the transition process. And it's a comprehensive process that will take that 6 to 8 month window to ensure that we are ready to implement whatever changes the board makes for August of 2027. Oops, sorry. I went too fast. Our goal right now is to come back to the board on September 22nd, and in the September 22nd workshop, we would like to provide an additional look at enrollment, whatever stakeholder feedback we have received to date, as well as a finalization of proposals. And when I say finalization, when the board tells us the schools that they want us to go ahead and go forward with, we want to make certain that we give the school boundary committee some additional information. So the finalized proposals, we want to make sure that we have not only the feeder pattern, but transportation costs and a couple of other data pieces in those proposals. So bring that on September 22nd. And then we also want to provide the board with a capital programs update around Markham Elementary School, Rickards Middle School, Margate Middle, and Parkway Middle. At the conclusion of our time with the board today, these are the 6 things that we need direction from the board on. The finalized list of schools that we are going to go out and have community conversation and address. We do need, as I said, the members of which committee member board appointed committees are going to have representation in the School Boundary Advisory Committee. Again, we just want to affirm with the board that those are the 4 options around what we would do with a repurposed site. And if the board wants to add another option, we certainly want to capture that as well. Obviously, we need the board's consensus around transitioning all of this to a comprehensive master planning process going forward, and then what we want to come back to the board with on September 22nd if the board wants anything in addition to what staff has said that they would like to have the conversation with the board with on September 22nd. So with that, Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Dr. Wanza and team. I'll turn it over to the board for discussion.
All right, we will go to public comment, and just a few reminders before we begin. Please make sure that if you want to do public comment, you've signed up on the QR code outside the boardroom. I'm only seeing about 8 speakers, and I see a lot of people in the audience, so I just want to make sure that we capture all of the public speakers. I also just want to outline some things for public comment. No one on this board wants to hurt the communities that we represent. This process is about the board living up to the expectation that we are good stewards of resources and that we allocate those resources responsibly and equitably and in a way that is good for kids. And everyone up here understands that this is an extremely painful process for everyone involved. And it's important for the leaders of this district making these decisions to hear from everyone who wants to be heard today and moving forward. And so that's why I'm allowing the full 3 minutes for our public speakers. Thank you to everyone who is here, and thank you for being involved in this process with us. When I call your name, I'll call 5 people at a time. Please line up behind the podium, approach the mic, and then when your 3 minutes is up, please follow the direction of staff and allow the next person to deliver their comments. So I have Jenna Williams, Jackie Luscombe, Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Commissioner Tim Lonergan, and Alberto Entrena. So if you heard your name, please approach the podium.
I can go. Hello, my name is Jenna Williams. I was a Sunshine Elementary parent. I am now a Fairway Elementary parent following the school redefining. I know this was a long and at times difficult process, but I wanted to take the time to come here and speak on some of the positives since our school has combined. Fairway is now at a higher capacity, which allows the school to have more teachers and more specials. My child's class is smaller, and this year they have media, PE, music, and art. We will also be getting a brand new playground, which I hope is still on target for October. And bus transportation was ready for students on the first day of school. As a parent, this is what we want to see and hear happening throughout this process. We want to know that the changes being made are resulting in positive experiences and opportunities for our children. I want to thank Mr. Strauss, Ms. Johnson, Principal Dorsett, Mr. Santana, and a very heartfelt thank you to Ms. Thompson. I am so happy to have you representing us in District 2, Ms. Thompson. I do not think this transition would have gone as smoothly as it did without your involvement and willingness to listen to parents. I am very excited about the upcoming school year at Fairway Elementary. I am not a teacher, but I have an incredible amount of respect for our teachers. Children have had amazing teachers, and I know how much they pour into our children every day. The teachers of Broward County deserve raises, and I hope that continues to be a priority as you address the budget. Whew, it's scary up here. I was able to address my concerns at the meeting held at Sunshine. I would also like to add some feedback regarding the town hall meetings. I attended each of the meetings held at Miramar High. Unfortunately, I was not able to speak at any of those meetings because so many schools were represented and only 2 parents from each school were given the opportunity to speak. I was able to address my concerns at meetings held at Sunshine with Ms. Thompson and later at the meeting with Mr. Strauss, but at that meeting, the decision was already made to close Sunshine. Moving forward, I encourage you to consider making the town hall meetings smaller and more focused. Parents want to know, if you close a school, then what happens next? What improvements will our children see? Leadership, where will their teachers go? Transportation. Those are the questions parents need answered, and having a clear plan to share with families would make these difficult decisions easier to understand and support. Thank you for your time and hard work.
Hello, good morning, Jackie Luscombe. I want to acknowledge the heavy lift that you have ahead and to be here to support, but I also have some suggestions. First, communication. At your May the 12th workshop, one of the 6 principles you affirmed, and it's in today's presentation too, was communicate early and clearly. Yet once again, a list of schools was released without preemptive communication to potentially affected families. Parents learned from media cameras outside their schools, social media chatter, or even from their children. They needed courtesy of notification with info about the process, timeline. This was all said before, and you committed to it. It would be good to have actually seen it. The Redefining Schools webpage is unprepared for this next phase. If you want community buy-in, please show us what Redefining has actually achieved. Show what did last year's changes save. Showcase comments like that before me. What are those campuses doing now? And what revenue or efficiencies were created? There's an icon on that page for previously repurposed schools, and it omits the new K-8, the magnet, and the 6-12 collegiate that you created. Next to Siegel, it says Siegel may have a P3 agreement coming up. Nobody knows what a P3 agreement is. Second, ESE continuity. That was another May the 12th commitment, and yet the information presented here today contains no meaningful demographic breakdown of affected students, potentially affected students, including students with disabilities. I would suggest that we put on there not just students with disability numbers, but how many clusters you have at each school, how many program classes, how many students. Meanwhile, ESE itself has undergone major reorganization, including elimination of the compliance director and dispersal of staff into regional hubs. If ESE continuity is to be a criterion, we will be needing hard data and explanation. Also, please bear in mind that some students with disabilities in special programs may already be 2 schools away from their home boundary because they're in a cluster. So there's going to be more major upheaval that you're going to need to avoid. We need dialogue and at high level, and we can't yet get it. ESE is a restless community right now. We have made many recommendations that haven't even been discussed in the boardroom. Third, we need to stop treating each year as a separate exercise. The master planner is vital. Fourth, aggressively pursue alternatives to closure and advertise. Here is our available space. Here is what we're offering. Here's how you apply to split a campus with us or bring new innovative ideas and to bring in community partners. We also need to look again at why enrollment is falling. We know why. Some of it is addressable. Please work with us to address and make fixes. We just don't want this to become an annual exercise in deciding which buildings to close, but which students' education to preserve. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tim Lonergan, Commissioner, City of Oakland Park. Thank you for your service. We understand your responsibilities are enormous and your ability to manage the budget extremely difficult. I'm here this morning to state the reasons why Lloyd Estates Elementary School is an asset to the Broward County Public Schools, Oakland Park, Broward County, and why it should not be closed. Thanks to Principal Allen and the team at the school, their dedicated, determined staff, they've driven the grade from a C to an A for 2026. Besides educating the kids, the school serves as a year-round hub for students and their families. The aftercare program, which received a 98% rating by the schools, summer camp, public school holiday care, winter break camp, summer break camp, Thanksgiving break camp. The Children's Services Council committed to another 4 years of on-site specific programming for Lloyd Estates. That's about $600,000 annually, and it's non-transferable. Child care programs have strong reviews with flawless inspection reports from the Broward County Child Care Licensing. Closing the school would not only impact enrolled students, it would also impact the established network of child care, enrichment, and family support services and that build around the needs of the students and their families as well as the neighborhood. This is much more about just a school. Broward County Public Schools invested $6.8 million in the smart campus improvements. Oakland Park, FDOT, and Broward MPO invested $1.67 million in safe route to school sidewalks. There's a strong city-school partnership, including the Kiwanis and other groups. Oakland Park is currently experiencing extensive housing growth from just blocks away from the school. Nearby, the village at Oakland Park, which is a urban league development, is going to be building 470 affordable housing units. Blocks away on Powerline, there are 2 Live Local developments being considered right now, bringing in about 400 more housing units. Prospect Gardens neighborhoods and many other neighborhoods throughout Oakland Park are currently experiencing private investments in new housings. We have the Oakland, Parkland, ID of Oakland Park, Bliss, Sky, and soon to be the Horizon developments either have or are creating thousands of new residents within Oakland Park. We also have the Cypress Creek area. There are 2,448 new developments either currently in application status or under construction or going through the development review. So please understand the impact that Lloyd Estates team and all of their partners have on the students, their families, their partners, the neighborhood, and our city, and let Lloyd Estates stay open and continue to educate, support, grow, and thrive. Please don't bus our students to a distant city, losing their teachers, their friends, confidence and trust that they've built at Lloyd Estates. We know that this is a tough decision for you. Please plan for population growth. Oakland Park's expanding as in Broward County, and I thank you for all you do and thank you for your consideration.
Hello, good morning. My name is Albert. I'm a father. I'm also a volunteer at Hollywood Park Elementary. I'm here today to ask you not to close this school. This is personal to me. When I was in high school, a teacher told me to drop out. I listened, and I did. I regret that decision till this day. That experience taught me how much power a school has on a child's life. That's why Hollywood Park matters. Hollywood Park Elementary is a Title I school, but is also a success story. The district asked schools to close the gap. Hollywood Park did that work. It climbed through perseverance, sacrifice, and commitment to the children. I'm sorry. For the last 2 years, I volunteered with Young Men of Purpose at Hollywood Park. I've seen firsthand how much those programs mean to the boys who need extra guidance and positive direction. What exists at Hollywood Park is more than a building. It's a culture of excellence. The teachers, the staff, the program, you can feel the commitment every day. That can't just be replaced by formula or boundary change. It took years to build, and it should be protected. Closing Hollywood Park would close the door on opportunity for many kids and families and this community. This would send the wrong message about what the district values. I am asking you to please reconsider. Do not dismantle a proven model. Do not punish success. Please keep Hollywood Park open. It's where I live. I live 3 blocks away from the school, and many, many kids need this. These staff, these people, they come to work every day to help these kids succeed. Myself, I give back to the community. I volunteer as much as I can at this school. What this does, it pushes me away from volunteering in schools because I don't know what's gonna come next. And as a father with a small child who is gonna go to school, who would potentially go to Hollywood Park, he turns 3 this year, which means in 2 years he would be going to an elementary school. You know, this closes that door for a child going into a good school. You're closing down an A-rated school to push kids into a C and B-rated school.
Thank you. Before our next speaker, I'll just read the rest of the names on the list. Anna Fusco, Osamer Avery, Astrid Dorset, and Vice Mayor Aisha Gordon. Welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I wasn't planning to be here, but your HR chief decided I couldn't support your public records ladies in whatever mysterious meetings they had going on this morning, so here I am. I made some notes. The advisory committee composition, if I remember correctly, last year it was a struggle to get, of all things, the facilities task force on this committee. Does it not seem a little sus that you wouldn't put the committee that actually deals with facility condition assessments, the condition of the buildings? This is all about buildings and their conditions in part, and yet they're off the list again. Just pointing that out. Master planner, some concerns. The word keeps getting used over and over and over, but it's currently under solicitation. And the way your solicitations are currently worded, some of them, actually it didn't used to be a problem when you would get multiple proposers. If you get one, they can go right into negotiations whether or not the firm is qualified, as in has done master planning before. So keep that in mind, because now I'm scared what you could get for a master planner, a Seymour, or strategic advisor. That's something that needs to get fixed. William Dandy is just down the street from your Rock Island Development Center. So the question is, because I can't get a signal in here to save my life, what was the enrollment last year? What was it the year before? Has William Dandy been so low that it would have made sense to move the Rock Island facilities people to William Dandy instead of almost to Miami-Dade? Just a question. Horizon and Bear keep getting mentioned. It seems scary to try to reduce the number of middle schools in the city of Sunrise to 1, but less scary, especially since you now set a precedent, I think, with Glades last year, to make Bear a K-8 and have it absorb Horizon. Because the kids from Horizon, if you've ever seen that building, it floods. It's right on Pine Island. It floods, and it looks like a dismal prison. And they just put a bunch of money into Bear as part of the SMART program. Which leads to another fun question. How much was spent via the bond and other funding on the schools being closed, and how much of those costs are sunk? Meaning, once you remove the students, you didn't need the investment. Because trust me, all of this was known years ago. The master planner was approved in 2021. You still don't have one. And then TSSC, the Facilities Task Force, had a discussion about making the TSSC land into the new hub for the district because it sits at Oakland Park and University. And there are costs for moving, say, IT, if it's going to Plantation Middle. So you got to do cost-benefit analysis and ask, why are schools under-enrolled, like West Pine and Bear? Why? I'm not hearing why ever.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Osamed Avery. I am a parent from Forest Glen Middle School, as well as the PTO president. I'm here to speak on behalf of Forest Glen, as well as far as us being threatened for closure next year. I've been to the staff meetings. I used to attend every one last year as I was the staff chairman, and I feel that there's been a lot of focus on closing schools or absorbing schools to meet the decline in enrollment rather than finding what is the cause of our decline. I am a mother of students who attend charter and public schools. My daughter goes to Forest Glen. My son goes to Renaissance. I do feel that there being a lack of regulation when it comes to the opening of charter schools gives us an oversaturated market when it comes to education. And I think that there should be enrollment, there should be exit surveys for students that are leaving, because the issue that I find when it comes to me as a parent, as well as so many other parents that I know have chosen public schools, charters, and homeschooling, is that children who are accelerated, while you guys don't seem to allow children to skip grades, they're being underserved, and we tend to take our children out of the public school system. As my 7th grader was challenged for the first time in her entire school career when she entered 6th grade at Forest Glen Middle School. She is accelerated classes in the Cambridge program. I feel that being that we are an A-rated school, we have been recognized for our Cambridge program. And it's an exceptional school, that the fact that this has been questioned, and it was publicly posted frequently last year that we were at risk, which led to a decline in enrollment by 205 students this year. That hurt us significantly, and that's not even, we can't account for how many students did not enter for 6th grade because essentially bad publicity. I spoke at one of the staff meetings last year, and I did speak to Dr. Zeman about how we could prevent the closing of schools, and it didn't seem to be a priority. I find that it is very important to figure out, instead of just meeting where we can keep up with the declining enrollment, how we can combat that. We clearly can't control the fact that there is a lowering birth rate, but when it comes to the competition, what seems to be charter schools, I'm not against charter schools, as my elementary students do go to Renaissance, but I do feel that 5 schools in Coral Springs that are educating middle schoolers is not really fair when it comes to our public schools that now we're at risk of closing. I see I'm running out of time, so there were some points that I didn't get to hit, but essentially I would like this to be reconsidered on how we can grow Forest Glen Elementary instead of being absorbed by Coral Springs, where I think it would be a disservice to our middle schoolers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Astrid Dorset, Oakland Park. I am a daughter of an alumni at Attucks High School. My father went there a long time ago. His name is Douglas Dorset. Still to this day, he's thriving in Oakland Park. I went there, and taking a step back, moving to Florida, I didn't sound the way I sounded because I had a huge German accent. Long story short, I moved to Florida with the family, and we went immediately to Colbert Elementary. And then that wasn't working out because it just wasn't. I just wanted to share this. And I was changed to Oak Ridge Elementary, where my mother also started working with the school board, and as in working as at that school. And then my father at the time started volunteering, and then started going to substitute teaching at other schools, Attucks Middle School, where I attended, and then going also to Olson. It's been a growth living and thriving and growing as an adult in South Florida. And I also am a mother and a volunteer and a PTO of an alumni that went to Lloyd Estates Elementary, being heavily involved there as the PTO president, PTO treasurer, and the box top coordinator before we started doing QR scan codes. It's sad to see it being, nominated for, I don't even want to say the words because it's so heartbreaking, but I don't want to see Lloyd Estate gone. And I'm here to say I want to continue having that school within our district. I'm looking at the sign right now that says A-rated school district, and I want to keep our district of Broward County A-rated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Leonardi, Superintendent. Hepburn, and members of the school board. My name is Aisha Gordon, and I am the Vice Mayor for the City of Oakland Park. I am here today because Lloyd Estates Elementary School is more than just a building in our community. It is a vital part of Oakland Park. And more importantly, it is a place where children are learning, growing, and succeeding. I am asking you today to please pause before making any decision that could lead to the closure of Lloyd Estate Elementary School. Lloyd Estate is a story of transformation. This is a school that has worked hard to improve. Its teachers, administrators, like Principal Allen, staff, parents, students, the city, and all the stakeholders have invested tremendous effort into changing the trajectory of this school. And today, Lloyd Estate proudly identifies itself as a A school with STEM innovation, literacy initiative, music programming, and dedicated educators working to provide opportunities for its students. So I asked the board a very simple question. If a school is demonstrating meaningful academic improvements, shouldn't we be asking how we can build upon that success rather than how quickly we can close it? I understand that the school board and the district must address enrollment, capacity, and financial responsibility. I respect that responsibility. But enrollment should not be the only measure of a school's value. We must also look at academic performance, the trajectory of improvement, the investments already made, which my colleague spoke earlier about, the quality of the educational programs, the needs of the surrounding community, transportation impacts, and what closure would mean for children and families who call Lloyd Estates their neighborhood school. And I ask that you look beyond a spreadsheet, look at the children, look at the educators who have worked to turn this school around, look at the families who have placed their trust in Lloyd Estate, and look at the community that surrounds it. Lloyd Estate is a phoenix. It has risen from ashes, of a school that once struggled, and it is becoming a shining example of what is possible when educators, families, students, and a community refuse to give up. Please don't let the success of this school become the reason we say it's too late. It is not too late. I am asking the school board to give Lloyd Estate the opportunity to continue its momentum and to require a thorough, transparent analysis of every alternative before closure is considered.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I know there's some large decisions with so many components of why we're losing enrollment in Broward County Public Schools. Every county in the state of Florida, around the country, you know, we have a country that doesn't like immigrants, or immigrants' families are scared to be here. We have economic problems, and we have governors and elected officials that choose to go on the side of hate instead of dealing with economic decisions and make things better for our families, our working class, to be able to be in Broward and anywhere in the state of Florida and be able to survive and own a great place and give back. And we have, unfortunately, again, wanted to decrease public schools and the voucher system out there. And then, of course, we have the birth rate situation happening. Our young people are not rapidly having children as we have seen in the last maybe 60 to 80 years. So we know that those components are there. But what I do see is a lot of communities are going to be with multiple questions, a lot of concerns, and everybody's going to want to be, why my school? Why this school? Why not that school? So I'm asking you guys to not rush this. We know things have to get done, and you have this mindset that it has to be done this year. We have a lot of things happening right now. We have a referendum that we need our community to have faith in and pass so we can continue for our educators to be properly funded, because there's such a struggle of getting funding from Tallahassee. When we have a group of commission and vice mayor come out and speak on behalf of the community, that speaks volumes. So I need you to take that into consideration. When we have a school that is attached to a middle school and the Boys and Girls Club, which is Hollywood Park, and the first thought is that we want to shut that school down because it's smaller. We understand that piece. You know, there's multiple schools that may not be able, if they get redefined or closed, they might not fit in that little small building now, but look into maybe adding a building to it, because there's lots of components here of what needs to be done. And moving to K-8s is an amazing thought process, 712s, 612s, and be cognizant of who the leaders are there. I'm not up here saying that in particular schools it's because of the leader. I just gave you the 4 major components of what is happening, not only in Broward County, but across the state, across the country. So this is a large decision, and I'm asking you guys to maybe push it back a little bit so you can have a lot of conversation with community, and give time for maybe more commissioners to come in, because we respect our mayors, we respect our commissioners, because they are pro-public education and they want our schools to thrive. And I think there's a lot of decision here with a lot of schools that were mentioned and a lot of schools that are not mentioned that could be better possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public speakers. We'll go to board discussion. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Didn't realize I would be the first, but I'm sure it'll be quite a few of us. So, Dr. Hepburn, I have a couple of questions, and maybe your staff, who's been here for quite some time, like Dr. Wan's over there shaking her head. She says, I don't want any questions right now. So which of the schools, is there any school on this list that you would consider having historical significance?
As far as on the list for recommendation for closure, no.
Okay.
Not out of the 10. If you're specifically talking about the 10 that we're recommending for closure, no.
Okay, so as we continue to recommend schools for closure, is historical significance, will that continue to be a factor in what schools we determine to close? Because I know Dr. Wanza mentioned some factors, but I don't recall I heard historical significance. So I know that this is an ongoing process as schools across the state of Florida school districts continue to lose students. So as we continue this process, is historical significance still a factor in our determination of schools?
Yes. So, we follow the policy to the T, but there are other considerations that we review just to make sure they're feasible for closing and consolidation. So, yes.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn, currently for this upcoming school year, where are we in terms of the number of students that we are down?
Currently, for this school year, from day 1 to day 1, we're down 11,000 students.
Okay, how does that compare to Dade and Palm Beach County at the present moment?
The information that I've reviewed for Miami-Dade is about 19,000 students, day 1 to day 1. Palm Beach County, not sure about that data yet, but preliminary is probably 5,000 or 6,000.
Okay, so it seems as if this is a problem across the state and certainly in the neighboring districts that we have. So I have some questions, and I would echo what the chair just mentioned prior, is that none of us up here as school board members want to hurt any community. None of us up here are liking this process. I mean, it is certainly a very, very painful process for anyone living in Broward County. So this is a very hard decision, but I believe as a school board and as school board members, we do have an obligation as we continue to lose students to maximize our resources so that we can ensure the success of all our students. And I believe, Dr. Zeman, you and I came on board in 2022 We have our seniors, Board Member Hickson and Board Member Alhadef and Rupert, but we came on in 2022. And the reason I mention that because when we look at the data, and of course I appreciate all of my board members who came on after too as well, but when we look at the data on page 6, it referenced 2022, which is when we came on board, Dr. Zeman. And since then, we've lost 25,000 students. Since I came on board, 25,000. And we're not the only district. This is across the state. So it is very, very unfortunate, but it's a reality that we have to deal with, and this is where leadership becomes really challenging, because while we hear the community, while we understand the pain, we also are left with having to make very tough decisions. So Dr. Hepburn, I appreciate what you're bringing to us, because I know this is difficult for you and your staff as well. So I have some questions, and I know consolidating and regrouping is necessary. If we don't take action today, many people will ask the question why tomorrow, as the consequence of not taking action is too grave. So I want to talk about William Dandy Middle, which is in my district. So Dr. Hepburn, it appears the suggestion here is to close William Dandy Middle, or at least the what's suggested, and to move those students over to Parkway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I know that for William Dandy Middle, we've discussed and we've had many discussions about KIP, which is a Hope School, occupying part of William Dandy Middle in the 27-28 school year. Is that still the case?
That's still the case for 27-28.
Okay, and so far, what percentage of William Dandy Middle do we anticipate them occupying?
Dr. Wanza.
Thank you. So we actually met with them yesterday. So they want to open up next year with 6th grade with approximately, I think the number was 160, and then add 7th and 8th in the subsequent years. So they are looking to eventually occupy whatever capacity is available that the actual Dandy Middle School does not occupy. So right now the school has a capacity of, I think it's 1,100 and something students on the slide. And so they are looking to, if Dandy grows, if Dandy gets to 550 students, then they want to occupy and go up to the other, the balance of what that space is.
Okay, so starting 27-28, KIP is looking to occupy whatever unoccupied seats we have at William Dandy, correct?
Correct. That is their goal, is to eventually occupy whatever seats are available at the school that the district does not have enrollment for.
Okay, so as we continue in subsequent years to lose students at William Dandy Middle, it appears that KIP would want to continue to ongoingly occupy those empty seats as we go along. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what is the current capacity at William Dandy Middle?
The current capacity is 1,133.
And what is the current enrollment?
As of August 17th, the enrollment was 665.
Okay, so is it fair to assume that in the year 2027-28, that KIP will occupy the remaining seats at William Dandy Middle that's unoccupied as far as the current percentage?
So they want to start next year with 6th grade.
Okay.
And then build each year until they have the full complement. So they want to start with 6th grade, is what they've told us in a meeting as recent as yesterday.
Okay. So when they start with 6th grade, which will be 27-28, what percent of the school is that in terms of enrollment?
So they want to, they want to start, I think it was like 168 students that they want to start with, so I would have to do some quick math. But they would look to occupy at least 25% of the available seats already.
Correct, and that's just at the beginning of their.
That is just at the beginning, and and as we have the conversation, Dr. Holness, I think when it's appropriate, the general counsel needs to interject because what needs to be understood is that as they enroll students, we are only going to get the FTE for the students that are Broward County Public School students, but we're going to be expected to maintain that building 100% without charging them anything. So when it's appropriate, I think the general counsel just needs to delineate, some responses when it's appropriate, sir.
Understand, and I've heard that KIPP has been sort of at least they've been cordial and they want to have a great relationship with us. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so some things in terms of what they do and not do could be negotiable. Is that correct?
Not what's statutory.
Okay. All right. So with regards to KIPP coming in there, would that then reduce the percentage as far as the ratio to capacity of William Dandy Middle once KIPP moves in?
So I don't know that it reduces like the capacity of the school, because the capacity of the school is the capacity of the school. And if we do not occupy the number of seats, then that's just the additional number of seats that they would look to occupy. So it wouldn't necessarily reduce the full capacity of the school. What it would do is it would reduce the number of seats that the district is occupying, and as such, they've made available for KIPP to occupy. Did I say that correctly, Madam GC?
Sounds correct to me.
Okay.
Okay, so let's just say KIPP occupies 35% of the available capacity, and we have 65% remaining. Would that change our percentage? Would KIPP's occupancy play into the percentage occupied for that school?
So what that would mean is that through a co-location agreement, the school is operating at full capacity. However, the district is only receiving X amount of funding to maintain a building that it only has a specific amount of funding for, and there's a co-located site that we cannot ask them to help us with the maintenance costs.
Understand.
Okay.
So let's just say we close William Dandy. KIPP decides to occupy all of the grounds of William Dandy. Aren't we still obligated to maintain that school?
So now it's not a co-located facility. So there are certain services, right, that because we don't have students there, we may not have to provide at no cost. But the GC can talk about at least the maintenance piece. But there are other services, because we have students there, that we do have to provide,
Understand.
Okay.
So what I need clarity on, Dr. Wanza, and maybe General Counsel or whoever needs to answer, if we close William Dandy Middle and KIPP decides I want the entire campus for ourselves, what are we going to pay for? Dr. Hepper?
Just
Attorney.
Just a sec, Dr. Holness, Dr. Wanza's going through the documents she has.
Attorney Dupree Bruno.
Yeah, and just to make sure that it's clear how this works, there are, pursuant to the statute, when you have these types of schools of hope that come into a school, we are ultimately responsible for the operation of the building, period. There is no lease, there's no rental charge, there's nothing like that. We are responsible. Now, what the statute does allow us to do is to charge incremental in terms of their use of electricity or use of certain things within the building. We can charge anything else that is required to operate that building. We are responsible for.
Okay, so Ms. Bruno, I have a couple of questions on that. And I'm getting somewhere with this, right? So if they pay for electricity and those kind of thing, I mean, they would pay for those kind of services that they're utilizing, correct?
Only what they are utilizing.
Only what they're utilizing. So if they occupy 40% of the campus and they're utilizing electricity for 40% of the campus, they would pay for electricity for 40% of the campus?
Conceptually, yes, because we would have to have an agreement with them that outlines how all of this would be paid.
Correct. So we would work out the percentage that they would be responsible for. But that would apply whether they occupy 40% or 100%. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we would still have to maintain certain expenses whether they occupy 40% or 100%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the percentage of occupancy would still, we would still have responsibility for covering some expenses.
Correct.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I have a couple of suggestions for William Dandy Middle. I think with KIPP moving in 27, 28, I think it's a bit premature to close William Dandy Middle. I believe based upon what we're looking at, KIPP is going to occupy, and they want to occupy a significant amount of space at William Dandy. If we close the school and KIPP says we're going to occupy all of it, we're still going to be responsible for maintaining that school. They're going to pay certain expenses, that's what General Counsel mentioned, but we're still going to have to pay for them to be there, and we don't have students there. So I would prefer, Dr. Hepburn, that we delay the William Dandy, but I have a suggestion on the solution. Dillard 6 through 12. I remember when I was going to Dillard High School, we didn't have 6 through 12, we just had Dillard High School. The middle school students used to come from Parkway and other places. So Dr. Hepburn, my suggestion would be that we look at transitioning the middle school students at Dillard High School back to Parkway. That would increase the enrollment of Parkway, and we could utilize Dillard High School campus or Dillard 6 through 12 for possibility of workforce expansion, which brings in money, or staff occupancy. So I would prefer that we explore that, and I know, Dr. Wanza, we're at the beginning stage of this. So I would like for you, Dr. Hepburn, to bring back to us what it would look like if we expand workforce at Dillard High School in the locations where the middle school students currently are, because that would bring in money for the district. Is that correct, if that's a possibility?
Correct.
Okay, so we would now expand workforce, we would bring money in for the district, we would increase the enrollment of Parkway, and we would look later on into the percentage of occupancy of KIPP at William Dandy and make decisions at a later time regarding William Dandy. I just think closing William Dandy is premature, and we're still going to be responsible for the expense of William Dandy, as opposed to moving those kids from Dillard High School, the middle school kids, over to Parkway, where we would achieve increasing the enrollment of Parkway. We would have a potential of increasing revenue for the district by putting workforce programs over at Dillard High School, and it would give us time to see how KIPP works out at William Dandy. So that would be my suggestion, Madam Chair, for William Dandy, and as we go through second rounds, I'd like to come back around and talk about some more things. Thank you.
Okay. So I just make sure that, as we give our comments, please weigh in on Dr. Holness's proposal to delay the closure of William Dandy, transition the middle school students at Dillard 6 through 12 to Parkway, and do workforce programs at Dillard 6 through 12. Oh, Ms. Bowman, about that?
I'm sorry, because I missed this a little just as considering this. So can you clarify this? If we are not occupying William Dandy at all, what's our financial responsibility?
Yeah, so in terms from a legal standpoint or from an operational standpoint?
I mean,
So
with the School of Hope coming in,
So legally, as it sits for co-location, I think occupying the space without co-location probably may give us some wiggle room about what don't have to continue to pay for. But right now, what we have to negotiate is maintenance services, school safety services, student transportation, custodial services, nursing services, and food-related services. If these are at the request of the School of Hope, we would have to negotiate paying for those services for them while they're co-locating on the campus. As the General Counsel mentioned, the things that we can charge for are things like utilities, electrical, water, sewer, and other utilities at a proportional share of use of the facility.
Rest of it we have to pay for.
Correct, if they're co-locating. So I think the question that Dr. Holness is asking, that we should be able to find an answer before we're knee deep into this session, is if we vacate the campus and KIPP wants to occupy the whole entire thing, what do we don't have to pay for anymore?
Right, and then how are we maintaining our rights to the property and everything else? I mean, this
Correct.
just seems like a very nice way to kick us out of all of our buildings. So, I think we have to be very,
correct.
very, I guess the word would be intentional about how we're approaching all of these, because I certainly don't want to see that be the case. And if we're saving a little money on these expenses that we're getting stuck with because of this, the current setup, but at what cost in the big picture? So I think we really need to be thinking about that, because this is just a nice way to squeeze into there's a potential for someone to squeeze into every single school that we have. So I'd like to look at that as an overarching way that we're approaching this. Thanks.
And Madam Chair, can I respond to, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I just want us to be very mindful of the list of people speaking and going back and forth, because that can, anyway, go ahead. Dr.
It'll be very short. The bottom line is if we William Dandy is different from the other schools that are proposed here, because there is a Hope School, which is the only one in Broward County, occupying a school in Broward County. It's William Dandy. That Hope School is coming in. It's called KIPP. If we close William Dandy as it is, we're basically giving that school over. There's no plan for staff occupancy or anything of that nature. We're still going to have to pay certain expenses if we move the kids out of William Dandy Middle. We're closing the school. We're still going to have to pay certain expenses for that school. There's no longer opportunity, if KIPP says we want the entire school, to now have another use for that part of the campus where the kids are. I'm just saying, I think it's premature to do this. Let's see how KIPP fits into there. We can still empty out the kids from, middle school kids from Dillard. We can still expand workforce program at Dillard, which would increase revenues for us, because we would be making money off workforce, and we would still solve the issue with Parkway by increasing the enrollment. I just think taking the kids out of William Dandy, closing William Dandy, and say, let's have a Hope School take it over, is a very premature decision that comes with consequences.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
Chair, can we get clarification from General Counsel on this? The way I read the administrative code with the Schools of Hope on this is, in order for them to be able to essentially come in and for lack of better terms, take over, it has to be a designated and operating school. If we vote to close school X, right, is there any potential, any possibility, Mr. Prebruno, that the charters can rely on the administrative code with the school, deem it a School of Hope, and again, for lack of better terms, take it over? Or once it's been closed, it is no longer part of that operational category, which would qualify for a charter school takeover? There seems to be some confusion here, because I don't see a path for a closed school to be considered part of any portion of the administrative code, which would put this in the bucket that would allow a School of Hope to come in, unless I'm missing something and something's changed.
So what I will say to that, Dr. Hepburn, Mr. Prebruno, our neighbors to the south have that right now. Poinciana Park Elementary School closed. It is now fully operated by KIPP as a School of Hope in Miami-Dade County. So there is, either through
either statutory or administrative rule a pathway for that to occur, because it is happening right now.
So just to be clear, because I think this is an important decision that everybody has to weigh in. If we vote to close every single school in this PowerPoint presentation, right? You're saying, from a legal perspective, Mr. P. Bruno, there's a path that these schools of hope can come in and take over all of them.
So they cannot take over, and I don't mean to speak for the general counsel because I'm not a lawyer, but there are provisions that speak to how schools are identified for a hope operator to consider or make interest to the district, right? So there's opportunity zones, it is areas where there's persistent low enrollment, and so the rule changed last year. So it isn't wholesale district-wide that it can happen. There are certain statutory criteria that make certain schools eligible to be identified by a hope operator to make a letter of interest to the district and say, hey, based on your fish report, you're saying that in this particular area that has been identified as an opportunity zone, that you're only using this amount of seats in the school. We now want to make application and use the remaining seats as a hope operator.
How many of these 10 schools that we're discussing today would qualify to fall within the parameters of a School of Hope takeover if they were to be voted on and closed?
So I will get you that number in a second. We did that work last year, and there were about, for the schools that actually we repurposed last year, I think that number was maybe 3 or 4, but I'll get you that number because I want you to have an exact number, Mr. Severo.
That's crucial. I mean,
okay,
right? And you're saying from the bucket last year, 3 of the 6 would have been.
No, it may have been 3 or 4, like countywide, because we don't have a lot, because we have done a lot, thankfully, as a school district around achievement and increasing student outcomes, and that is the big criteria. It is around schools that in certain federal zones that have demonstrated persistent low performance.
Okay, so I think it's a crucial fact for everybody on this board to have a full understanding of how many of these 10 schools would be potentially eligible for that admin role with the School of Hope for a charter school to be able to come in.
So I will tell you, based on what we've done, it's 4 of the 10. Okay. If the charter, if the School of Hope operator made notice to the district, 4 of the 10.
And do we know which?
Sure, it's Banyan, Lloyd Estates, Forest Glen, and William Dandy. And you know, whether the board takes action to close them or not, the charter operator could say, we want to occupy all of the available seats as the school in a co-location agreement.
Now, even if they were to stay open,
yes,
I understand.
Yes.
But still, on the closure aspect, because I have an inkling that a lot of people think that closure is going to result in some cost-saving measure to us, or perhaps a net income generation. So if this is a situation where we're just voting to close schools and a charter school is just going to come over and take over, you know, that needs to weigh on or at least it's going to weigh on my decision. Can't speak for anybody else on the board. But I think that's crucial, and thank you for identifying that.
Madam General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to answer the question, it's not pursuant to regulation. It's not part of the administrative code. It's actually statutory. Florida Statute 1002.333, subsection 7A states as follows. A School of Hope may co-locate with another school in public school facility. That's 1. 2, the school district must permit any School of Hope to use all or part of an underused, vacant, or surplus school district facility. 1002.333, subsection 7A. It talks about both the co-location as well as the use of any vacant or surplus school district facility. And also, to be clear, it's not any charter school that can come in. It is only a school of hope as defined by statute.
All right, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and I was listening while I was driving over. Dr. Wanza, you mentioned something. I thought it was in the presentation, but I don't see it. There were 6 things you wanted us to address. Can you?
Yes, ma'am. That is on slide number 50. Hold on. 40. It's on slide 40.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Couldn't find that. Okay, so I have a couple of questions and thoughts, I guess. First, Hollywood Park. When you look on there, it does look, it wasn't maybe a lot, but it does show that they actually had a little growth. I think they had 26 additional students. So it does look as if they are growing. And I have a concern really about the location, because they're literally backed up to Apollo Middle School, and they're right next to the Boys and Girls Club. So I have concerns about closing that particular school and maybe not one of the other ones, just really because I think a lot of students move right from Hollywood Park to Apollo because of the proximity, and they do a lot of things together, and they use the Boys and Girls Club for an after-school program. So I'm hesitant about the Hollywood Park for those number of reasons. And I guess just to start off with, I've been saying this to everyone I've been emailing, closing a school is not a reflection on the value of the school, the work that they've done, the amazing things that the students and staff are doing. So I think it's really important we remind people that that's not the discussion here today. It isn't that they aren't amazing schools. We do find ourselves in a place where we have to, as Dr. Hepburn said, we have to make sure our schools and our staff match the number of students we have. And we know that that's not true today, and that's where we're at. So that's my thoughts on Hollywood Park. Lloyd Estates, I appreciate the commissioners and Vice Mayor coming out and speaking, and I was there when we celebrated the new sidewalk that was put in, and all of the resources that the state and the city have, and the district have put into Lloyd Estates. So I also just have concerns about having just put all of that funding into Lloyd Estates. Like, what would we be doing with that site if we were to move the students out? So those are my thoughts on that. I think I misunderstood in Forest Glen, so I'd just like to ask again, when you were speaking, Dr. Wanza, I probably misunderstood this, but was there a part of your conversation where Forest Glen would keep the fifth and sixth graders and you would only move the seventh graders? Because it's like, I don't think I heard that right.
Okay. So the what this recommendation contemplates is having the elementary schools in that innovation zone extend to sixth grade.
Okay.
So though all of those elementary schools would, if the recommendation is considered, would be K-6 schools, and then Coral Springs High School would be a 7 to 12 school, so that it keeps the feeder pattern clean and the students don't have to go outside of the boundary to come back into the boundary for high school.
Okay.
That's
So-
just what the recommendation contemplates.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you clearing that up. So my thought on that is, why not kind of do it the other way? I remember when there was 7 through 12, it was called junior high, right? I mean, history often repeats itself. So looks like we're contemplating that. But I know a lot of people have huge concerns about putting their students, their 7th graders or their 6th graders, into a group with high schoolers. And I know we have some schools that do that, but we have Dillard 6 through 12, and they have fairly low enrollment. I don't know making Plantation 6 through 12, how that, like, we really haven't had a conversation about the changes we made last year, what that translated to for this year. I know we see even Pines, we moved Pines to a 6 through 12. Did they see a huge increase in enrollment? Because I'm
Yes.
guessing. Okay.
But the answer is yes. They're actually doing well growing their collegiate high school.
Okay, and
They're
what was
yes.
the increase of students for?
They've grown by at least 100 students.
Okay.
So their ninth graders, obviously, are going to matriculate to 10th grade. And then their ninth grade classes, they pretty much got a full class of what they wanted, which was like 70, because they did 75 per grade level. And they pretty much got the 75 to full to start the ninth grade. And even the 6 to 8 is growing because of the opportunity where the students could stay at the for the high school piece if they qualify.
Thank you. And that's sort of a unique situation because it's not the typical kind of high school. So it's like with millenniums. So I think the concern about, and actually that was a middle school that we moved to a high school. It wasn't an established high school that we're moving middle schoolers into. And I think it's important we understand the concerns of the community. And so I wonder what it would look like to talk about Forest Glen the other way and make them a K through 8 as opposed to taking them away and making Coral Springs a 7 through 12.
So
I wanted to
Okay.
as she's bringing up the discussion and great thoughts, because this is what we were trying to do as well, right? Trying to come up with the best feasible ideas possible and then have a great discussion with the board. I think when you look at K through 8 in that scenario, you have to look at the proximity of the elementary schools and then busing students from, if Beacon can throw up the slide so that we have a visual for the public and also the board, slide 18. And if I may ask the board, as we're discussing, if you can mention the slide number and then Beacon can throw it up so that the public and the board is aware of the discussion. '18. Thank you. So if you look at Forest Glen to the right of the shaded area and you look at the elementary schools, the only concern I would consider is busing students from various areas within that boundary to a middle school. So now you have kids that are on a sort of lengthy bus drive for that age group that were not, versus doing it the other way. Just thinking out loud, Ms. Hickson.
So my other question, and I'm not looking at maps together, the discussion is about closing Coral Springs Elementary. Would that make sense to fold them into into Forest Glen? Is that too far?
Coral Springs Elementary, I do not believe is in this feeder pattern.
Okay.
It's not even in the feeder pattern.
Gotcha.
I think it's in the Coral Glades, maybe. It's in the Coral Glades feeder pattern. The other thing that I would just offer for the board to contemplate as they deliberate is when we, if we're going to look at extending Forest Glen to K-8, which is certainly within the board's purview to do so, then we need to, just as in the Glades situation, we're going to have to discuss, so which elementary schools are we going to offline? Because there's not enough students to make Forest Glen a K-8 and then keep the same number of elementary schools open.
Right, and that's, I mean, I'm just throwing stuff out there, I guess. I just know that in the conversations and the emails that I've gotten, the families are very concerned. They don't seem to want the middle school students going into the high school. And just with Plantation High, how was that? How did those numbers turn out for this year?
I believe they have probably 300 and something middle school students as well, kind of similar to Dillard.
Okay, and how many middle schoolers could have moved?
Last year the number was like, it was
550 or 560 students at Plantation Middle.
Okay.
And some of the parents, through the school choice process, elected for Seminole Middle or Indian Ridge Middle to keep the pure middle school pathway.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just leave it there. I have concerns moving seventh graders into, seventh and I guess then eighth graders into the high school just based on the conversations that I've heard. So I'm interested in Dr. Holness's suggestion. I think that it sounds like it makes some sense. How many middle schoolers are there at William Dandy right now? Oh, I guess that's on the slide, isn't it?
600, and I have to look at the slide. It's about 660.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
665, I was close.
Okay. Then I guess my other, so community engagement approach, I'm okay with the regional sessions that you had. The committee representative for School Boundary Advisory Committee, I think it should obviously include facilities committee, ESE and DAC. Those would be the three main ones that would be my recommendation. The potential uses for repurposing facilities, I think there's a lot of them. You've named a number of them. We've talked a lot about childcare, so I agree we should look at how we can move that forward, and then also the P3 thing, partnerships that we can look at. I agree with future boundary analysis into a better comprehensive master planning process. And I'm not sure what it means, presentation components for September 22nd.
So on the, for September 22nd, we talked about doing an enrollment update, bringing whatever feedback we had thus far, really comprehensive what the proposals look like, and a capital programs update on Markham Elementary, Rickards Middle, Margate Middle, and Parkway Middle.
Okay, so would the idea be that you have those regional meetings before you come back to us on the 22nd?
We would have as many as we can. Because we would have as many as we can, but we still get feedback, right? Because you all are getting emails. We're going to go to some commission meetings. We'll still bring the feedback that we can and that we have received thus far, just to give the board a gauge of what we're hearing from the public.
Okay, perfect. And I guess to go back to the list, as much as I know it's, again, we don't want to close any schools. I would agree that we have a lot of facility issues that are very hard to fix at Oak Ridge Elementary. And as much as I know people don't want to close any schools, and that's a very nice, long-standing community school right there, the issues that we've had with that facility have been ongoing for a really long time. And I think that one probably makes sense. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to give begin my comments with some context. This isn't just a Broward issue. I think some of my colleagues have alluded, in Hepburn as well. This is not even just a Florida issue. In the past school year alone, over 1,000 schools have been closed nationwide. And it needs to be called to attention that the way the U.S. education system is funded is no longer working. Operating in a funding model built for only one educational option needs to be addressed. Unfortunately, that is not something that this board has control over. What we do have control over is how we best support our communities through these challenges and how we can stabilize the district for years to come. This is not easy, and it's not anything that we take lightly. Every school is a child-safe place where a student has found their passion or a teacher has grown into being a community leader. However, this is no longer something that can be addressed simply by new programs or a marketing campaign. We have lost over 20,000 students the last 2 years. And the same thing can be said to charters. They've lost over 2,000 students. There aren't enough students to fill these seats. We need to make the hard decisions so that we can best serve our students. Pulling a school off this list not only does not address the problem, It hurts the surrounding schools by denying them the opportunity to gain students and community members to strengthen their own school. Pulling schools off this list does not stabilize our district or make us good financial stewards. Finally, pulling schools off this list and not moving forward with the recommendations put forth by our superintendent puts our district at risk for overspending and going under the 3%, further impacting our ability to be an A-rated school and to give our teachers and staff the raises they deserve. So I asked my colleagues to consider moving forward with all the proposals. I think we have some information we need to get about Schools of Hope and what can happen in a vacant school a little bit more. But I do think last year we pulled a school off the list too soon, and now it is back on the list. And so I do have some questions. For the Walter C. Young transition, the community and I last year talked about this. And I believe in the board meeting, I asked for it to be paused because what the community wanted was Flanagan to be a 6 through 12, not split into 2 middle schools. So if that is the plan we go forward with, can someone walk me through what that would look like?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So you're saying if we were to repurpose the Walter C. So let me
Return
start
it to
with.
the city.
Huh?
Return Walter C. Young to the
Yes,
city.
yes. So I've
And then
already
6
had conversations with the city manager and the assistant city manager, asked them to please make certain that they are watching today's workshop, and they are. So we would go through the process of ending the 50-year agreement that we have with the city of Pembroke Pines. We would, anything that isn't nailed down that is our property, we would take out of Walter C. Young and it's ours, and the buildings will be returned to the city because that's their land. And then we would work with the families, the instructional staff, the school leadership, and transition Flanagan into a 6 to 12 school. The regional office would take lead in making sure that, the school is laid out structurally and operationally so that there's some natural separation, how there's transition, how they do lunch, all of that kind of stuff. Obviously, the students will ride the same buses to and from school. There would not be in a 6 to 12 situation any type of staggered dismissals because you have middle school kids taking high school courses and things of that nature. But we would have a conversation with the city, which I said I've had already, and bring that lease to closure sooner. I think it's about 9, 10, depending on what the date is, years left on the lease. And the city, it is then their property to do as they see fit. And we would transition Flanagan into a 6 to 12 school.
So I think with that in particular, if we are able to set it up like Pines Charter 6 through 12, where there are 2 separate spaces, that would make families feel more comfortable. I think also preserving the dual language pathway is really important to families coming from Lakeside to Walter C. Young to then Flanagan, so making that a priority. I also, if there is a way to negotiate with Pines, the city of Pembroke Pines, to not put a charter there or have some guarantee that there won't be a charter there, because even though I believe the commissioners and the mayor when they say they don't want to put one there, that is a lot of the emails that we are getting, is that they don't want Pines to put another charter in that school. I would like an update on Glades Middle and where we're at with the facility.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorsett.
Good morning, Mark Dorsett, task assigned Chief Facility Officer. Right now, we are at 100% drawing, getting ready to go into permitting for the conversion of Building 4, I believe. So we're well on our way, and I think we're a little ahead of schedule on that.
Okay, and do you have any concerns as of right now that that building wouldn't be ready for August?
Not at this moment. I can just follow up with staff, but right now I think we're in a good place to finish that for the new school year.
And so do we have a backup plan if it's not ready?
They stay where they are. That's the backup plan. But like Mr. Dorsett said, he's been pressuring his team. I've been pressuring him, and we're in a good place.
Yeah.
and probably a little bit ahead of schedule. But backup plan is they would stay.
Until they transition.
Correct.
And then there's a lot of concerns, and I think we have an opportunity here because in that situation, we are putting a whole new school into Glades. So can we talk about how that would impact like the teachers and the leadership? Because it's not that we would be adding just one class so only one teacher comes. There's a big possibility that something better would happen.
So I certainly don't want to speak for my colleagues in teaching and learning, but the South Regional Office will take the lead, right? And they will, once in working with, obviously, the deputy, they will have, whatever the principal selection process is, the principal will take the lead in merging 3 schools into one. Because it really is 3 schools, because it's 2 elementary schools and it's the existing middle school. And so they will work on what are the appropriate staffing patterns, what's going to be the elective, and specials courses, opportunities that'll be presented. They will work as they have in the past with having opportunities to blend the schools, right? So I'm certain that if the board, the board has designated the funds and to go forward, so then they would start in the spring really looking at, working to bring the 3 schools together, because in August, they will be one school. And so they'll have very intentional activities and opportunities to look at how the staffing comes together, the schedule comes together, the course offerings, and obviously any collective bargaining implications that must be adhered to will have to be adhered to.
So I want to ask it in another way, because I think there's a win for the Dolphin Bay and Silver Lakes families. So if all the students go, so does Glades currently have a 5th grade class?
Are there 5th grade students currently at Glades? No, it is a middle school right now, pure 6 through 8. And I think I know what you're going to say. In the second semester, can they start to? Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
No, I'm not. What I'm going to
put my
say,
glasses on so I
there's
can
a
hear
big possibility if the teachers from Dolphin Bay and Silver Lakes want to come with in this journey with the kids, they could have the same staffing at Glades, correct? Because there's currently no 5th grade teachers, there's no 4th grade teachers.
Yeah, conceptually, you're correct, because
And
there is
obviously,
no.
people can decide they don't want to come with, they don't want to
Correct.
work there. They
Correct.
wanna move
So-
to a different one, but ideally, an entire community, we are putting them in a new location.
Correct, with all the bells and whistles
Right.
of fields.
With all the
and-
bells and
yep,
whistles that charter schools in that area do not have.
Correct.
Correct.
So we need to sell this a little bit better and explain it to families that there's a large possibility that your ESE specialist, your favorite 3rd grade teacher is going to come along on this journey with you.
So I would be careful about naming all of the exact positions. I would be careful, but
And
I do agree that we should capitalize on every opportunity.
And I understand we can't force people to go places, but there's a potential that they would go and be in that community.
So you're correct. We cannot force people, but there's also a finite number of positions of a certain type. So so it's not going to say a school's going to have 2 and 3 ESE specialists.
But it's not the same as Sunshine and Fairway, where like you add some kids and then we only need 1 4th grade teacher.
Correct.
Yes,
No, this
Okay.
like I said, we should capitalize on every opportunity to not only explain, but embrace the community in the process.
And help them to see the positives. I think also there's concerns about ESE clusters, and in general, I think we need to address our ESE clusters earlier in this process, because last year, Panther Run, Palm Cove, and Sunshine all had pretty big clusters, and they were still left months later. And I think our ESE team does an amazing job, but I think that needs to be really intentional about the pathway of where these ESE clusters are going, because there were still families later in the year that didn't know what was happening. Is Glades going to be able to have a VPK program?
So I think that will be predicated on space, right? I mean that's the one thing, and then they'll look at need for it, but I think it's going to be predicated first and foremost on space.
Mm-hmm. And then, is there anything preventing because people at Dolphin Bay really like Sunshine aftercare program. Is there anything, I think it's Sunshine, is there anything preventing them from moving over to Glades if that vendor wanted to?
So that's a school-based decision.
Okay.
And that's something that would be taken up in the operational purview
Okay.
of the school.
But there's
design.
nothing we're preventing.
So I don't think there's anything that the board is preventing.
Thank you. And then just in general, I think we did a disservice, and I understand all the rationale behind the principal decision, but we did a disservice for that community waiting that long. Because we lost families that would have gone to Fairway because we didn't announce the principal until 2 days before school was over. And I would really, and I think it's happened other places as well, because school leadership is important. So I think if there is a way, and I get that that's an operational decision, but if there's a way to move that principal decision up, it needs to be done, especially in all these schools where we're discussing major grade combination changes. Because people want to know that the person leading that school is, they want to know who they are and that they can trust them with their kid, especially when we're combining a middle school, an elementary with a middle, and the other ones as well. And then I think for community meetings, and I would like to get people's, my colleagues' feedback in it, I think we have different types of changes that are occurring, and I think it's difficult to have all the South in one, because in Southwest, we're doing grade combinations, we're doing a K-8. In Southeast, we're doing just closures. And people, the meetings get convoluted, and there's less of an opportunity to speak at the meetings, like Ms. Williams brought up. So I don't know if there's a way to do it like Northwest, Southwest, Southeast, and then I don't think there's really the Northeast, though I could be.
So-
And then like a central, if there's a way to do that, and then with types of groupings, I'm open to suggestions, but that's just my only comment there. And then I'm fine with the committees as you proposed it. I'm fine with Dr. Holness' suggestion to explore the Dillard movement, but I would like to keep William Dandy on the list, because when we remove schools too early from the list, we lose opportunities to address them later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pullman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I'd like to first say that I think Ms. Thompson's been the leader in redefining schools, and Dr. Holness, yeah. So thank you for setting the precedent, because this is extremely difficult. No one wants to be here doing this. And so I really appreciate the guts that you guys have demonstrated over the past year to lead us in the process, because it makes everyone else have to step up and do their part as well. So, you know, I mentioned it a little bit, and I want to be very clear with, and so maybe like just a follow-up memo or whatever about the opportunities for the Schools of Hope, and then any other opportunities for, like, how are closing a school without an immediate idea for occupancy, what that looks like what our options are, and what our vulnerabilities are, you know, statutorily and otherwise, because reducing our footprint for better business practices and better delivery of education is, I think, what everybody wants, but I don't want to expose our assets unnecessarily. So I think we really need a plan for that in general.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great comment, Ms. Bullman. So we're, and I know they're listening because I've invited them to listen. We'll be working with an external entity, right? We've kind of at a capacity plateau when it comes to us as a school district. You know, we understand the enrollment and all the nuances of decisions to support a recommendation for closure, but as far as working with municipalities, builders, finding the best feasibility for any property to bring back to the school board so we can make the best decision possible to move forward. We have an external entity listening today that we'll be working with to help us along that pathway so we can bring back the type of information you and other board members have asked for.
Okay,
Yep.
I think that sounds good, but if we could just also have our legal, like the basic understanding of what our legal rights are so that we can proceed that way. I appreciate that. So I'll start in District 1, we have 2 schools on the list, Oak Ridge Elementary, which has, in the past couple of years, made great strides in academic achievement and also has had a lot of facilities challenges, which I know the principal has worked very hard to, and I'm sure Mr. Dorsett and his team and everybody else to improve. Unfortunately, due to the fact that the district neglected the facilities, it's in really rough condition. And, you know, it's really disappointing and quite frankly infuriating that the school has to be on the list because the facilities are such that it would have to be basically demolished and rebuilt. So that being said, I have some concerns about the, you know, there's neighboring charter schools in that area. And I know that the majority of the students at Oak Ridge ride their bikes or walk to school. It's a neighborhood school, and it's also very uniquely situated where houses ring the entire school campus. So it wouldn't be inappropriate if, you know, you'd have to be very, very specific about what you're going to do with that property to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. This is not somewhere where you're going to come in and build a bunch of condos or something else. It's if something happens at Oak Ridge, it needs to be a park, and I think that's about, unless you get the vast, overwhelming majority of the neighborhood that wants townhouses on their green space where their children were playing for generations. So that's, I would like to see what the plan is for that. So that I can take that back to my community as well. And then the split right now is that the students would go to Colbert, which is reasonable because that's just on the street, but then the other students would go to Dania, which is quite a ways away. So two things. One, I wonder why they wouldn't necessarily go to Hollywood Hills, and also I'd like to get a kind of an analysis of how many students you think are going to continue moving on to those schools instead of going to the charter school. Like what you think that we would retain out of the enrollment of those schools, since they're like, if you got a neighborhood school where everyone's riding their bike and now everyone has to take a bus, that's going to totally change the entire culture of the neighborhood.
So you want me to start answering? Okay. So I can't speak specifically about how many kids would elect to go to one of the neighboring charter schools. That would be a family decision. What I can say is we know that the charter schools are also experiencing significant enrollment. Well, not significant, but they're experiencing enrollment loss too. We can certainly look at the possibility in the conversation of potentially looking at Hollywood Hills Elementary School. But definitely keeping Colbert is one of the options.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Colbert's the natural school. And would everyone take a bus if they have to cross Hollywood Boulevard, or is that?
So so for elementary children, we certainly do not have them cross the hazardous conditions, like because I think there's a railroad track over there. There's the major thoroughfare, so that would include transportation.
Okay. Okay. And then with Hollywood Park, appreciate the speaker that came earlier. So this one, you know, I share the same concerns that Ms. Hickson has, and I wonder, because there is a huge cluster of schools right there, why we're targeting the A school that seems to be thriving out of all the schools. And you know, it's been represented to me that I think it might be a hard sell to break that school up and then have them go to the neighboring schools. So my main concern is we've got something that's really working there, which we've worked hard to achieve over years, and
So, I'll start with, we obviously, for all of the schools, school grade is not a criteria.
No, I got it, but I'm just
I
saying,
just wanna-
you know, looking at holistically a school that's really thriving at this point and very neighborhood and community oriented. And I know they all are, but this is, you know.
So we looked at capacity, but if you go to, if Beacon can put up slide 28. And I referenced this when I was speaking. If you look at slide 28, Hollywood Park is in the mix here, and there really is an opportunity to work with the master planner around that entire cluster of schools if the board so decides that they want us to take a second look at Hollywood Park. Then there's the opportunity here to look at, you know, you got 4 schools right there next to each other, and granted, Driftwood is the same thing, and it's even more so connected to Driftwood Middle, because Driftwood Elementary School and Driftwood Middle, they share the cafeteria. And interestingly, when we worked with the community a couple times around making those 2 schools a K-8, the community was, you know, adamantly opposed to making those 2 schools a K-8. So if the board, you know, gave the superintendent direction to kind of look more holistically at Hollywood Park, there is an opportunity through the conversation and the presentation on slide 28. But if you're just looking specifically at those 2 schools, when you look at Hollywood Park and Boulevard Heights, they're both right there on Johnson Street, a couple blocks from each other. The thing is that Boulevard Heights is a larger footprint with more capacity as opposed to Hollywood Park. So it wasn't that, you know, we were targeting an A school. When you look holistically at the building footprints and the available capacity. But as I said, slide 28 gives the board, you know, an opportunity to look, if the board is so inclined, for the superintendent to, you know, direct staff to look more holistically at doing something in a master planning effort around 4 to 5 schools in a specific area.
I mean, I wouldn't mind that. I think naturally, if you were going to put them together, obviously Boulevard Heights is down the street, so it doesn't necessarily interrupt the neighborhood. But there's not enough seats at Boulevard Heights, which means that then they have to go to West Hollywood, which is where I think the problem is.
Okay.
For me, like if you could put the whole school in, I wouldn't object to it as much as the way that it's currently being proposed. I don't know if it improves the situation of the other 2 schools. So I would be open, and you know, to Ms. Thompson's point, I don't think taking it off the list is necessarily what we would need to do, but I would love to see an alternative proposal so that we have all the information that we need to make the best decision for the community for that. And what else are we answering about? Okay. I support Dr. Holness. Okay.
The community meetings, are you fine with the time?
I guess so. I don't know. I might have to come back about the timeline on the community meetings, and then the advisory committee. Let me get back to you on that one. I gotta do my homework on that. I was paying attention to everybody else, but okay, that's my initial comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Hepburn, There's a lot of great information on these data and data on each of these options. I just want to tell you, like, the process this year has been analytic, it's been complete, it's been steady, it's been compelling. And I get that from the public a lot. Not that everyone in the public likes these changes. They're really not going to like mine in a minute. But I just want to compliment you and your staff for giving us the kind of analysis and data that we need. I'd ask you, though, whether or not, instead of just having 15 data points on a slide for the schools that we're considering repurposing in some form, whether or not we can get that data plus 5 years of grades and 5 years of enrollment up on the website in a searchable, in a downloadable table by the end of the week.
Yes, we have that information, so we can upload that.
I appreciate that. It's another way to kind of remind the community that they can go through the data, they can look at it. It's all public data. These are public dollars, public schools, public data. I think the more they have, the better going to be. Dr. Hepburn, you mentioned 60,000 unused student seats. How many would be unused after these 10 schools are closed?
Hold on just a sec. Dr. Wants is grabbing that number. Specifically, if these 10
Want to know how many, what we would reduce the
what we would
footprint,
reduce,
right?
yes.
If we take these 10 off, correct? Okay, hold on.
Of
Ask your next question, and I'll give you that answer.
Oh, terrific. How did you know I had more, Dr. Watson?
Because you're Dr. Zeman.
That's right. Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, one, I appreciate your recommendation. The board said at least 10. You agreed to that. You came with 10, which is great. What I'm curious about, though, is in your own imagination, in your own discussions, in your own analysis, what was the maximum number of schools you considered closing?
I think the maximum, based on just the data up front, was probably about 22 or 23. Well, don't quote me on that number. I don't have it in front of me, but about 22 or 23 when we just look at numbers.
Terrific. When I asked about adjacent schools, 22 came back. That has since changed to 28. But in that's the realm in which you've at least thought or discussed
Correct.
The total number of schools closing. Dr. Wanzo, can you help me with the second question, or do you need more time?
Hold on. Joe, you got it? One more question.
Let me go to the next question, because this might take some time as well, Dr. Wanzo. The last question I have is, how many schools would we have to close, Dr. Hepburn, to eliminate unused seats so that we can get the peak efficiency?
You would have to close, if you look at a feeder pattern, and I did this data earlier as well, there would be about 10 feeder patterns, which is about 70 schools, I want to say. If you include elementary, middle, and high, if you include a feeder pattern. If you just look at a level, you would have to close 106 elementary schools. If it was middle schools, you would have to close 63 middle schools. We only have about 35, so
Right.
we don't even have enough middle schools for that. If it
Even
was
I
hi-
wouldn't propose that.
Yeah, you would have to close all the high schools if it was just one specific level. But if you do feeder pattern,
Sure.
it's about 70 schools.
And those numbers are all infeasible. I appreciate
Correct.
the theory behind that. But I think that the 70 is an interesting number because we're going to land around, according to the growth patterns and birth patterns of Broward County and the population of Broward being largely fixed at this point, given our lack of housing stock, of around 150,000 students. And I want to talk about that a little bit. But first, I just want to, Dr. Wanzo,
Got it.
you're good? Ready? So we have 60,000 unused. If we close these 10, we're going to go from 60,000 to how much less?
We're going to take off 8,900.
So 9,000.
About 9,000.
60,000, just to use a rough number. Terrific. I want to react to your proposal, Dr. Hepburn, in 3 different ways. One, I want to talk about the challenges that I think are important for this board to consider. I want to talk about the opportunities that we have, and that opportunity would be in the context of long-term, what is going to build the best Broward County and the best Broward County schools dedicated to being the best district in the country in K-12 education. And then third, if you put the challenge and the opportunities together, as Ms. Thompson pointed out just a few minutes ago so cogently, what indeed is the best outcome for my county and for the school district that I serve? The challenge, to be very clear to the public, is that we had 250,000 students not long ago, and we're going to have 150,000 students in the next 5 years. That's a 40% reduction in students. We didn't cause that problem, just like Ms. Thompson said, we didn't cause the funding problem in Florida for public education. We can't, other than how we vote for people and how we lobby, we can't change that easily. It's not our purview. But a 40% reduction is something else. I just did some quick calculations, though, because I think, Dr. Wanza, up to this point, we've closed 7 schools in the last 2 years. 3.4% of our schools have been slated for close, but our enrollment is going down 40% over a 10-year period. I don't think that is going to serve our county, nor is it going to serve our particular mission within the county of K-12 education. The pragmatic question that we have is, does this board have the courage to build the future school district now to plan for the 150,000 students that we're going to have in the next few years? Are we going to have the courage to spend our resources where our mission statement says we will send our resources, which is on students and educators? Are we going to continue to spend our money managing facilities that we don't need? What is the opportunity? The opportunity is to make the right decisions, to put resources in educator compensation, school-based programs, theme schools, added capacity where we know we're going to have added populations, which is around affordable workforce housing, it's around downtown development areas, it's around live local. You may hate live local, but it's bringing kids to Broward County because it's going to be one of the only places that people can afford to live. And then take the land that we free up by closing a proportionate number of schools, and to the best of our ability, Ms. Bowman, not at your specific case where I think a park may be the highest and best use of that land, but everywhere we can to grow workforce and affordable housing. If we do what has been proposed at North Fork Elementary School, Broward County Schools has the opportunity to increase the housing stock of Broward County by 14,000 houses. And with 14,000 houses, Dr. Beck will tell us someday how many more students we're going to get. But Broward has a problem with affordable housing and declining student enrollment. We have the opportunity by closing schools and repurposing that land for affordable and workforce housing to increase the housing stock by 14,000. So that is kind of the opportunity that I see in front of us. And so what is the best outcome? One, we accept the superintendent's recommendations, but then we say it's time to do the right thing. And the right thing is to rip off the Band-Aid this year and then adopt a 2-year cycle for repurposing, because I think that cycle is really important. Right now, we're not being fair to our community and fair to our school leaders and our business leaders, and helping them have enough time to rebuild those schools. Ms. Thompson, Ms. Bowman both cited some schools that were starting, as did Ms. Hickson, some schools that are starting to do a little bit better. But if they find out they're closed in December, they've got 1 semester to do better, and we're right back into the spreadsheet. I don't think that's enough time for school leaders and community leaders and business leaders to work together to really offer the programs and do all the things that we need to do in order to win back students. And we will win back students, but we really have to arrest the decline in total students as well. If we did this, we would reduce the shock to our staff, to our families, to the community, and to our school leaders. Elementary school teams could go out and visit daycare centers, preschool community events. Middle school leaders in teams could ensure that all 4th and 5th grade students visit military schools to make sure that they are aware of all the great programs that we offer. And high school teams could make sure that middle school students do the same thing. To do this right, we have to look at the number of schools that have adjacent capacity and unused seats. It turns out there's 27, and that's what I recommend. 27, to be clear, is 16.6% of our schools, while our enrollment is going down 40%. It's less than half. I don't think that's bold. I think that's right. It's 19 elementary schools, 7 middle schools, and 1 high school. It does include, Dr. Wanza, all 10 that are in the current presentation, but it includes the other ones that are being considered and more. In each of these, there's sufficient adjacent capacity, The students can go to a school with equal or greater programs, equal or greater academic performance, greater stability, all within our current fish capacity, even though we know enrollment is continuing to go down for the next 5 years. How do we know that? We can look at births in Broward County, and they continue to be at a very low level. I would ask the board to think a little bit about what future you want to create. This is one of the best things you have going for you by serving on this board. You get to create the future of Broward County. We would still have 171 schools if we closed 27 right now. They'd be more efficient. They'd have higher, or be projected to have higher academic performance, because fuller schools have higher percentage of their budget spent on academic resources, money for teachers, for academic coaches, for principals and assistant principals, and all the counselors and everybody else that we need to run schools successfully, not being spent on facilities and facility management, which we do not need. We'd still have the capacity for growth if we choose to offer our former schools or community workforce affordable housing options. We would actually be growing the stock, as I mentioned, by 14, roughly 1,000 housing units in a county that's desperate for housing stock. So I think there's two options. We have the superintendent's recommendation, which is wise, cautious, gets us, to make progress. But there's also one that I think is right. And right means we got to come a lot closer to the 40%, and we've got to close 27 schools. So I would just ask the community and this board to weigh in on whether closing more schools now and taking a year off isn't the more effective and efficient school district option. Does it tell our community that we care deeply about educating the future adult residents of Broward and about contributing to the pressing issue of affordable housing in Broward County? Thank you, Chair. Slide 40. Thank you.
Give your
my list is the 27 that the superintendent responded to me by that has adjacent capacity. The second question, I'm okay with it, but I actually like the, I'm sorry?
Can we see that list that
Absolutely.
you're referencing? Can
Yep.
staff
Yep.
email the board the 27? Okay, thanks.
The second, I like the community engagement approach, but I'm not sure that the districts make sense, and I think we should get common issues in a meeting, not common districts, just because it's convenient. I don't agree with the board advisory committee. I don't think the 3 regional advisory councils, I think they could be represented by the DAC, not North, South, and Central. We each get a member of the board. And that would leave, Dr. Wands, I think 4 then from the advisory councils that make sense, not 7. I just don't like committees that are bigger than like 5 or 6 people, and a committee with 18 is like unwieldy, but they could be represented by the DAC. I would tilt every repurposed facility toward housing. Those become our future customers. If we can do affordable and workforce housing, that attracts the kind of families that are going to have kids that are going to go to our schools. Transition, future boundary analysis, yes. Chair, what does the last bullet mean? Presentation components for September 22nd?
Dr. Wanza.
I'm sorry. On slide 39, we listed what we would come back with on September 22nd, and we just want to make sure that that's, does the board, is the board okay with this? Would they like us to add more, take something off? So this is our next conversation with the board. Because we want to make certain that we are, bringing the board what the board wants to discuss.
Terrific. I would just ask you if you could include the options that were discussed by school board members as well.
Okay.
On the 22nd. And then later, Chair, I have a recommendation about accelerating the decision timeline that's outlined on slide 38 when that makes sense in the conversation. I don't think it fits right now, but I have a recommendation that I've talked to the General Counsel about for that. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, I just have concern with putting out some document with 27 schools on it without Dr. Hepburn vetting that out first. If the board would like to see additional schools to be put on the list, I think it should go through Dr. Hepburn before being put out on some email. You are stirring the pot and making people very upset by throwing out 27 names of schools. And unless that is the will of the board, and Dr. Hepburn, you have vetted that out, I am cautious of just throwing out, well, I don't know, some email and then bringing it to the board. Now that's a public record.
So I have a question about, because I was going to ask the same question Ms. Thompson asked. It's my understanding that this may have been provided to you, Dr. Zeman, as a follow-up, so we would have all received it anyway. So if someone could just email it back to us at the top of our inbox. I mean, it's already a public record if that's the case. So if someone could just email it to us so we could have that, I would like that information as well.
Yeah, we'll email it.
Thank you, Chair. So I've got some thoughts, and I'm going to go in a little bit of a different direction than some of my colleagues. And I want to take us back to last year and the ultimate vote that we had to close the 6 schools, or repurpose the 6 schools that this board previously made the very difficult decision to do. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I can certainly tell you one of the factors that weighed very heavily on my mind and on my decision, and ultimately on my vote, because I did vote with the majority to close and repurpose 6 schools at the last go-around during the repurposing phase. One of the things that was extremely important to me, being the fiscal hawk that I am, if you will, was the income aspect of what the school closures would mean to this district. We had many, many talks about potential sales of those buildings and that land that the facilities sit on. We had discussions about potential leasing, and a great deal of time was spent on the potential income generation that those closures could ultimately potentially lead to for this district. Fast forward many, many months forward, and what have we done? I asked this question at the last workshop, and the answer that I got in relation to those 6 schools, those 6 facilities, were essentially, we're just moving district staff around to fill those facilities now. I haven't seen one lease. I haven't seen one sales contract. I haven't seen any of that. What we've engaged in is this giant game of shuffle in which we're putting district staff people from one end of the district to other end of the district and to fill these schools with district staff. This is problematic to me. In a district that is hemorrhaging students, we're now losing another 11,000 kids. I'm still not sure why we have this much district level staff that we need 6 schools to house them. We have not made a penny off of anything we've done with the last go around from this. We continue to be in dire financial straits, continue to operate at a deficit. And I don't want to jump the gun too far, but I've seen some sneak peeks about what this proposed budget is going to look like. And if memory serves correct, it's going to be higher than last year's when we ultimately get to that in a couple weeks. So I'm a little concerned and a little more cautious this go around with these discussions, playing on what has happened in the past and the fact that I don't think we've realized any real net savings or cost savings based on any actions that we've taken with the 6 schools at the last go around. So what I would like to see moving forward is the following. How about a school-by-school net savings analysis done on the 6 facilities that were previously voted on by this board: Norfolk, Palm Cove, Panther Run, Plantation Middle, Siegel Alternative, and Sunshine. How about we get some data, tangible data, dollars to dollars data, as to what exactly or how much exactly we've saved the Broward County taxpayer by making this decision. I don't think we've generated any funds unless I've missed something or been out of the loop, but I'd like to see how much we've actually saved, a net savings analysis by the closure of the 6 prior schools that we made some months ago. Also, on a topic that really hasn't been addressed too much by my colleagues, this idea with a master planner. Does anybody not think it would be a good idea to complete our long-range master planning before making these irreversible facility decisions? I've heard a lot of talk and a lot of innuendo about what's going to happen, but maybe we want to give this long-range master planner some actual experience put into place before we make this final decision on this next go-around. I would also like to know, in addition to the savings aspect of this, what is the real benefit of the last closures of the last 6 schools? Are those communities better off? Have we done something tremendous to our kids? I know it's a little early and they're only 2.5, 3 weeks in now, but just something tangible to get back or to send back to the community, showing that what the decision was made was a good one. And this kind of ties into my bigger point here. Why are we rushing this? Why is the lack of community involvement so apparent this go-round that I'm starting to hear phrases from my colleagues such as, we just need to rip the Band-Aid off, and we just have to go, and this needs to be done now. I distinctly remember multiple, and I'm talking like 8 or more town hall meetings that we had in various high schools. We let community members come in, bring in their input. We heard from students, we heard from parents, we heard from teachers. The individuals who these decisions are going to take an enormous toll on, we gave them an opportunity to come in and speak and share their stories, share their truths, if you will, about how this is going to affect. Now we're all of a sudden in this mentality that we've got to go, and the lack of community involvement and participation here of what's being proposed, I think, quite frankly, is a little scary. I think everybody on this dais and in the audience knows my thoughts and feelings about public participation and how folks need to be involved in processes like this. Yes, I understand. This body will make the ultimate decision about what's going to happen, but I just can't shake the feeling that we are just cramming this down folks' throats without even a shred of the same type of participation that we allowed first time. Now, I'm certainly not tipping my hand in any way, shape, or form about how I'm ultimately going to vote. And I am certainly a huge proponent for saving the taxpayer and saving this district money. If that means closing schools, so be it. I voted for the 6 schools to be closed last time. And if I think that's in the best interest of this district and the Broward County taxpayer, I will vote that way again. However, I want to make informed, educated decisions about what we're doing. This does not need to be fast-tracked. This does not need to be done by the end of the year. This concept about ripping the Band-Aid off, respectfully, I don't think is well taken. And I believe if we give the community the opportunity to participate the way they did last time, I mean, look at Bear. Look what happened with Bear. There was a lot of participation, a lot of involvement, and they were taken off the, for lack of better terms, the proverbial chopping block. So I'm not necessarily keen on how aggressive we are being. Now I'm hearing from my colleague that, well, let's not do 10, let's do 27. That's a big pill to swallow. And if we are not working hand in hand with our community, I feel like as though they are being potentially cheated out of having a voice in this ultimate decision. Tying back into my first point, I think the decision will be a lot easier if we can say, hey, listen, here's what happened with the last 6 schools. And because we did this, we saved X dollars. Never happened. All we did was take district staff from point A, shuffle them into point B, right? Teachers lost jobs. Families were displaced. Kids had to change schools. It was a tough decision, probably arguably the most difficult decision I had to make as a member of this board. But you know what would make my decision a lot easier, and you know I think would be would be very beneficial for this community if we can put together just the tiniest bit of data showing that the decision that we made the last go around was actually beneficial. I want to go back to the School of Hope back and forth that we had as I close here. I've heard that apparently there is a probability and a chance that even if we vote to close these facilities, that pursuant to the statute that Mr. Pre-Bruno was nice enough to read into the record, that you could still have an opportunity for any of these schools' hopes in these 4 institutions, Banyan, Lloyd Estates, William Danley, and Forest Glen, to come in and essentially take these over even after we voted to close. That concept is a little scary to me because we're supposed to be doing this to save money, and then yet we could potentially have a School of Hope come in that we have to fund the majority of their operations, right? So what I would like clarification on, Mr. Pre-Bruno, as far as all of the institutions, all the facilities that would be potentially subject to the Schools of Hope under 1002.333 subsection 7A, if we were in fact if we voted to close those schools, is it a safe assumption that if we were immediately to get under contract for sale or lease of those 4 facilities, those 4 schools, that we would be protected from a School of Hope takeover?
Madam Chair. So the school board always has the opportunity and the ability to lease its properties. That's a different statute, Florida Statute 1013.15. I think it's also important to know that a School of Hope is very narrow and statutorily defined. So it's not any charter school that can come in, and it has to be a School of Hope. I would recommend to add to what Ms. Bowman has requested, that my office prepare something that really identifies and explains the leasing as well as the School of Hope and how that works and what falls under School of Hope. We would have to go back, staff would have to go back and see which of these schools actually fall within that opportunity zone that would qualify for a School of Hope. So there's a little bit more research we'd have to do, and then we can answer that question fully. But you're right. If we have a building, be it a school or any type of facility, the school board does have the opportunity to lease that building.
Okay. And I don't want to misquote Ms. Wanza, but I thought when I made the inquiry earlier, there was a list of 4. I heard Banyan, Lloyd Estates, William Dandy, and Forest Glen would be 4 of the proposed 10 that could potentially fall under the purview of a School of Hope under 1002.333 as we sit here today. Is that accurate, Dr. Wanza?
That is accurate.
Okay. So, Mr. Bruno, using that information, I think in fairness, at the very least, this board needs to know how, essentially, what our options are to protect those facilities. Because it doesn't make a lick of sense to me for us to be doing this to potentially save taxpayer money, only to vote to close these 4 institutions, and then Schools of Hopes come in, and then we have to fund the majority of their operations pursuant to the statute, which, of course, we follow the law in Broward County. We know that. So I think this data and this information and your legal analysis on this, in my mind, is crucial, because I would really hate for that to happen if this ultimate decision was made. And I want to close with this. Let's show the community that we are not being reckless up here. Let's prove to our constituents, let's prove to every tax-paying member of Broward County, let's prove to every teacher, every student, every school-based staff, every administrator, every bus driver, that what we are doing is in the best financial interest of this district. And the easiest way to do this, I believe, give us the data, give us documentation that proves that there was a benefit to closing the last 6 schools that we did. Let the public digest that. Let them come in. Let them speak to us. Let them share their thoughts, their concerns, their passion. This does not need to be fast-tracked. We do not need a decision on this in the next 5 months. This should be something that needs to be massaged to make sure that everybody's concerns are properly addressed, from the bottom all the way up to the top. This is an irreversible decision that will affect the lives of thousands of people. And we need to make sure that all of our due diligence is being properly conducted up here. I don't want to shoot from the hip on something like this. I don't believe a proper analysis and proper community engagement can happen in something like this within the span of 5 months as being projected on our proposed timeline. I would encourage Cabinet, I would encourage Dr. Hepburn, get this data as quickly as you can. Let the public speak on the data. Let's have some real conversations as to whether or not what we did actually helped. Because if all we're doing is shuffling district staff around from one building to another, and this is not generating income for us, I'm pretty sure we still have to pay the water bill if staff is there as opposed to students. I'm pretty sure we still have to pay the FPL bill if staff is there as opposed to students. So if this is just a herding of staff from one building to another around the county, I don't know how I feel about that and if that's a great use of these facilities or not. Get us the data. I don't want to make ill-informed decisions, and I hope my colleagues wouldn't want to either. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to correct the record for the public, the media, and also the board. Teachers losing job because we've closed previous schools is simply not true. I do not want teachers to be out there thinking the discussion or the eventual vote of closing the school is going to lead to them losing their job. That's simply not true. I definitely want to clear that up. We've talked at length about cost savings throughout the spring and also early summer. We'll certainly add additional information to the website so that everybody understands what those specific cost savings are. But I do also want to address the myth about just simply shuffling district staff to certain school facilities. There's a rhyme and a reason that we've talked about for specifically 4 buildings, 3 of which will garner revenue for this district, an enormous amount of revenue for specifically 2 of those. One is vacating the Rock Island facility, which we've already sold a few years ago, and we have to vacate that facility, and we have to have staff, the staff in those buildings to go to a specific location. 2 and 3, the 2 TSSC buildings that are surplus, that are already garnered interest from a couple of municipalities. And I'll talk to board members one-on-one about what direction they want us to go so we can start moving quickly in a sale on that specific, those 2 specific buildings, which will garner a lot of revenue for the district and tens of millions of dollars. 4 would be the KCW building, which we're intentionally moving staff out of this facility so we can actually lease this space, which goes directly into our general fund, and at the will of the board, whatever they want to use those proceeds for, which normally the conversation is about compensation for our school-based staff. So I just want to clear up any myths, any misinformation, or lack of understanding for the public and those who are listening, and also the media. And we'll make sure, right, I can acknowledge that we probably don't have all of that information online, but we'll make sure we have all the information online as well. Also have the information online for when we come back in September for the potential cost savings of closing any of the schools that are discussed. We already have that information. We've done that several years, so we'll just add.
Dr. Hepburn, are we also adding something special to the Palm Cove that will also
Oh,
increase
yes,
revenue?
absolutely. And on the website right now, for redefining, it'll list all of what we're doing at each school. And at Palm Cove, we're actually transitioning that to a branch campus for Sheridan Technical Center, which there's high demand for our technical schools, which also garner additional revenue as well. So a lot of these concepts, when we close the school, is about revenue generating opportunities for the district. One of the bottom lines for me is that when we close a school, it just doesn't sit there empty. And so there's some discussions I have with the board one-on-one about two particular facilities that I know is going to take a little bit longer because we're going to have builders and things involved, and that takes a while for them to get shovels in the ground. But I certainly want to generate some revenue for two facilities before that happens, since I know there's going to be a gap in time.
And I certainly appreciate the good intentions and the desire to take action in the future. Dr. Hepburn, as we sit here today, is Norfolk Elementary, has that property been leased or sold as we sit here today?
No, that property is in the midst of finalizing discussions with the board, which will come back. That's one of the properties I do want to talk about one-on-one with the board about the gap in time. I know how builders operate and getting a shovel in the ground to build those affordable housing solutions, and what we can do in the interim for revenue generating before they actually do that.
Dr. Hepburn, as you see it here today, has Palm Cove, the property of Palm Cove Elementary, been leased or sold yet?
That is going to be used for a branch campus for Sheridan Technical College, so we can actually generate workforce dollars based on the high demand.
But the answer to my question is a no, correct, sir?
Where it's not being leased because we're using it.
And it's not being sold, right?
Because we're using it for workforce opportunities, which bring revenues to the district.
I understand, but I just want to make sure we're clear and the public is clear.
And I want to make sure I'm clear too, sir.
I understand, but that property is not being sold and it's not offered for sale as you sit here today,
It's not going to be offered for sale.
Okay, Panther Run Elementary, as you sit here today, sir, has that property been leased or sold?
That property is relieving staff from the TSSC buildings, which will be sold, so we can have a place to put staff.
Okay, again, my question, very direct, very simple. As you sit here today, Panther
Well,
Run
sir, I
Elementary
just want
has
to
not
make
been
sure
leased or
that
sold.
the board and the community and the media has the correct information. I understand what you're saying about leasing, but there's other opportunities that we're taking advantage of so the district can continue to make money and have revenue for buildings that we're not using anymore due to surplus.
I understand what your intentions are and where your goodwill is. I just want to make sure that everyone is clear. As you sit here today, Panther Run Elementary has not been leased or sold. Is that an accurate
It's
statement?
not going to be leased or sold because we're using it to relieve staff so we can sell the TSSC building.
Okay, Plantation Middle School. As you see it here today, has that property been leased or sold?
That is a central operation for IT and also security, vacating the TSSC building so it can be sold.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is the answer to my question is no, right?
Correct.
Okay. How about Siegel Alternative? As you sit here today, has that property been sold
So
or leased?
we had an opportunity. The party backed out of it, and so that's one of the buildings I need to talk to the board about as we move forward to make sure we take advantage of some revenue generating options.
And I very much look forward to those conversations. But again, my question was very direct. As you sit here today, Siegel Alternative, has that property been leased or sold?
It has not.
Okay. Sunshine Elementary, sir, same question. As you sit here today, has that property been leased or sold?
That is housing the Rock Island staff, which we have to vacate because we've already generated revenue from selling the Rock Island facility.
Okay, so I think what you're saying that the answer to my question as to whether or not it's been leased or sold is no. Is that accurate?
What I'm saying is that the insinuating that we are not generating revenue because certain buildings aren't leased or sold is not true. There is a domino effect of moving staff from different locations to sell other buildings or for buildings that have already been sold so that we have, instead of leasing outside facilities, we can use our own facilities to house staff and save the district money.
And I appreciate the spin. I always can appreciate good spin, but my question is very direct because I want to make sure there's no doubt in anybody's mind that as you see it here today, Dr. Hepburn, Sunshine Elementary has not been leased nor sold as of August 25th, 2026. Is that an accurate statement?
That is an accurate statement.
Thank you.
And those facilities are being used to generate revenue for other things that have been sold or are in the mix of about to be sold.
Has any data been provided to the board about all this income?
Yes.
Okay. How much income has Sunshine Elementary generated for the taxpayers in this district?
So that income will be generated from the sale of the TSSC building, which is tens of millions of dollars to the district.
And is that under contract?
Not currently.
Okay, is it on the market?
Yes.
Do we have prospective buyers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'd love to learn more about that.
And Dr. Hepburn, I just wanted to clarify something about the timeline, because this is something that the community has raised with us, and I just wanted to be very clear again. We're doing a final vote in December. Can you explain why we're moving on that timeline?
Keep going in and out here. Yes, and I'll ask Dr. Wanza to help me with that, but it's pretty much to give the community time to exercise decision-making for other school choice programs, and just facilitating a shorter process just to help families make firmer decisions along the way. Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
Thank you, Chair Leonardi. So I also want to make clear, the board isn't voting right now today. What the board is doing today is exactly what they did last year in August. The board gave the superintendent and staff direction about which schools to go out and have community conversations about. So no decisions have been made today. What is different, and I said it from the onset, is in last year and the previous year, there were broad clusters of schools. And it really upset the entire community when it came down to, it only narrowed down to a few schools, and both the community and the board asked for more targeted discussions around specific schools. So that's the difference. And then the time is only reduced by 1 month. Last year, the board voted in January. This year, we were asked, could parents know before they go home for winter break? So that is why the vote is in December as opposed to January. But we certainly, will look at every opportunity, as we did last year, to have the public conversation in the open. It's sunshine. The board members come to all of the conversations. So today's conversation is not a vote to say these, we're going to close these 10 schools. It is to give the superintendent and staff direction around which schools to go out and engage the community in conversation.
Thank you. And I want, because this came up in some conversations I had with some commissioners yesterday about the timeline of it. And this was a request we had received from parents saying, please do this earlier so we can take advantage of the school choice window. So I just wanted us to be opening and considerate of that. And since you mentioned community meetings, are board members welcome to have their own community conversations at the impacted schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Thank you. So I'd like to talk about Forest Glen Middle School. I first would like to thank the Coral Springs Commission for putting a lot of money back into Forest Glen Middle School. The city has helped to redo the gymnasium floor and the bleachers. They've paid for that. And then they also refurbished our tennis courts and converted them into pickleball courts. That was approved, and they put, the cost to that was $70,000. So I appreciate the Coral Springs Commission for doing that. And so the conversation today, I do agree with Ms. Hickson as far as making Forest Glen Middle School a K through 8 school. I think that this is appropriate, I think, for the students and how the transition staying within the school of K through 8, it would be, I think, too challenging for 7th graders to go up into the high school. So I think it will create K through 8 will create a more stable environment. It gives more academic continuity. There's also leadership opportunities for the 7th and 8th graders. And then there also will be fewer discipline issues. So I support the Forest Glen Middle School being a K through 8. My question for Coral Springs Elementary School, and I know it's kind of been brought up, I guess, with all the schools that would be closing, what happens to them? So that those options and what happens, I think, is really important. We don't want to just hand it over to, a charter school, then that is just going to be taking students away from our traditional public schools. So I'm looking forward to that information coming back to us so we have a better understanding what will happen to the schools that would be closing. I do think Mr. Severa brought up a good point as far as understanding in the past what we saved for the district and that data supporting it. So I'm looking forward to getting that information back to us. I think it's important not only for us as board members, but also for the community to understand what the savings was from closing the 6 schools. For Forest Glen Middle School, I have a question regarding the district staff moving into the 1900 building on campus. From my understanding, there was supposed to be this year staff moving into that building. Is that happening or not yet?
So there is a plan to move staff from the academics division. It is on a schedule to be moved in. So that is definitely still an option, Mrs. Alda, to move staff into the vacant the vacant classroom addition.
Okay, great. And as far as I know on the list, there was different committees. I definitely think the facilities task force should be added to those committees. Not sure why is that currently not on the list?
Because so what I gave is what the board voted on last year. So all I did was remind the board, this is the direction that you gave us last year. Is this the direction next year? For this year, you want to change it? Please tell us who to include.
Okay, so I'm saying to include facilities task force. As far as the sports academies, I think that's a great idea, working with the Sloan Stevens. I love that idea. Sports academy gives students who excel in sports a different academy school to thrive in. And the Bear in West Pines, not really sure who goes to what, but I'm interested in exploring that partnership with those 2 schools together. And I would like to get more information as far as the timeline of the renting out the space of the Casey Wright building and what that income would be for the leasing to that space. I would like, Dr. Hepburn, for you to have conversations with the Coral Springs Commission and also Charter Schools USA. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues who painstakingly have gone over this, and I appreciate the effort and the passion of which you spoke. To answer some of the questions right off the bat for Dr. Wanza, I like the community engagement process to be exactly the same except for FTF. It's important that we actually have representation from them. So I agree with Ms. Al-Hadif on that one. I like the regional approach. Listening to, I think it was Ms. Thompson, about how large a swath her boundaries are, and that it would be cumbersome to just kind of group everybody together. I would be, deferring to my colleague who is more of a specialist in that area. I would like to have an opportunity to see if there's a different way that we could work that particular district, or as she's done before, I'm sure she would have town halls herself. But I did want to give her a backup for that. Also, I want to give a nod to Dr. Holness's idea for the pausing, and to look forward to that. And for me, getting a final definite vote from the school board to build that new building at Margate Middle is incredibly important time frame. And I know that it's going to be visited by the long-term planner. I look forward for that conversation with the school board, and definitely 100% supporting that, as we all did. Discussing going to be in the future, not in this particular year, was the possibility of Deerfield, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Wanza, Deerfield Park possibly being repurposed for another opportunity. So I have a request for that, and to actually get an update on the Autism Society. I think they had sent interest in probably an application to start one of their schools. I wanted to see an update on that, to see, have we processed that? Where are we in that? And would Deerfield Park be, I would actually throw it out that they could be a pilot for the district. I know that we've got Norcross jump and a skip away, and a large group of parents in that northern area that I feel this would be of great interest to them. So I'll pause for a response. Dr. Wanza?
Dr. Hepburn, it's okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
Okay. Thank
Sorry,
you,
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. So a new application has been submitted from around the autism charter. It has been submitted, and it is currently going through the review process. But they have since submitted a new application, and if it's approved and it goes through, what have you, then theoretically it could begin next school year. If they were, if they go through the application, the whole process. But yes, they have resubmitted an application.
Okay, and do you know when that was, Dr. Wanza? I mean, I know you said they just submitted a new one, but was there one prior to that, like last year, did they send one in?
So there was one submitted last year, and they withdrew it. And then in May of this year, they submitted a new application, and it is going through the review process.
Okay, and how long do you think this process would take, or is that more of an appropriate question to ask Attorney, oh my gosh, so sorry, Bruno, Dupuy-Bruno, how long that would that usually takes?
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. We have Dante Collins here, who can, in our charter school office, who can answer that question with more detail for you.
Thank you,
Dr. Hepburn. When my view is kind of skewed at times, so I apologize if I'm not calling staff because I can't see you.
Oh, not a problem.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Dante Collins, Director of Charter Schools Management Support Department. As Dr. Wanza shared, yes, the Autism Charter School did resubmit an application in May. It was either the third or fourth week in May, and shortly after, most of the reviewers on the Superintendent's Charter Review Committee are off calendar. They have since returned since the beginning of this school year. The application will be reviewed within the required time frame. In this case, the applicant did sign an extension waiver. I do want to share that the application will be reviewed, and a recommendation will be made to the superintendent within this fall season.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And could you walk me through briefly? Obviously, we would know the benefit to our community, but would we also garner money from that, or is it more enrollment would be coming back into the district, or is it a wash?
So I'll start. So Ms. Rupert, if they if the charter application is approved, 100% of the FTE goes to the charter school. It does not come to the district. if they ask to co-locate on one of our campuses and they are not this entity is not a Hope School operator, then we would go through what are the processes for a shared use agreement, looking at how much of rent, if that is permissible, how much rent and how much, we would charge them as it relates to using one of our facilities. And we would certainly make sure we follow every statutory regulation as that is prescribed. But the students would not be district students. If the students choose to enroll in that school, the FTE goes to that school, not if they were still district students. Ms. Collins,
Yes,
did I misspeak?
I understood that part. But I don't know if there's a possibility of even taking a percentage during the contract process. I may be totally, completely wrong, but even if we did not earn the FTE, we would be filling the need in the community desperately. And I would hope that we would still consider this because it is a giant need. In the other areas, they've been successful. And I think it's something that we really, with my heart, we really need to offer an opportunity to our parents here.
Thank you for the comment, Ms. Rupert. I do need to clarify for the team. Are you proposing to add Deerfield Park to the list to move forward with discussions for possible closure?
No, but in the list, it had them mention or just briefly mention to have conversations about possibly. I don't want to grab one into the district right now for this conversation, but if that is an opportunity, then we would maybe at the deadline. But I'm only saying this, and my community may not want it at all. Deerfield may not want it. So I would certainly not throw that idea out, but just even if it was another one of our schools in the district that we would be able to help would be a good idea. Just, I really wanted to be making sure that we were looking at every availability to help everybody. So I guess I don't want to just throw Deerfield Park into the conversation this minute. It's more of a South Florida Autism Society for the opportunity to not go in the back burner, but for us to still pursue looking forward to it. That's my point, because I know the community for Deerfield Park is absolutely passionate about their students and their community, as am I. Does that answer your question, Dr. Pepper?
Yes.
Okay. Let me flip back to my list here. Okay, I already said the regional one. I said Dr. Holness. We talked about Margate Middle and Deerfield Beach area. There is one more thing here. Oh, Forest Glen Middle. I like the K-8 idea. I would be supportive of that. And is there any of the questions that I haven't answered, Dr. Wanza?
No, ma'am. I think we have them all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. And I'd like to go before we do round two. So, I appreciate Ms. Thompson's comments about how we have a responsibility to consolidate schools, as did Dr. Zeman mention. We do. And last year, when a very special school in District 3 was recommended for closure, a school where my own child had attended, I voted to close it because I understood why we needed to make that decision. And even most of that community understood and acknowledged the need for that change. So when we are going out to do this very painful process, we need to do so with transparency, good and authentic communication, great care and empathy for students, families, and employees that are being impacted. And I think we need to make the guidelines and guardrails for that, consolidation very clear. And we need to be sure that all due diligence was done in this process, that all stakeholders were invited into the conversation. The community I represent found us lacking in those areas this year, and I want to acknowledge that and apologize for that. Lloyd Estates parents and employees found out that their school was on a list for potential closure from news vans outside their school on Friday. And that is unacceptable, and I am sorry for that. Moving forward, at the very least, we need to establish communication guidelines and guardrails for how we deliver this news to communities. We have to give the employees and families an opportunity to hear this news in person from their school leaders before we post it online. Additionally, the school leaders of the schools being considered for closure need to be a part of the process on the front end. I understand that if we ask any school principal, should we close your school? Of course, they're going to say no. I also think it's important to understand all of the context, all of the barriers, the history, and all of the difficulties we will encounter in this process so we can walk into it clear-eyed. So I have some questions, and the biggest question I've gotten so far from the community members that I've met with about this are what metrics were used to make these proposals. And my response has been that it's a combination of enrollment, the FCI, and adjacent school capacity. Dr. Hepburn, is that an accurate representation?
Yes, that's accurate.
So I think what might be helpful, because that feels a little bit opaque to people who hear that. And I'm wondering if there is a different way, someone asked me, like, what's the rubric that was considered for closure? And I think it might be helpful to have like a visual representation of schools that have been considered, that are being considered, and where they are on the FCI enrollment and adjacent school capacity. And I know that we have all of that information in the presentation, but it's not easily digestible for the public. So I'm wondering if we can, when we come back in September, if we can have like a very clear visual representation of how these metrics were used to justify adding these schools to this
No,
list.
absolutely, because some of the stuff may not be digestible by the public because they don't live in our world often. So we'll take a look and use some of our committee members who are parents to kind of use them to give us some feedback if we're going in the right direction to ensure that everybody in the public can understand what they're looking at.
Thank you. When Lloyd Estates was recommended for closure, were those involved in that recommendation aware of the fact that the Lloyd Estates community has been severely impacted by recent immigration policies? Was that, a part of the conversation?
Go ahead, Dr. Wall.
So I can tell you, no, Ms. Leonardi, it wasn't a part of the conversation, but we've had many schools, unfortunately, across our community. But I can tell you that was that specific criteria? No, ma'am.
Right, but I mean, was it when we were talking about let's add Lloyd Estates to this list? So let me back up. Let me add some more context because maybe I'm framing this incorrectly. So the Lloyd Estates community has been severely impacted by immigration policies to the point where families are very scared about bringing their children to school and what might happen to and from school, to the point where that community provides special buses for families to get their kids to and from school. That school community delivers meals to the impacted families. Was any of that a part of the conversation that like we may be impacting a community that's already very much experiencing it is very much marginalized,
No,
I guess.
ma'am, it wasn't. No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Was this part of the conversation that the district has invested over $6 million of smart bond funds on work that is still ongoing at the school? Was that part of the conversation?
No, that wasn't. And to be honest, when we look at many of our schools, a lot of the schools actually receive a lot of renovations from the smart bond. So we didn't consider that as a reason to take a school off the list, because we have so many schools that receive that investment in a couple of million to 10 to 20 million in some of the schools.
Got it. I understand that. Were the people involved in making this decision aware that a capital order for new desks and chairs was approved? I think it was either this week or last week for Lloyd Estates.
So I'll tell you this. So we have what we normally do once we start finalizing what schools and then getting direction from the board, we start cutting off certain orders or certain things that would cost a lot of money down the line. So that's we are aware of the orders. And so if the board today says, hey, this is a school you guys can move forward on, then we start turning off that faucet for certain things, just to make sure we're not spending unnecessary dollars if we're going to really move forward to bring this to a vote later in the fall.
Got it. Were the people who made this decision to put Lloyd Estates on the list aware of the investment from FDOT and MPO for the Safe Routes to Schools project? It was about $1.6 million that they invested for Lloyd Estates.
I'm not sure. I don't. Judging from Dr. Wands shaking her head, that's a no.
Okay. What were the people who made this decision aware of the funding commitment from CST to host extensive childcare at Lloyd Estates? And I just want to detail what the investment has been for that. And it's been featured on the news a few times. So Lloyd Estates serves as the city childcare and youth programming. The aftercare serves 150 students, summer camp 200 students, public school holiday care 100 students, winter break camp 100 students, spring break camp 100 students, Thanksgiving break camp 100 students. And this is a multi-year funding commitment, with the first year having been over $660,000, and then each year after that, $582,000. Were we aware of this, or was this part of the consideration?
So aware, yes. I actually sit on the CSC board, so I'm definitely aware. But as far as the consideration, again, we have lots of schools that get support from CSE. And so, the ease of coming back to the CSC to amend the grant to support a different school that these students may eventually wind up in is feasible as well.
Okay. Do the two proposed schools that, if Lloyd Estates were to be closed, would the two schools that would receive those students, Cypress Elementary and Oakland Park Elementary, do they currently offer that same level of childcare?
I am not sure.
Does anyone know?
I'll ask Ms. Hollingsworth. We'll look it up quickly to see what after-school care programs they have.
Yep.
Give us 1 second.
Right, and it's not just after-school care, because it's the care
The comprehensive.
during, and it's free, and that was a concern that was raised by people at the school, by obviously the Oakland Park city commissioners and city employees.
And while they're looking that up, one of the things we've done a great job with too is that if there's a specific program at a school and we're consolidating, we bring the program over to the other school as well, so that students aren't missing out on certain programming or services that they've received at the previous school.
So are we in a position to make that commitment?
Yes, we are. Yeah, that's what we work towards. We want to make sure that the student opportunities for the schools they're going to are actually enhanced.
Right, but so for this specific childcare component, since it is funded through CSC, do we have the ability to make the commitment that those two, so Cypress and OPE, would be able to provide that same
So,
level of care?
I will personally talk to Cindy Seltzer, myself, to see if we can actually amend that grant to put them at those two, the potentially two schools that the students would move to.
Okay. So I think one of our commissioners mentioned the Urban League Development Project in Oakland Park. Was that a part of the consideration? Are we, anticipating population growth due to that development?
Yes, we normally talk to our demographer, and Mr. Beck usually informs us of the opportunities as far as growth in the area.
Okay.
Yeah,
so because the enrollment projections for Lloyd Estates continue to I've seen the data on our website that it's showing that it's declining. So even with that Urban League development, we're not anticipating further enrollment.
Mr. Beck says no.
Okay. Can he explain that a little bit? Can someone explain that a little bit? Why?
Go ahead,
Because
Mr. Beck.
if I'm a resident in the city of Oakland Park, and if I lived one street over, I would be confused that you've got almost 500 units coming online. Why doesn't that translate into increased enrollment down the line?
Go ahead, Mr. Beck.
Okay, Joe Beck, Director, Demographics and Enrollment Planning. So the city provides us forecasted residential certificates of occupancy every year, and we monitor those. And every year, Oakland Park has development going on. Typically, we do not adjust our projections until the units come online and actual students start showing up living in those units. But so far, all of the schools in Oakland Park, with the exception of Northeast High School, have been decreasing in enrollment every year. So right now, we don't have any data to base an enrollment increase on, even though there will be a development across the street. And developments are going in across the street from lots of our schools that have no impact on enrollment whatsoever.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, because we're trying to pay attention to the developments, especially those live local ones, because we do want to focus on high density areas where we see families coming in, because that may be potentials for building a replacement school, potential land swaps to build to build a new school to deal with the density that may be expected in some areas around the county.
Got it. I think it's also important for us to consider the historical context of this community. So for instance, Lloyd Estate was essentially made a STEM magnet program, but not given the transportation to people who wanted to enroll in that magnet. You've got the whole Rickards catastrophe. Again, the impacts of recent immigration policies on this community. So I appreciate Ms. Thompson's imploring of us to not take schools off this list, because she is right. We do have a responsibility to right-size this school district. And to Ms. Bowman's point, when she was talking about one of the schools in her district, the fact that historically the district has neglected a school that has caused a declining enrollment, I don't know how we make that right in the end. And I don't know that people trust us to make that right in the end. And so we need to do something to build that back up. I agree with I want to go back to Lloyd Estates before I move on. I do have some concerns about rebounding Lloyd Estates to Cypress Elementary. I get that the zone abuts the Cypress Elementary zone, but what I've heard from a lot of people in Oakland Park, and specifically people who have been at Lloyd Estates for quite some time, is there has been a history of, I think back in the 90s, where Lloyd Estates fed into a bunch of different middle schools. Maybe one was in Oakland Park, but then there were several in different cities. And then they would come back to Northeast. So they would be in Oakland Park, go out of Oakland Park, and then come back into Oakland Park. And the community fought against that so that there could be a clean feeder pattern to stay in Oakland Park. So I'm wondering if there is a different way to look at how we would rebound the Lloyd Estates students to keep them in Oakland Park, whether that's sending all of the students to Oakland Park Elementary and all of the inboundary Lloyd Estates students to Oakland Park Elementary, or split them up among OPE and North Andrews. In I don't know, Florinata. I don't know how much capacity each of those schools have, and I don't know if it's the right answer to split them up amongst multiple elementary schools. I'm trying to think through the different nuances of this.
It's a good thought. The boundaries as represented on the slide decks are not written in stone, so there's still a work in progress based on the final consensus of today. And so, yes, certainly as we go back out to communities, talk to faculty, staff, parents, that some of these boundaries, as you see on the deck, will actually shift to address the specific needs that the community and the students and the parents have.
Got it. And I will pause my remarks because we do have a scheduled attorney closed door session for 12:30. One of the attorneys has traveled from Okeechobee. So I'm going to ask the board if we are willing to do we're willing to, abide by our time certain of attorney-client session at 12:30 and come back to round 2 after. Is there any objection to that? Okay. So board members, I am advised that the general counsel would like to request 2 attorney-client sessions. At this time, I'm requesting all persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time. General counsel?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene 2 attorney-client sessions in order to discuss litigation pending before the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, and the following matters. The School Board of Broward County versus certain underwriters of Lloyd's London subscribing to policy number PK 10617, case number 25-017957. A certified court reporter will record the entire session. We're going to the 10th floor. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session. School board members Sarah Leonardi, Chair Dr. Jeff Holness, Vice Chair, Lori Alderhalf, Maura McCarthy-Bowman, Adam Cervera, Deborah Hickson, Nora Rupert, Rebecca Thompson, Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, our Superintendent of Schools, Megan Moore, Condre Consul, and myself, Kathy Dupree Bruno. Immediately following that session, we will have another attorney-client session in the matter of Oakland Park Dixie LLC versus the School Board of Broward County in the City of Oakland Park, case number 26-003633. A certified court reporter will record the entire session. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session. School board member Sarah Leonardi, Chair Dr. Jeff Holness, Vice Chair Lori Alhadaf, Maura McCarthy-Bowman, Adam Cervera, Deborah Hickson, Nora Rupert, Rebecca Thompson, Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, our Superintendent of Schools, attorneys Samuel Zeskind and John Quick, outside cadre counsel, Assistant General Counsel Thomas Cooney, and myself. In anticipation of these requests, the attorney-client sessions were properly advertised for August 25th at 12:30 in accordance with Florida Statute 286.011 subsection 8. The purpose of these sessions are to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the pending litigations.
Chair, can I ask her a general counsel question? Dr. Holmes? Thanks. If you could, would you just indicate if we get done earlier, are we going to start earlier, or are we going to wait and start only at our time?
No, as soon as these attorney-client sessions are completed, we can reconvene this meeting.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
At this time, the School Board of Broward County, Florida will recess the school board workshop for the attorney-client sessions. The attorney-client sessions will be held in the 10th floor conference room at the Kathleen C. Wright Administration Center, 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 333301. The attorney-client sessions will take approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes. At the conclusion of the business of the attorney-client session, the school board workshop will reconvene.
person who you competed with got it.
The school board workshop is now reconvened. Just to end my comments, I want to summarize kind of where I was coming from specifically as it relates to Lloyd Estates, but also generally how we approach this moving forward. And I know that there's maybe not an agreement on whether or not this is the last year we're doing redefining, but I think in the case that we ever do approach this process of consolidating schools again, we really need some guardrails around how these things are communicated. And so I would just ask for consensus from the board that if in the future we do go through this process again, that schools that are recommended for closure, those communities have the opportunity to hear that news in person from their school leaders before the presentation is posted online. Is there an objection to that?
Nope.
Okay.
No objection.
Clarifying question. Are you saying that it's possibility that their school could be closed?
Correct. So like there was a list of schools that was published online. Some school communities heard about it from news vans outside their school. The principals were not given ample enough time to communicate that this was a potential to their faculty and to their parents beforehand.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that word potentials.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
The other issue that we've kind of discussed a lot today is the Schools of Hope issue. And this has been kind of an existential thing that we've been dealing with for over a year now. And I've heard several of my colleagues say this, but I just wanted to give clear direction to the superintendent that we would very much like to see a plan moving forward, a clear-cut plan for how we're going to approach this issue of Schools of Hope in the future. Is there any objection to that?
No.
Well, I don't have an objection, but, and I'll defer to the super on this. Is this more like case-by-case specific as to which one of our facilities can fall into this? I'm almost hesitant to just have like a general plan as opposed to focusing in on specific. You know, if one school is like just right there on the cusp, we may have to act differently than another school where like 17 things have to happen before they can fall on the cusp.
No, you're correct on that. It is a case by case. There's specific criteria that makes the school eligible for co-location by Hope Charter School. So we plan on bringing that back for any of the schools that we've discussed today that may be eligible for a Hope Charter, so the board has clear information to make an informed decision and know what our risks are, especially.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I would like to clarify though, because I think that would be part of the plan, right? Yep. Is doing an analysis, see which schools are could be impacted in the future, what we're going to do about that, so that we are protecting our school district and our assets as much as possible. And then I do agree with Dr. Zeman's suggestion on all of these sites having a tilt towards affordable housing. I think that is a huge need in this county by everyone, by young people, by our employees, by our elderly. So I think, having that tilt towards making sure that we can do our part in terms of making this a more affordable place to live is really important. I think that summarizes my comments for now. I do have some concerns around Lloyd Estates. Oh, I did have a question about the enrollment at Lloyd Estates, and I think this was kind of not made clear, and I wish, well, I'll keep that to myself. What was the enrollment projected to be for Lloyd Estates for this year? Do we know, Mr.
Yes, we can give that to you, Ms. Leonardi.
Is it 377? It was projected to be 377.
So, yes, that's correct. 377 was the projection for this
And
year.
what is the current enrollment now?
Today, as of the 10th day count last Friday, the enrollment was
Is it 358?
362.
Okay, so 360. So even, I mean, we were projecting enrollment at Lloyd Estates to decline, and it declined even more than what we were projecting. Is that an accurate statement?
That's correct. I over projected it by 15 students.
And I just want to end on this. You know, I asked a list of questions about whether any of these things were considered when Lloyd Estates was put on this list. You know, the child care that the city and Children's Services Council do for Lloyd Estates, the investment that FDOT and MPO made in the safe routes to schools, you know, the context for this community that they've been through over the last, you know, year and a half, and the way that this news was delivered. The answer to many of those questions was no, this was not considered. And I really hope that, again, moving forward, the principals and school leaders are brought into the conversation on the front end, not to ask for permission, right? Not to say, like, can we close your school? But what are the different things that we need to be considerate of so that we can communicate on the front end, and also just like understand what we're walking into and all of the different pain points. And I certainly will hold you to it, Dr. Hepburn, that the services that are being offered at Lloyd Estates will be offered at school at the respective schools receiving those students, including that child care element, if Lloyd Estates is indeed selected for closure. And then in September, I would really like to also see different, a more thought out proposal around like where we would rebounder those kids to. All right, I'll go to round two, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions. So for Forest Glen, the staff movement, I feel like we left that kind of up in the air. So Mrs. Aladef had asked if we were moving staff in, and the answer was we could move staff in, but we didn't really have an answer as to were we moving staff in. So can you just expand on that?
So the answer is yes. We have a schedule for staff to move. We had identified some staff from the academics, the secondary learning division of academics to move in. We have not gotten to that place in the schedule yet because Mr. Dorsett's team is actually getting the rest of the staff out of Sunshine. The board just approved, I believe, a vendor to assist us with all the moving, because right now it's internal district staff that's doing it, but they're on the schedule to have some staff move into Forest Glen.
And do we know when that will be?
Right now, good evening again, Mark Dorsett, Task Assigned Chief Facility Officer. Right now, originally, we were only looking at utilizing the first floor. Now we're looking at utilizing the second floor as well. I mean, the second reverse. We're looking at utilizing the second floor first. Now that Dr. Cohn's department is going to be moving in there, we're taking the entire building. So there's still some planning to be done on the first floor as to what is going to take place there. And as soon as we get that going, we'll initiate the process in moving his department into that building.
Okay, so do we think it'll be in 2 months, 3 months?
I can get that for you. I just need to see where we are with regard to the design. We have someone from pre-construction doing the planning and organizing who goes where and the seating capacity and all of that. So they're doing that now.
Okay, thank you. And with that in mind, does that portion of the capacity, has that been decreased at Forest Glen because we were moving people in? Because that would make a difference for next year, what their percentage of capacity is.
So we'll get the capacity. It is, I think it's a 24 classroom addition is the space, and Mr. Beck, you can correct me. I think it's either 18 or 24. It's a building, obviously, that is not connected to the main campus. While it will reduce some capacity, it won't take 50% of the capacity away.
Right, no, I know that, but the concern before was that the capacity number isn't accurate based on a number of things. One was that the portables, which you addressed before because you said portables aren't part of the capacity number. And then the other piece was that if secondary learning's coming in, we don't count that as a student stations anymore. So was that being considered already, or are we waiting until?
So we're waiting to get the final determination from the board, right? So it isn't a part. The district staff that's moving in has not been taken off yet, because if the board gives us another direction, so I'll give an example. Panther Run Elementary School. We know that Panther Run has been designated as an opportunity where we're going to move district staff to. But if something happens in this year's discussion, and it's actually more prudent or fiscally responsible, or whatever term you want to use, for us to look at another facility to move staff to and actually use that for affordable housing opportunities, we want to make sure that we do that dive too, so that we aren't, so that we're trying to measure twice, cut once. But the answer to your question is no. The capacity of the number of staff that will go in that building has not been reduced from the total yet.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is about the autism school, which I'm very glad to hear that they reapplied, because I felt like it was quite a loss when they didn't. And I originally, in conversations we were having, Forest Glen was sort of part of that conversation. But so I'll just throw it out there again. Would Forest Glen be a place where maybe that autism school goes?
So when the conversation happened, they were really interested in Coral Springs Elementary. Is when the conversation first happened, and so it would be up to them if when they approach the district as to which space, and then as the conversation continues to go about Forest Glen. If the board does reach consensus to have Forest Glen become a K-8 school, we need to talk about funding for facility modifications in the same manner that the board did for Glades Middle School.
Thank you. And I threw out the K-8 part only because the concern is really moving. Like, every community is different. Some don't mind having the 6 through 12 where we see it's successful. This community has been very vocal in the emails they've sent us that they're not interested in moving their middle schoolers to a high school. So I don't know what that might look like, and maybe K-8 doesn't work, but I would really like to look at different opportunities there.
I'll just end with this, Ms. Hickson, on that one. So the capacity of the building at Coral Springs where the staff is, at Forest Glen where the staff is going to move in, that the capacity is 475. So when you take the 475 off of the current 1,600 and something, you're still at 1,250 seats, and the enrollment is in the 7s.
Okay, thank you for that follow-up. And I'll just, I guess, end my round 2 with the idea, I don't mind affordable housing being part of this, but I live in a city where development has gone over the roof and people aren't living in the developments they're developing. So I don't know that I want to lean towards all of these, our movements being affordable housing. I think you need to look at what's needed and what spaces that we have, and look and see if there's other things that are important for the community. I'm not saying that I don't think we need development, but I will say that we've developed, and when you drive down the street, I doubt that even half of the buildings are full with people. And those are buildings that are expensive, but I don't know how affordable housing, I just think it's not a bad idea, but I think we need to be cautious in what we're doing with that, because if we build things and people aren't living in it, it's not going to help us any. So thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I had a couple of questions. So if we are to consider Forest Glen K-8, will we be closing elementary schools to put those kids in there?
So at minimum, we would have to close at least one, maybe two, but definitely one.
Okay. So I think if that proposal is to come back, we need to know what schools would be closed to be put in there. And then I just wanted to get a question. Were the principals notified prior to the list being put on the website?
So yes, I did have a virtual meeting with all the principals, gave them an opportunity if they had questions. One or two did have questions. One of the things that I will say is this is pretty much what we did last year. We notified the principals before the lists were published, and we certainly hear the feedback and the direction from the board for today, and we'll have to make sure that that is incorporated going forward. And we will be cognizant in how we balance communication, getting out in the public with making certain the board is fully aware. And then, so we certainly heard the direction that the board want us to go in, and we will make sure we deliver on that expectation.
Okay, because I think probably more time between them getting notified and then the principals could send a parent link or something so it's coming from them. Because I think if it comes from a robocall or something from us, if they're anything like me, it goes to voicemail and you don't listen. And then I just wanted to clear the record a little bit and just remind my colleagues that we were given cost savings estimates. We were giving them multiple times throughout this process, specifically December 8th, 2025, during that workshop. And then the final proposal during our voting meeting, there was both the impact of each individual proposal and the impact as a whole. So that information was provided to us from staff multiple different times. And I also just wanted to clarify that, to my recollection, there was never a conversation to sell Panther Run or Palm Cove or Sunshine. It was always a discussion of what would be the best use. Panther Run initially was discussed to be an ESC center. That we went out to the community. They were not interested in that. And then Sunshine was discussed to be office or district use or some other district use. That is the language that was used. So we need to be clear when we're talking that we are not hiding this plan. We are not keeping board members or the public in the dark. We have been abundantly clear about both estimated cost savings. So I agree that having an updated reflection of what we've saved so far would be helpful. But there was transparency in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back and just summarize real quick. Dr. Hepburn started this conversation today by announcing that our head count on day 9 or 10 of this year was higher than the day one, which is what we expected. But when you add last year and this year, that's 21,000 students. Dr. Hepburn, how many schools is that equivalent to for the 2-year decline in Broward County's enrollment? 21,000 equals how many, say, average elementary schools?
Average elementary schools?
Yes, sir.
That's over 200 elementary schools. No, I'm thinking 60,000. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah.
That is about 35
right.
elementary schools.
And this board is debating 10. Just think about it. Like our decrease in facilities required in 2 years is at least 35. Might be bigger, depending on what size elementary school. And so, and I made a mistake, by the way, Chair, I just want to correct. It's 26 on my list. I counted wrong, so I apologize for that. But the opportunity to do more, you can call it ripping off the Band-Aid, you can call it failing to kick the can, you do whatever you want. But if we focus on the Broward County we want, and the Broward County schools ways we want to spend resources on teachers and instructional quality and professional learning and professional development and all those things that we fight, scrape, and argue about in the operating side, we have to be serious about reducing costs. To one of my colleagues' concerns about saving money, Dr. Hepburn, when we estimated, to Ms. Thompson's point, closing an elementary school, it reduces our fixed cost by $1.2 million. So the 6 we closed last year, if I did my math right, is $7.2 million we took out of the budget this year because we don't have a principal, we don't have an assistant principal, we don't have an SRO to pay, we don't have guidance counselors and food nutrition service and custodials as much. We have a little bit of custodial because we got to keep the place pest-free and water-free, but it does save $1.2 million in fixed costs per year per elementary school. That money, Dr. Hepburn, I think is already a cost that you have counted in the reduced cost size starting this year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. I also want to point out we're on day 15 of this school year today. And the fact that we're still moving people around and getting the district, to make good decisions about where we put folks is an okay field. Dr. Hepburn, in our conversations, I'm always pushing for faster speed and more agility. But day 15 is awfully quick. We just got out of North Fork. The last kids finished up, and we did not start there on August 10th. Today's August 25th. So that would be a really remarkable speed if we had everything kind of settled and in place by that time. Chair, I also want to make sure that the two parts of my proposal are shared with the community. One is there's 26 schools. That list is being distributed to everybody. It came as a result of a question that I asked. And then it was modified a little bit as more and more data came in. But I also proposed taking a break next year. And I want to be really clear about why taking a break seems to be wise to consider. Right now, we're going to tell people on the current schedule in December who's on the list for rebounding and then eventual not having students there next year. That gives principals and assistant principals, HOA leaders, community leaders, business leaders 4.5 months of time with kids to fight to increase enrollment. Then we're going to turn around and take another data snapshot on day 1 of the next year and see who's getting closed again. I really believe that we should take a big bite this year, close the 26 schools, and give everybody a year off, and then let's see who's actually gaining enrollment. Let's see what the community thinks about things the way they are, because then all of our team leaders would be able to make substantive changes and demonstrate what the community really wants in their areas. Chair, I'm also concerned about something else that I'd be concerned about your thoughts of. We had a city manager from Dania Beach come in here last year and talk to us about Olson Middle School. The commitment was to open an emergency operating center and to make a significant investment in the park next door to Olson. It became evident a few months later that the city was not going to move its emergency operating center there. And recently, the city of Dania Beach withdrew its $6 million commitment to building a park due to some of the threats that came with the new referendum. Again, not something that they could control. I'm concerned about the veracity of some of the things that people are proposing to us. Someone has an idea and it's influencing what we're doing. Dr. Hepburn, all I would ask is that you assess the veracity of those things. Like, I think if Sloan Stephen wants to open a tennis academy next to Olson, I'm fascinated by that. I mean, I really am. I think that community would really, it would double enrollment. I think we'd create tennis stars if there was a real commitment to doing that. If Sloan Stephen wants to put her name on something and we build it, that doesn't move the needle for me very much. So I would just ask that instead of just throwing out these ideas, that we come back and say, hey, this is 50% baked or 80% baked or 95% baked, so that we know. And that goes for conversations with cities too. Some cities have ideas about, if this school isn't operating as a school, I'd like it to be this. I'd love them to pass a resolution or something formal so that we can, kind of move forward with that as part of our discussions before December. Is that something you could at least attempt to do before we make final decisions?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Are you done?
Sure. That's
Yeah,
all I got.
okay.
Thank you for your second on, I'm sorry, Ms. Hickson. Vacancy rate in subsidized housing in Broward County is 0. So what we're talking about in affordable and workforce housing is a percentage of your income gets paid in rent. And if you're below that threshold, it still goes down with it as a percentage of rent. So if you move into a house that is limited to $100,000 of family income, but your family income is $60,000, you pay 60% of the rent that you would make at that. That housing is scarce as hen's teeth. Every time we open it, there's 10 applicants for every unit that there is there. We'll have that, if we use the model that we have for North Fork, that is workforce and affordable housing, we'll have 10 applicants for every one of the units there as well. So what we're talking about is subsidized housing where the property owner and the developer cut a deal, so they 30 years of offering a certified affordable workforce housing through the county's definition, and those things have more applicants than they have units. So in Hollywood, they're building nice units. They're still nice and expensive, so it's hard to buy them, I guess, especially at the high mortgage rates right now. But what I was talking about is really these units that are subsidized, and that will generate more students for us in the area, and we'll know where they are because it's a former school site, and we'll know what boundaried area they're in, which we can actually track it over time. So just wanted to be clear about what I was proposing anyway. I'm not proposing market-based housing because that is, does it sell or does it rent or not? So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Dr. Hepburn, we did mention, I think Dr. Wanza mentioned 4 schools that would be considered or could possibly be considered as Hope schools that we're looking to close, or it could be occupied by Hope schools. I believe one of those 4, which is William Dandy, received a letter. If you could correct me, Dr. Hepburn, did the other 3 receive any letter of intent to occupy?
No.
Okay, so what I would strongly recommend, Dr. Hepburn, is that the schools that are identified as possible schools to be occupied by Hope schools through an intent letter, that if we close those schools, that we also immediately have a purpose for those schools. I don't think we have the luxury of waiting to decide what we're going to do with it. So I would recommend that when those schools are presented to us, that it's also presented what we intend to do with it, if we intend to sell it, if we intend to lease it, if we intend to occupy it, and that we move expeditiously to do so once the final decision is made during voting.
Yep, you got our commitment on that.
Okay. Also, regarding Banyan Elementary on page 12, Dr. Hepburn, I know that this is one of the schools looking to be closed. Just out of my curiosity, the FCI on this particular school is 27%. In the future, Dr. Wanza through Dr. Hepburn, can we also have the FCI for the impacted schools? Because I'd like to do a comparative. If we're closing a school and moving students over to 2 or 3 other schools, knowing the FCI for those receiving schools would be also helpful to me as a board member to have at least enough information to make a decision. So, Dr. Hepburn, the FCI for Discovery and Village, I'm assuming those are higher or no?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So we will check. What I can tell you is that Discovery is the newest of those 3 schools. Right. My colleague to my right here actually opened the school, Discovery, and then I'll check because I know that some work has been done at Village. So we will check to give you the FCI of both. What we will do is whatever direction the board gives us today on whatever the final list of schools are, we will have the side-by-side comparison. So if it is Banyan going potentially to Discovery and Village, we will make sure we have the data that you see for Banyan. It'll be the same thing comparison for you to compare for Village and Discovery.
Okay, so I think in the future when we have more
Yes.
presentations, having the FCI for all of the impacted schools would be really helpful. Also, so can you tell us again or reiterate what the driving factor was to choose Banyan as opposed to if FCI wasn't considered?
So FCI is a part of it, but the main driver is enrollment and then the ability for the capacity, the ability for the schools, for surrounding schools to take additional capacity. So when you look at Banyan, and Banyan has 300 and...
Banyan is 67% enrolled, and
right.
Village is 70%.
However, when you look, so when you look at Banyan, when you can't fit Discovery or Village into Banyan, but you can split Banyan into 2 neighboring schools. So really the first factor we look at obviously is enrollment and percent of capacity usage of a building, and then the adjacent space around the schools.
Okay, so question, and I'm not saying we shouldn't proceed, but I'm just trying to understand the factors that you use, because couldn't we split Village into Banyan and Discovery?
So Village has a higher enrollment at 500, almost 580, almost 600 students.
Correct. Okay, got it. Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Wanza. So I'll move on to Silver Lakes on page 14. I am supporting Board Member Thompson's suggestion on page 14. On page 15, I'm supporting Board Member Bullman. And then as we move over, page 17, Board Member Bullman, I'm supportive. And regarding Forest Glen, I have a couple of questions. It's been suggested that Forest Glen become a K through 6. So, question, Dr. I'm sorry?
K through 8.
K through 8. So, question, regarding do we have any example of schools? Because what's being proposed here is that the grade 6 goes to some of the elementary schools. Do we have any example of elementary schools that has a grade 6 that we can make reference to that in Broward County?
So as a standard K-6, the answer is no, we don't have just a standard K-6. What we have done is added grades on to the elementary school to grow an elementary to a K-8. So the thought process here was to keep the students in their current feeder pattern. That is a potential option to keep the students in their current feeder pattern. And again, as I said, if it's the board's direction to not do K6s, but to really do Forest Glen as the K8, then the board does need to designate some funding for the facility modifications that have to take place at the Forest Glen campus.
Okay, so let me ask a question as you mentioned that. The FCI for Forest Glen is 29%. What is the FCI for the surrounding elementary school?
I will have to get that to you, Dr. Holmes.
Okay. Right, so
and we'll bring that.
Right, because that would be relevant in making this decision, right? Because if all of these surrounding elementary schools are fairly new and Forest Glen is 29 and needs a lot of work, then that factors into what our decision would be, right? I don't know what the age of these elementary schools are.
So that is correct. And again, and I just want to keep just saying,
right,
the board isn't deciding today which schools are actually, they're not voting today to close
I understand that. Yeah.
It's what schools to go have the conversation with the community. So if we go out, to the community and have the conversation around Forest Glen, they may come up with a design that we didn't think of, and it could be something that we want to contemplate, do some research, and bring that back to the board as well. But we will certainly have the FCI data as requested as a part of the conversation if we go forward with this school.
Right. So I would say then for Forest Glen, if there are a couple of these elementary schools that has similar FCI as Forest Glen, then I would be supportive of Forest Glen being a K through 8 and looking to close one or two of those elementary schools that would have a much lower FCI and move those kids into Forest Glen. So the FCI, again, for me is important for all of the impacted schools. And lastly, for William Dandy Middle, I think my point has been made, and I believe that, and it's not, I'm not shying away from closing any school. In fact, I believe this is something we must do. I believe in the case of William Dandy, the timing is not right. KIPP is moving in there a year from now. Let's see what that is. I don't want to just hand over William Dandy to KIPP and say, take it for yourself, then we have to maintain it. I just don't think it's a good decision. But in essence, I am supporting closing the middle school part of Dillard. So I am actually supporting closing, but closing the middle school part of Dillard and moving those kids over to Parkway. And we can revisit William Dandy later, Dr. Hepburn, when we see how KIPP fits into it, because I don't want to move ahead and have KIPP take over the entire William Dandy, and then we're maintaining the school, we give it away, and there's no return for us. So I would prefer that we delay that. And Madam Chair, that is it for me. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn, may I just add something to what Dr. Holness said? So if that is the direction of the board, that William Dandy comes off for us to study the impact of KIPP and all of that for next school year, and and have the middle school students at Dillard assigned to Parkway, then we are adding Dillard to the list, but only for the middle school portion only, because we do have to have conversations with those families, because we're changing the boundary of those schools. So I just want to make that plain so that the board understands that. That's all.
Thank you, Mrs. Alduff.
Thank you. So one of the things, I think some of the board members touched on this, but the long-range facilities master plan report, I know this is something that is in the process and will be coming forward to the board, but this report is crucial in making these decisions. And so I know we have to move forward because we financially need to do that, and there's a process and timing, and I think Dr. Hepburn, your staff is doing the best that they can with the information that you have. But this data in the long-range facilities master plan report is really going to help to guide a lot of these questions that we have and help to make the best decisions for Broward County Public Schools. So, Dr. Hepburn, when do we expect, or can you give the board a timeline of when we're going to receive this final long-range facilities master plan report?
So as far as the report and the master planner. So the master planner, we expect to have that for approval to the board in October. As far as a report from the master planner, it takes them time to actually review the facilities condition assessment and all of that. So I can't give you a timeline on said plan from the master planner. The facility condition assessments are pretty much complete. A majority of the comprehensive summary for each school is actually online for, I think, probably all the schools by now. If I'm not mistaken, I haven't been on it in a while, but I know they've been adding schools throughout the summer as well. But the master planner approval for the board will be sometime October.
Okay, so I think that's really important for the board to keep on top of. Mm-hmm. So you have the master planner that's going to come in October, but then there's going to be a report that's going to take months after. And that report is crucial in making these decisions. So a pause is a good idea, but I know that, again, financially and timing, we have to move forward with some of these decisions. So I would suggest expediting the schools that Dr. Hepburn, you brought forward to the board today as priority schools for the master planner to report on as quickly as possible, to start with those schools that they do the report. So that's one thought. The next is in regards to affordable housing. I do not think Broward County Public Schools should get into the job of affordable housing. We need to stay in our lane, which is education. And then as far as this document that was emailed to us with 26 schools, I'm confused on where this document is coming, who owns this document, who requested this document, and is this coming from Dr. Hepburn? Is this coming from a board member? Because based on what this document says, it's very unclear. So if you clarify.
Which document you're referring to?
The one with the 26 schools.
What's the specific question about the document?
Well, where did it come from? Is this from staff? Is this from a board member?
So this is a document in preliminary while we're going through all the other rigors of deciding what schools to present as recommendations to the board. So we start with a baseline about without all the additional variables, what schools simply can be closed if there's adjacent capacity. So this is like just plain and simple, all the schools that can fit into another school if you had to close as many schools as possible. This doesn't account for other variables such as current partnerships, other external circumstances that we need to consider to boil it down. It may be in an area where the transportation mileage for consolidating the school is just too much and unreasonable to transport families from one school to a next because it's so far. So this is just bare bones what schools can fit into another school. That and simply nothing else. So it's a bare bones document. It doesn't consider all the other factors that we put into it.
Okay, I'm just concerned that this is really stirring up the pot within our district, and when we say your school could be closed, it's causing chaos within that school, and parents might decide, you know what, my list is on, my school is on this list. You know what, I'm just going to send my kid to a charter school. At least I know it's, not going to be closed in the future. I understand today's workshop has a certain amount of schools, but I think adding this into the mix to the conversation is actually very dangerous to the whole conversation. And so again, I guess so why wasn't this part of the backup? If this was,
because these aren't part of my recommendation.
Okay, so can you talk about that?
Yeah, my recommendations are specific as what's before the board right now.
Okay,
Yep. So this is what we're depending on the board to give us direction moving forward of what schools to go out and focus on. If it's the will of the board to add additional schools or decrease the number of schools, that's the will of the board, and we'll follow that and go out and have those discussions with the community.
Okay, so this document is not part of the recommendation. So this is not where these schools are going to be potentially. It's not part of your recommendation.
This is not part of recommendation. This is why it's not attached to the agenda item.
Okay, I just wanted to make that abundantly clear because I don't want people to be upset when Scott Travis asked for a public record and this is now on social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to tie up a couple loose ends, especially for some of my colleagues who may have forgotten what my earlier positions were regarding the repurposing and closing of schools. One of the main things that I took into consideration when I voted on the 6 schools previously was, in fact, whether or not we could lease or sell those properties. That's something that weighs very heavily on my mind, just like it is here now, which I believe, Dr. Wanza, if I'm not mistaken, that's option 4, right, on the slide that we also have to discuss today, is whether or not that is something that can be contemplated. So to suggest that the leasing or sale of the 6 facilities that we voted on previously to repurpose and close was not, leasing and selling was not on the agenda or not on anybody's mind, I think is a tad disingenuous. Because I can't speak for my colleagues, but certainly it was something that I considered very heavily before I voted. That being said, Mr. Superintendent, I want to put Zeman's list to the side for a second because I know that's not part of your formal recommendation for purposes of today. For purposes of today, we are talking about the 10 institutions that are in the presentation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there a possibility or potential to have all of those, depending on obviously the will of the board, to have all of those buildings and land either leased or sold? Or is there any that are excluded from that bucket?
No, there's possibilities for all schools, lease, sold to sell, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the record is clear that that is something that I am considering. Don't know which way I'm going to vote quite yet, and obviously with this new information about the 27 schools to be taken into consideration, but I just want the record to be crystal clear that there is an option and there is a discussion about the possible sale and or leasing of these 10 proposed schools that are part of the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pullman.
Thank you. So I guess to the point about leasing and selling and just the general overall financial situation that we're in, do we have, or should we have goals of what it is that we, what is the amount of money that we're trying to save and what are we trying to achieve? Because when we're just kind of blindly, I mean, that might be a frustration. If we know, hey, we need to save $50 million this year and this is how we're going to do it, I think it's a lot easier to get to that goal when you can check off the boxes and show that we're doing it versus just kind of knowing that we have to do something, but, not really knowing what the outcome of it is. I mean, it might just be an easier pill to swallow, and it might be an easier way for people to see the big picture if that's how we're approaching it. So I don't know what my colleagues think about that, but I think maybe we should set some goals on what we need to, what our goals are to remain financially viable, and maybe over a course of a couple of years that they're projected as a minimum goal. I don't know if anyone else feels like that. So the other thing I wanted to say is to my dear Dania Beach, there was talk that they would put an emergency center in one of the schools, but then it became unviable because it was proposed to be east of US 1 and that you can't put an emergency center east of US 1 because of flooding and hurricanes, and it's an evacuation. And there was also talk of doing it at a nearby elementary school, but the condition was such that they couldn't do it. So there was no disingenuous attempts to do, save the school by saying that they were going to do that. It just, upon looking, they were negotiating with us to create adjacent athletic facilities, and we actually had that on the agenda, but it was pulled, not by me. So I think, there's two things can be true at the same time. I think it's great that we have our county-wide and you're looking at the big picture, but also on the ground, you have to be careful about how we're negotiating because about, on a school-by-school basis. And so I've been working really hard with them, and I think that they've been coming in good faith to work with us in a lot of different ways. So I just want to clear that up because it's not for lack of trying that we haven't been able to hit a perfect solution yet for that. So that's it. But yeah, goal setting, I think, might help us all have a better picture of what we're looking at financially.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, Dr. Hepburn, are there any areas in this district that are seeing either a stable pregnancy rate or increasing in population?
I will have to do some research on that for you, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, so I've heard that areas of Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach, and you and I have had that discussion before, so I would love to have the new any updated info that you have on that. Okay? Thank you.
Affirmative.
All right. And then I just had some comments for round two. I completely agree with Ms. Bullman around the goal setting. And I don't know, Dr. Hepburn, if, if that's the board needs to set some goals and expectations, or if that's a you thing, or if it's something we collaborate on.
Well, I would say, so when it comes to addressing the school needs, right, facility needs and right-sizing our facilities, of course, for us, the goals are lofty, but I think this is a conversation between myself and the board because these are schools, right? These impact communities, these impact families and students and also potential students. So we know what we've dealt with the past 2 years. The declining or fall of enrollment is not going to stop anytime soon and probably have some criteria and precursors of how do we react when this continues. But I think we're a little bit behind because a lot of stuff should have been addressed a while ago, a long time ago, because the decline in enrollment isn't just about the past 2 or 3 years. It's been declining for quite some time, and we haven't made any decisions in the past to kind of help us make some less impactful decisions right now. So I think it's a good workshop opportunity. Maybe we talk about it in the September 22nd workshop when Mr. Beck can provide some outlook information about potential student enrollment at certain areas of the district and county, looking at birth rates, like the question that Ms. Rupert asked for, so we can come up with some goals that we can shoot for. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think about, so like every day when I go to pick up my child in school, I see a giant poster of our strategic plan that's done in 2027. And so I'm always thinking about now, like, what are our like goals as an organization? And for me, that would be like giving students an opportunity to thrive academically, socially, mentally, making sure that there are kids in our schools who are happy and safe and learning, that our employees are happy and safe and thriving in their roles, and that we are a healthy, sustainable organization. And a lot of that relies on this process of redefining our schools. And so I don't know how we come up with like, a monetary goal of saving. I appreciate Dr. Zeman's pushing us to deal with this in a more substantial manner. I have some questions around that. And I don't know how we come up with those goals and measurable outcomes for this process, but I think we really do need to set some clear expectations, like we want to save this amount of money, we want to close this many schools, with the end goal of also, like, we need to give people something to feel hopeful about. So with the goal, and you've talked about this, about building new schools, like replacement schools, so that kids can go into a building that is safe and dignified and new and exciting, and they have all the specials that they want and all of the opportunities that they need. I think we need to have a much larger conversation around that, and it's easy for me to say we're in the middle of this process right now. So I do agree with Dr. Zeman to some extent, where we need to take like a big bite out of this apple now and take a beat and kind of build a more strategic plan around how we embark on this process in the future. So I know that's a lot to ask.
Yeah, no, and you speak strategic plan. So the current strategic plan sunsets at the end of this current school year. So there's a parallel runway that we're going to be working on. Right, one runway is working on redefining. The other runway is working on the strategic plan this school year too. So there'll be more to come about that for board discussion as well. So one thing the team and I have talked about with the strategic plan, which is traditionally solely focused on student performance and student achievement outcomes, this strategic plan has to have operational components embedded in it as well. So we'll be having more discussions about that in the near future.
I appreciate that. I have a few things for follow-up that I would like. Enrollment for the past 5 years for all of the proposed schools. I can't seem to find that on our demographics enrollment planner online for some reason. So even if it's just someone sends me that would be helpful. I would also like some information around the in-boundary students attending. So let me back up. Let me go to a slide so it's easier to say. So we have information about like the number of in-boundary students attending a school, the out-of-boundary students attending, the students living in boundary attending charters, the students living in boundary attending other BCPS schools. I would like that information for all of the Northeast Innovation Zone schools, if possible. And then to Dr. Zeman's point about, because the city of Dania was not the only situation where we had a proposal for a school and then an organization pulled out later on. And it kind of gets to this point where I've been bringing up, we need a very formal process for accepting these proposals. And I sent over a white paper proposal to the general counsel and to you about, people having to pay to be considered to for a proposal, and other government agencies do this. So I'm wondering where we are with initiating a more formal process, Mr. Bruno.
So I can say that the board approved its P3 policy, which does require an application fee now. So that's in the work. And I can tell you also that there are processes in the white paper that you submitted with the specialization for the members who are reviewing. That's something that we are also putting into effect. And we actually have a meeting that's going to, I think, sometime this week to review that.
Excellent. Could we just get an update on that afterwards? Thank you. And I think I had one more question. Dr. Zeman's proposal, and I just want to be clear again, was that document, was that requested as a board member follow-up?
So I know in general, there was a general board member follow-up that listed number of schools per level. And then I think Dr. Zeman's referring to that, and the board wanted the list of schools. So that's what we just sent. Yeah. Got it.
Okay. So it was just someone was asking questions about, data that is available, and that was how it was. Okay. Is it feasible to close 26 schools in 1 year?
Yes.
Okay.
It's difficult, but yes.
Okay.
Very, very difficult.
So help me understand. I know that was not part of your proposal. Why was that not part of your proposal?
It is a county-wide effort of rebounding of, it is very complex. And then you're not considering a lot of other variables that may, cause a lot of impact, such as transportation and all the other variables that has to be considered throughout that process.
Okay.
But yeah, it's done, but it's very complex and very difficult.
Right. So I guess why are you proposing 10 schools as opposed to 26?
So based on many of the things that we've reviewed, these are the 10 most feasible to accomplish by December.
Okay. So just like the operational capacity.
Correct. Operational capacity, our ability to go out and talk to the community, our ability to address multiple variables that may impact kids, ability to get to and from certain schools that are now technically farther away from where they're used to, taking in consideration the community and parent constraints within the community. So there's a lot of variables that we consider.
Okay. All right. Round 3, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to keep going with that line of questioning. Also, Miami-Dade just released their list of 27 schools. 12 will be reassessed and 15 under review. And they approved the closure and consolidation of 9 campuses last year. So again, just making note that it's not just a Broward problem. If we were to add more schools, what does that, and I want to be careful because I think if there's not board consensus that that's the direction to go in, to add schools to this list, and then people in 2 months say, actually, that's too scary of a number, I'm not going to do that. I think that does more harm than taking this measured approach that the superintendent is the 10 that we're going to continue with. But if we were to be interested in pursuing a bigger list, how does that change this process? And does that draw it out to potentially later in the spring because we're evaluating all these? Or is it even feasible? You said it's feasible, but what does that look like?
It adds time because you're adding more schools. So it's more meetings, more sessions with key individuals or key partners, municipalities, so it adds time.
So if we were to do that, would then the final vote be like April, May time, or
It depends on how many you're trying to add. Let's say you're trying to do.
Well, we can't add all of them because some of these schools are in the proposal right now. So say we add, and again, I think if there's not board consensus going, a strong super majority of consensus going forward, then we don't change the list at all. Because it does more harm to the community to be like, oh, now it's 10, and then in 3 months, we change our mind. And I'm not feeling strong super majority right now. But if we were to add, let's say, 10 more, so 20 schools in total, like what does that do to our timeline?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
Thank you. So,
Sorry.
no, so I think that what it would do is it would probably bring a board vote somewhere closer to February or March, because hearing all the feedback that we heard today, we want to be very intentional. So when you talk about now, so you're going to add, I'm just going to use a number, you add 10 more, right? So now you're talking about the potential total of 20 schools. And depending on, what that, who those 20 schools are, and making sure that we have careful conversations with communities. Again, I heard the feedback around, maybe don't put them all in the gym at the same time and break it up a little bit more. Could there be a southeast and a southwest kind of conversation thing? I think that it will put us closer to a February or a March vote to ensure that we have done our due diligence and being open with communication and transparent. And then what I also say is I think that we have to come back to the board in another workshop before we just go off to the races out to communities.
So I think to the superintendent, do you feel like adding more schools is the right pathway? And if we don't do it now, how soon would a master planner be able to come in? Because I am at full agreement that we need to take a pause after this. Like, we have hurt communities, so whatever we do this year, we need to take a breath. We need to allow communities to regain trust and come into our schools, see how these different grade consolidations work. So if we were to add schools, do you think that's feasible and we can do it with intentionality and respect to the community? Or would your preference be doing these 10 schools that you propose and then reconsider once the master planner comes? And what's that timeline?
So let's talk master planner first. Our hopes is that that contract comes in October. But remember, the master planner isn't totally looking at enrollment. They're also looking at facility condition and how much the district would have to pay to renovate a facility to get it back up to standards of today, which many of our schools are deferred maintenance from the current FCI. I think the last number I heard was $10 billion in deferred maintenance. And so, of course, the master planner is going to say, hey, why would we spend $30 million? Same conversation we're having about Margate Middle. Why would we spend $30 million on trying to renovate this facility when we can consolidate and build a brand new school? So it's not per se more about an enrollment issue, but definitely about a facilities issue and being great stewards of the dollars that we receive by the taxpayers and spending our money wisely. For me, when it comes to enrollment, there's a lot of decisions that should have been made a decade ago. And so if you're going to ask me that question, if you think we should close more than 10, I will defer that question to Dr. Wanza and her team to find out how many schools are we capable, based on our current capacity, to be able to close and the amount of time to do it before the start of the next school year. Right, so I think that question correlates to our capacity, our ability to get that work done in a timely manner and do it before the next school year. And also prepare the receiving schools for the start of the next school year to receive those students, because that's the important work we do in the spring and in the early part of the summer.
And I remember for my schools, we started, like Strauss went out and started meeting late January, February, and then there were like maintenance things to address, and that took several, like to be fair, like 3 to 6 months, like through the summer. So I guess I'm on the fence about potentially adding more without having that strategic input from the master planner. And again, I think we need to be really respectful to the communities that we are doing all these shifting. But I'd like to hear from my colleagues about willingness to add more.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. I think we have a debate, and it's a good debate, and that's why we have this workshop. We didn't have this workshop to bless anything the superintendent brings to us. He brings us a proposal. I think it's an excellent proposal, well-researched and the like. I will point out the fatal flaw, which is it's inconsistent with our strategic plan. So I would challenge anybody on this dais up here to say that closing 8.3% of our schools when we're going down 40% in enrollment is a bold move. So all I'm pointing out is that, there are other schools that fit within the classic conditions of the kids can go to an adjacent school, they're enrolled with numbers that they all fit in. In most cases, if not all the cases, they're going to a school that's academically better or at least as good. And I think they should be considered. We're going to end up under closing 26 schools with 172 schools. We're not going to zero. We're not trying to close 40% of the schools. I just don't want to kick the can. And to me, the community, not just the parents and the students, but the community deserves us doing these things so that we make the best decision that we can. And to Ms. Bowman's point about money, we're a capped organization. So the current proposal is going to save us $12 million, according to the CFO's estimate. Going to 26 schools saves us $37.5. So the swing there is $25.5 million additional operating millions of dollars saved per year. It's not a small amount of money. It's worth the effort. And I believe that if we could do this now, we can take a year off and let the community and the schools work together to see if they can implement the right changes, the right programs, the right themes, the right facility upgrades, the right reaching out to the homeowners associations and the community groups, and see where there are places where we can steal people from charter schools and homeschools to get them to come back to our schools. But this rat race we're on, where we announce closings in December, we do boundaries thereafter, or I guess we do those together, and then we expect the community to rally around in 4.5 months to figure out what they can do in order to win back, and then we measure them again, and we go through another process of closing. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that that's why we're here. I think we're here to build the best possible school district we can. And in my vision of the future, I'd rather have $37.5 million of operating fund to spend on our students, which means $25.5 million that we don't have to spend on facilities maintenance. It's a big swing of money. Why didn't the superintendent bring 26? I mean, he said very clearly it's a lot of change. But if you do that in 2 years, it's not dissimilar from, by the way, there's 12 schools that he's got on the list, 10 recommended, 2 others that he threw out there and said, do you want to do this? We can. So it's going from 12 per year, or 10 or 12 per year, to 13 per year, but it's giving the school and the community the opportunity to come back and show that they can win back students. And I just think that that's what's needed in our community, because I want to build the best, strongest school district we can, and spending money on facility maintenance does not make us a better school district. Nothing that Ms. Leonardi just said in the next strategic plan comes out of facility upgrades or facility maintenance. When you just keep extra schools that you don't need, you are not spending that same amount of money on the things that we know that does matters. Mental health, student activities, engagement with the students, make them excited about learning. I want to spend that $25.5 million on that. I know Broward County can do 26 schools. It wasn't picked arbitrarily. I just am curious, Ms. Thompson, did you just announce how many Miami-Dade has announced they're closing or considering closing?
So they've closed 9. They're considering 27.
Is that the superintendent's recommendation or just what they're considering?
The Miami Herald
Great.
announced that.
There we go. I'll tell you that Hillsborough 3 years ago reboundaried the entire district.
Yeah.
They reboundaried the entire district, and they survived, Dr. Hepburn.
No, I know.
They survived. And here's the thing that kills me about this discussion. The day after we vote about closing schools, how much feedback do we get? The day after, right? Everyone just figures out, okay, we got to go get it done. Now it's about, figuring out. So yes, there's concern in the community about this. There should be. But I'm just proposing an alternative, and I think that alternative needs to be shared with the community, because that's why we're school board members. That's why we meet in workshops like this, is to throw out other ideas, and I think this idea is worthy of some consideration by the community, and to see, not just amongst parents and teachers, but, the whole community cares about this. And I'd be curious, what kind of feedback we get in the town halls that we do about a proposal of 10 to 12, because I think, Dr. Hepburn, there's two others that you kind of threw up to us and said, hey, do you want these two? One was Bear. I'm sorry, I can look it up.
No, Bear, Northside.
Bear and Northside.
I think Deerfield Park.
It didn't sound like Olson was a big choice necessarily right now. Silver Lakes is not a big choice right now?
No.
Okay, so two more, Bear and Northside?
And Deerfield Park.
So 3. So 10 to 13, I think, would be a fair way to describe your recommendations. I'm in favor of those 3, but I would just do that many times 2 years so that we can get this done, go through this difficult process, and then let the community and the schools win us over by winning back students away from charters, away from homeschool and the like. I feel like, that's actually like a nice step. But even that, by the way, if you do the numbers, that's reducing our schools by 16.6% when our enrollment's going out 40%. So we still have more facilities, way more facilities than we need.
Can you repeat the 3 schools?
Bear, Northside, and Deerfield Park, Dr. Hepburn?
Yes.
Am I right? Yeah. And those are 3 that are on slides 23 to 32. And none of this stuff, by the way, came out of nowhere, guys. I'm sorry. I asked this question 6 weeks ago. It's in your package. 6 weeks ago. I said, tell me the schools that have adjacent capacity, stay in the feeder pattern, and make some set of sense, general sense about doing it. The list was 22 at the time. It grew to 26 because of the enrollment changes between day 1 and day 10. So this is not something Zeman came up with on the dais. This was 6 weeks ago. It's out there. If you didn't study it, I get it. I probably asked more questions than you can read. But the fact of the matter is, this is a legitimate opportunity to get $25.5 million back in operating costs that we need. I don't care, Ms. Bowman, how much the bogey is, because the bogey right now to Dr. Hepburn for the last 2 years is $195 million. That's a lot of cash. And I'm tired of ripping it off from people that are doing real services from us, when all we're doing by keeping these facilities open is keeping that number way too high in terms of unused seats. The community can do this, and I think the community will want this. By the time they sit down and think about it. I'd hope that we make sure that we share this with them to get their honest appraisal.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I had a question actually about Northside, because we haven't really talked about those extra considerations. And I received an email from someone in the community, and the thought process on that was that they weren't necessarily against it, but they didn't like the idea of the students moving to Walker. Their preference would be that they go to Thurgood Marshall, which was the original discussion about it before. So I just want to throw that out there, that I don't know why. We just sent students to Walker, so does it make sense to put that group in Thurgood? And I don't know if we're even discussing it or not, but I just wanted to throw it out there. And I think the conversation about Bear was also that it could be Bear or it could be West Pine, either way. So I think it makes sense to look at those as well, and Deerfield Park. So I'm okay adding the 3. I don't necessarily disagree with Dr. Zeman's idea that it's a 2-year process, and you're telling everybody now within the 2 years, these are the places we're going to have a conversation. But I do disagree that after those 2 years, we take a pause, because we have to look at enrollment every single year. Maybe 2-3 years from now, we actually need more space, and we look at how that goes. But I think we got where we are today because there wasn't that annual decision of, let's take a really hard look at what's happening here and make these decisions. So I don't mind doing it in 2-year spurts, but to think that in 2 years we're done and we don't have to discuss it anymore, I think we really need to get this process down really well so that the community knows that every year or every 2 years, we're going to be revisiting what this looks like, and does it make sense to close more? Does it make sense to open something back up because the enrollment has changed? So although I agree with the 2 years, because I think it gives everybody kind of a settled spot of knowing what to look for next, I wouldn't say take a year off after that. I think we should always be reflecting and assessing where we are so that we don't land in the same spot a few more years down the road from now. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alida.
Long-range facilities master plan report. We have to start making decisions based on data, not how we feel. And it's a very dangerous conversation when we're throwing out these number of schools, 26 schools. I get we need to close schools to be fiscally responsible, but you're not basing it on data. And you're going to get this master plan report. Dr. Hepburn, can staff tell us, what do we expect to see in this report?
A large dollar amount for deferred maintenance. And that's going to be the initial report, is $10 billion in deferred maintenance. When the master planner comes on, expect to see recommendations about school consolidation, to be more fiscally responsible and not spending high dollar amounts on renovating a 1960s building that you're going to always have to keep up maintaining versus spending the same amount of money and a little bit more on a brand new state-of-the-art facility with all the bells and whistles of modern school buildings.
But isn't it going to help the board
Yes,
make a better
absolutely.
educated decision on what schools to close, combine, renovate?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, so that's why I understand we need to move forward. I mean, there's, I'm sure, other things, Dr. Hepburn, that you could bring forward to this board to opine on to save the district money. But I am just very hesitant to move forward. I know we have to move forward with these 10 or 12, but to do more than that at this point in time without the long-range facilities master plan report, I think it is dangerous to this board to be rushing to make these decisions without having factual data to back up your decision that you're making. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Al-Hadaf. So, Dr. Hepburn, is there any other board member who needs to speak? Board Member Bullman?
May I have in the list, Jeff?
Okay.
Nora.
Go ahead.
Okay. I see both sides of it. This is I mean, obviously this is difficult and we don't want to keep doing it. And I agree with that. I just, I would feel more comfortable if we had a good plan that we all felt comfortable with. I think that that's what we're, I guess, a pathway to our goal. Again, if our goal is that we're going to build X, Y, and Z number of schools, things that the community, to the point that Dr. Zima is making, and our chair, things that the community can be excited about. And I think we have to have that very explicitly stated in how we are going to get there. We know we have to close the schools, and there's different ways that we can do that and configure it. But there has to be a light at the end of the tunnel for our stakeholders, and there has to be something there that's the reward for going through it. So how do we get to that point? And obviously the capacity to do it. I mean, I know it was difficult just to make the consolidations and the changes in District 2 and District 5 as well, that to have everyone ready. So it might be too heavy of a lift from August to have everyone ready to go back in August and do that many schools. But our community needs to see what the goal is, that we are very strategically doing this so that we have a goal where we're going to be better at the end. And right now, I don't know that we are clear on that, and I think that that's our job, that we need to do that. So wherever way we end up, I think that that should be, we have to have those goals, the financial part of it, so people understand what we're looking at and why we have to do it, and then what we're going to get at the end. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Boardman. Board Member Rupert?
Thank you, Dr. Holness. I wanted to talk about the 10 schools. I'm supportive of what the superintendent has put in now. I'm not supportive of adding the other schools. I am supportive of going on a 2-year period. I think that gives more understanding, and it doesn't seem so much that we're flying on the seat of our pants. So I just wanted to share that, and also to get that information about birth rates and information from the long-range planner, because those two things together would give us a very clear picture on how to make decisions. So that's my philosophy for that. I'm for exactly what the superintendent is recommending today. I'm supporting.
Thank you, Board Member Rupert. Board Member Thompson?
I would like to try to land the plane and recommend that we go forth with the 10 schools that the superintendent is recommending. While I'm open to adding more lists, I want to be cognizant to what Chair Leonardi brought up with people finding out their schools are getting closed from this dais. And I also want to take into consideration Ms. Salhadeff's thoughts on the master planner and making sure we're doing this with intentionality. So I think the 6-hour discussion has alluded to me that we should move forward with the 10 schools that were recommended. And then that way we can also have staff find out what the community is excited about bringing in, which is what Bowman recommended. So can we go around and get consensus?
Yes, for me.
Okay. Ms. Thompson, you gave your feedback. Ms. Hickson?
Yes, I'm fine with that. And I do agree also about the master planner. That is really a part we've expected since forever. That would be part of this. And so it is hard to make the decisions, but I trust staff, and I know that they've done, and thank you so much for all the work you've done on it. So I don't think this is being done without data. So I just want to be clear on that, because I think it might feel to staff like we're not giving them the credit for all the work that they've done behind it. But there's a bigger picture here that needs to be looked at. So although not against the 2-year kind of idea, maybe that's what it looks like moving forward. I'm all right if we but I think we should agree on what other ones, not just the 10, because there are 3 that you have on there. So I would be okay adding all of them. But I also want to say I would like to see a different vision rather than Hollywood Park. I'm not saying a school in that area doesn't need to be closed. I think I've said it needs to be closed for a long time now. It's like 5 of them within a mile of each other. But I have real concerns about it being Hollywood Park based on the actual location that it's at. So I just wanted to make sure I got that in. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Ms. Thompson's proposal that we agree to the 10 schools. I know that will be very upsetting to, the constituents of Oakland Park and Lloyd Estates, and we do need to make very difficult decisions. And to Ms. Hickson's point, I remember a couple years ago when we first started our first year of redefining, several of us wanted to wait till we got the FCI, and we decided to move forward without the FCI at the time. And so there's always more data that we can have. And of course, we would love to have the results from the master planner, but I can tell you right now, if we're voting on it in October, I don't know that we're getting that information anytime this school year. So I do think we do need to make decisions today and then make more decisions as we get more information. One thing I meant to ask for was, the maps on each individual slide are very helpful in that they show, the neighboring zones and how many empty seats they have. Is there a way for us to get access to that for like the whole district so we can, oh, okay, cool. Sorry, thank you. Okay. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with regards to the 10 schools, if we're counting the middle school component of Dillard 6 through 12 as among the 10, then yes. But if we're including William Dandy, then I have a concern, because I think we went through this over and over and what the impact would be and what the benefit would be. So I consider closing the middle component of Dillard 6 through 12, closing similar to closing a school, because those are going to go over the parkway. So if that's the implication, then
To clarify, I think it would be keeping Dandy, but also bringing in your idea with Ms. Leonardi. It would be the different pathways that you were asking staff to look at. I think Bowman and Hickson also brought up the different pathways. So it would be keeping the option, but adding that other one, because
Okay.
I don't think we have enough, I don't have enough information on Dillard to say which way to go forward right now, but it's just bringing back more information, and also that way the communities can start having these conversations and not just us from the dais.
got it. So I have a couple of questions, Madam Chair. So Dr. Hepburn, what you brought to us today, would you say what you brought to us today is conservative, or is this reasonable? I know that some of the board members have appetite, such as Dr. Zeman, to increase the number of schools we can close, whatever that number is, 3, 10, whatever it is. Do you think your recommendation today is a conservative number, or would you agree with the board, had the board through consensus wanted to close more? Or did you come to us today just to make sure that at least we get started in a conservative manner?
I'll tell you this, it's reasonable if the board desires to close more schools. I wouldn't call out schools. I'm saying concern that Ms. Leonardi and Ms. Thompson just expressed about community finding out about their schools possibly being on the closed list from our dais right here, right now. I would suggest you give us a number of schools if that's the desire of the board, and we can go back and look at data and make sure we communicate accordingly once we identify additional schools, if that's the board's will. But right now the number is reasonable based on our review over the summer, looking at data and other variables of concern. But if there's additional number of schools that the board wants to add, we can go back, review that, look at that information, identify those schools with the similar to the criteria we used before, and open up a good communication pathway to ensure that school leaders, faculty, staff, and community are aware before we come back to the next workshop.
Okay, so if the board is supportive of your recommendation today, and the board should also say bring back an additional 5 schools that we could look at, is that what you're making reference to?
Correct.
Okay, so in addition to that, Dr. Hepburn, we spoke about replacement schools in the past, and I believe you got direction to look at that. My question is, are you able to, when you look at the long-range facilities master plan, are you able to come back to us later on as far as the possibility of what we directed in terms of building at least 2 replacement schools, which would then basically require the closing of 2 or 3 or 4 existing schools?
Yes, that will be one of the duties of the long-range master planner.
Okay, so with the replacement schools, we could be looking at increasing the number of schools being closed to whereby a replacement school could
Correct.
consume.
That's correct.
Correct. So as we look at the long-range master plan, and then incorporating that into our replacement schools, we could be closing more schools.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think that's important. I mean, I am okay with the recommendation as it is. I am also okay with directing the superintendent to bring back 4 or 5 more schools, as opposed to keep doing this every year and then taking a pause. I think we just need to be a little bit more than conservative if there's intent to close more in subsequent years. So I don't see it hurting any to bring back an additional 5 schools. We could say yea or nay on it, but at least we can have a discussion about it. So that's where I stand, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. What's on the table will reduce the number of unused seats by 9,000. Am I right, Dr. Hepburn?
Correct.
I'm amused, I guess, because our district's going down 12,100 students this year. So this board's appetite isn't even to adjust, when we have time to adjust, to the amount of decline enrollment we had this year. And just, excuse me, this change of 10 schools will affect 1.3% of Broward County. And we're clutching our pearls and we're digging in our heels for 1.3% of Broward County. So I do not support this, Ms. Thompson. I don't support adding 5. I support doing what's right for our students. And what's right for our students is spending as much money as we can on students for all the things that Ms. Leonardi just talked about. And so this plan is incredibly conservative. It is, to Dr. Holness's question, I would say it's barely a plan. Like, we're gonna land at 195 schools, excuse me, we're gonna land right now, I think we have 198 schools at the end of this year. At the beginning of this year, we're gonna land at 188 or so schools. But it's not what our charter asks us to do. Our charter says build the best schools you can. Spend the money on the students, because we know that works. Not spending money on facilities we don't need. So we had 50,000 unused seats, Dr. Hepburn, last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your recommendation, Dr. Hepburn, is to go to 53,000 unused schools. Is that correct?
Correct.
We're going to increase the number of unused schools, guys. I don't get it. I just don't get it. So I wish that, Dr. Hepburn, you had brought us options instead of just a single recommendations. I've said that a few hundred times. This board deserves options, not static one-point recommendations, because this board deserved the right to have a debate and decide whether it was options 1, 2, or 3. But we got one option again, and I feel like we didn't do kind of what we're called to do. I'm dying to get more data, but I tell you what, the 26 schools is based on data. It's not somebody's emotional feeling. It was very specific criteria that I laid out when I asked the question. And I think we're not doing Broward County a service, Ms. Thompson, by giving them one solution and briefing about it. I think there's 2 plans on the table. One reduces capacity by 16%, one reduces it by 8%. Neither of them comes anywhere near the 40% reduction that we would do if we were really spending our money on students and went to 0 unused seats. And I just think we're missing a really great opportunity by doing this. So I don't support this. I object to moving forward and not sharing the broader plan with the community, because I'd like to know what 98.7% of Broward County thinks about us actually spending money on students and not spending things on unnecessary buildings.
Thank you. Mr. Severa?
Jared. I can't believe it's 3:30 already. So, here's my take. At the end of the day, I'm not necessarily against closing schools that need to be closed for enrollment issues and for financial issues. I'm not opposed to that, and I think my record speaks on that, and my vote in the past will speak on that. I will tell you what I am not in favor of. I am not in favor of this proposal. I'm going to get to Dr. Zeman's proposal in a second, but the current proposal on the 10 schools on the current fast track plan of action that this is currently on. I am not comfortable with pitching this out to the and giving the public essentially less than 3.5 months worth of dialogue and interaction in town halls and all of the things that we did in the last go round in order to have a plan that basically pushes this through with lightning speed. Now, I'm not suggesting that these facilities need to be closed. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But the reality is I'm not going to shove this down my constituents and the taxpaying residents of Broward County's throats in 3.5 months. I don't think that's enough time, and you throw in the master plan situation that Board Member Alhadeff brought in, and I just think this is at this point, a recipe for disaster, and sends a signal to the community that we don't care what you think. We don't want you to be a part of this. We're just going to rip the Band-Aid off, and we're going to do what we think's best, regardless of what your particular input is. So I am not in favor of the current course of action if it involves the timeline that's reflected on page 38 of the PDF, which will call for a vote in 3.5 months for this. I also want to be clear on the basis and one of the rationales for doing this. We need to make money in some way, shape, or form on some, if not all, of these properties. This shuffling around of staff and moving them from over here to over there, and now we're going to give them 10 more buildings to go in. That's not going to produce an income for us. And if the goal is really cost savings, we should be doing everything in our power to maximize cost savings, which would include leasing and sale of properties to generate profits for this district, not give different district staff members second offices and other places to hang their hat in the district. Now, I am grateful that option 4, Dr. Wanza, was presented in your presentation, which called for that. And I want to be clear that if I'm going to be supportive of this at any point in time, it's going to include that directive, that this start turning into a net profit for us and actually help us get out of the deficit that we're in. As for Dr. Zeman's proposal with the 17 additional schools, I'm extremely hesitant to support that at this point, and here's why. First and foremost, I need to see a net savings analysis on these additional 17 schools, these 17 additional schools, and not just a one-page document that was forwarded to me this afternoon in the course of discussion listing, the schools that will be affected and the receiving schools. I haven't seen any additional analysis on those schools. I'm not suggesting that I won't consider them, but at this point, there's no way I can support the closure of 17 schools based on a one-page spreadsheet document that I'm seeing for the first time today. That being said, I guess the easiest way to sum up my position is, while I'm not necessarily opposed to closing schools, and I do think that there's some institutions that do need to be closed, I am not supportive of this plan, which calls for a rapid lightning speed vote on this in 3.5 months for now, which is basically completely foreclosing out the public's right to participate in this process with us, like they did and to the extent that they did the last go around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
I have a question regarding how much staff is still in district buildings and not in our schools that's left.
So the staff at TSSC, some are still there, some are in the process of moving into Plantation Middle. The concentration first was to move equipment and things from closed schools to the receiving schools. So that took up most of the summer and early fall. And so staff is working on moving other staff out of the admin buildings into schools now. And if there's equipment, I think Mr. Dorsett referenced like there's still things at like Sunshine Elementary that we have to move out. So we're looking at moving out whatever we need to move out. His team has to go in and reconfigure some areas, such as cubicles and all of that. But the majority of staff at TSSC, I would probably say IT and security are probably ones who are moving already into Plantation. The Rock Island facility, which we have to vacate, they should be up and coming real soon first. That's the capital program team. I think the ESC team has already moved out.
The ESC teams have been relocated. And then we're working on some departments in this building. We had that conversation this week and some plans to start moving some of them out. So, but to your point, Ms. Alhadeff, we've moved the ESC teams.
IT and safety starting to their migration to Plantation Middle. We have then the whole, all of the employees at Rock Island who are going to move over to Sunshine are going to go. So we only had 2 buildings per se, like schools that were repurposed, 2 that were designated for staff, and that was Sunshine and Panther Run.
So-
And Plantation, I'm sorry, and Plantation.
So how many are left?
We still have staff in this building that have to be relocated, and then the remaining staff at TSSC, right? And then the Rock Island piece that's in play now.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, what is the cadence you foresee to relocate the staff in the
Hopefully by mid-fall, we should be done. The board already approved the contract with our commercial realtor, which I'll meet with soon, and so they can start looking at prospective leases for this building, and looking at prospective, the people who are the municipalities or county that's placed interest into the TSSC, having them start negotiating with them to figure out what do they want to offer.
So come mid-fall, this building will not be occupied by any BCPS staff?
No, we're still. How many floors are we?
So so I think we're going to have half of the building will not be occupied, right? So it's like floors 3 through 9, is what we're looking to
lease.
Floors 3 through 9.
I don't, unless anyone could tell me different, I don't remember this conversation coming to the board at all as far as, have we talked, I mean,
Yes.
as far as all the other floors being leased?
Yes.
Or not leased?
Yes.
Okay, it must have been absent. Because I would have said lease everything. Because why don't you, we need to put bodies in our schools so the schools don't get taken over by the Hope schools. But you guys can deal with that. So my recommendation is based on the superintendent's recommendation, and if there are 3 additional schools on top of that that he can bring forward beyond. And I don't know if there could be any ability to expedite the master plan report, or if that is something based on the FCI and how much money we've put into Smart Bond. I think it's important, the data that we do have, that it is brought into this conversation, and instead of board members trying to piecemeal the information together and to connect it all so that we can make a better educated decision.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So when you say master plan report, you're talking about the facilities condition assessment report? That's
Right.
the one.
The long-range facilities master plan report.
So there's 2 different things. So the facilities condition report, we can get that. It is a massive document. I just want to warn the board. What we have online is a summary for each school. But the detailed report is massive. So I will see if the capital team can actually print out the more summary report. It was easily better to understand by us and then also the public. The master planner's report is what the master planner is going to accomplish for the board, which will take time. Once that contract is approved, they get on board, they start looking at all the nuances of our facilities conditions, enrollment, and all the other good stuff, and they'll present a comprehensive plan to the board, hopefully sometime in late spring. It'll take them some time to review all the information.
So in this 53-page document, is the facilities condition report integrated into this?
So the FCIs for the 10 schools are in the document. So let's say if you go to page 20 for Flanagan, not Flanagan, but Walter C. Young is the school proposed to or recommended to be closed. The FCI or Facility Condition Index is the 4th item down on the left. And if you go back for the key to understand what those numbers mean, slide number 10 pretty much lays it out for you, and then also color codes it just to make it simple, to let you know If it's green, 0 or 5%, it's well-maintained condition. And light yellow and dark yellow, lots of wear and tear, deferred maintenance. In red, not good. And it's comprehensive, which is the totality of all the buildings combined. It could be 1 or 2 buildings on a campus that may not have been renovated or rebuilt over time. That would cause a score to significantly increase as well.
Okay, I think also to add how much money from the Smart Bond program that we put into these schools.
Gotcha.
To take in consideration, because we might have been closing a school and we put $10 million into it. I don't know, just the more data that we have, the more facts that we have that go into it, helps the board make it better.
Yep, absolutely. Dr. Wanza and team, y'all capturing
Yes.
that? Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure.
I just had two more things to bring up, or I had a question about the Coral Springs piece. So I know that Ms. Thompson, hold on, let me back up. Dr. Wanza, can you let us know what you have consensus on, please?
So, okay. So if you look at page 40, at slide 40, what I think I'm clear on is definitely the School Boundary Advisory Committee. I think I heard board consensus for Facilities Task Force, ESC Advisory, and the District Advisory Chair. Those 3 advisories coupled with the 9 board appointees and the superintendent's appointee for a total of 13 people. So if that makes sense.
Is anyone disagreeing with that? Okay.
Okay, all right. When it comes to the finalized list of schools to be addressed, I think that's where I just we need a little bit more clarity. Not that the conversation hasn't been very robust, and I have a recommendation there that if we are going with the what the superintendent has recommended, those 10. The question I have is the caveat around the Dandy Dillard piece. I have a question around that, and if indeed we will or will not add additional schools. If we do add additional schools, it is my recommendation through the superintendent that we have that full conversation at the September 22nd workshop, so that those communities, have an opportunity to interact, have the conversation. We also bring the additional information that board members have asked today, and then the actual final list is on the 22nd of September, and then we would, adjust timelines as necessary. We can still bring the resolution on September 15th for the Boundary Advisory Committee. We can still bring that to the September 15th meeting. As it relates to individual schools, I can tell you where I believe I've heard, if that's okay.
Can you just go through
okay.
that? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So I believe that there's consensus to continue having the conversation around Banyan. I believe there's continue having the conversation Coral Springs Elementary School, the Silver Lakes and Dolphin Bay Elementary Schools, as well as the Sunset Lakes piece because of Glades Middle. I believe that there is the conversation to look at Hollywood Park, but see if there's another option, as opposed to maybe not Hollywood Park, one of the other schools. If that's the case, then we would include all the schools in that cluster in a conversation, so that we can determine, if not Hollywood Park, if the board still wants to do one, then which one, if that makes sense. Same thing, have the conversation with Lloyd Estates, and if the board decides around Lloyd Estates are we looking at the best next school assignment? So should it be North Andrews Gardens and Oakland Park, so that the kids stay in the city
of Oakland Park, but definitely have the conversation and then come back with any additional information that we would garner from the community. I believe Oak Ridge is still a part of the conversation. Forest Glen is a part of the conversation, but looking at it, do we do a K-8? And if the K-8 is there, do we have the board's commitment for what's needed in the facility? And then, or look at some configuration, and because if it is a K-8, then which elementary school, one or two, would necessarily then have to come offline to facilitate that.
So can I stop you there?
Yes,
Because I did
ma'am.
have a question about
Okay.
that. I guess, do we need consensus from the board right now if we want to do a K-8 at Forest Glen with the understanding that we then would close 2 elementary schools?
So this is what I'll say, and then the board can rest. What I will say is, I don't think I should be telling the community to consider a K-8 if the board isn't committing to upgrading the facility for what it takes to facilitate a K-8.
Ms. Thompson?
So that's around $8 million, but also it's going to take, I mean, the Glades process, the reason why I pushed for it to get approved is because it takes about a year. So that would mean we are closing schools, an additional set of schools next year, which is what everyone's been saying. There needs to be a pause. I'm not opposed. I just feel like in order to give consensus, everyone should know that information.
Because that K-8 won't be available until 28, 29 school year. So it'll stay functioning as a middle school for 27, 28, with the understanding it opens up 28, 29, and we decide on the 2 elementary schools that should close during this cycle, so they're already aware and can ready themselves, versus doing it during the 27, 28.
Well, and the other part that I would add is, depending on where we would have to do the facility upgrades, we wouldn't even move staff there. We just wouldn't move them there now, because if they're gonna go in that in the building, there's no sense to move staff there. That would be a waste of money.
Yeah, we would waste money with build outs. Yeah.
Thank you. So I still think it's really important to get the community conversation part of that. So as a board member, I would say if it's something the community is interested in, knowing that you have to close 2 schools and all of that, I would be willing to make the commitment, but I don't want to I'm not saying as a board member, it's going to be a K-8. I want to know what the community, they may, as you said earlier, they may come up with different things. I've gotten emails, make it just go through 5th grade. So add 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th to it. So there's some other thoughts behind it that might not affect it in the same way. So I'm willing to say yes, if that's what the community wants. I would make that commitment, but I think it's important to go back to the community with all the different pieces and see what it is they can stomach for lack of a better way to phrase that. That wasn't a good way to phrase it. But.
So, Ms. Hickson, because I do have a question about that then. Because we have to do that with the understanding we would be closing 2 elementary schools. How would we come up with those 2 elementary schools, communicate that to the community, and then ultimately, so then you have the 2 elementary schools wondering if they're going to get closed. I feel like that makes the process a little messy. So if someone can help me understand like how we can streamline that and communicate it effectively.
So so we did it. So let's say the community said we want a K-8. The soonest that the K-8 would open would be 28, 29, because of the facility renovations, modifications, that would have to happen, particularly around restrooms for the primary K-1 grades, restrooms in the classrooms. If the community said, well, actually, we would like for Forest Glen to be a 5 through 8 school and put all the 5th graders so we're going to further under-enroll some of the elementary schools because you are taking a complete grade level of students away from the capacity. So So I think the way the conversation would happen is if the board decides that we've heard from the community and we want to go ahead and extend the grades to K through 8, we would tell the community that we are going to come back in the following year. We are going to have to impact a boundary of 1 or 2 elementary schools. We can look at current enrollment and have some preliminary conversations. But just like, when the board made the decision around Glades Middle, I was very descriptive here sitting in this chair. We will have to close 2 elementary schools.
Yeah, so it would kind of be the same, it wouldn't be, we'd still have a year to do the rest of that. So it
Right.
wouldn't close in the next.
No,
one.
it wouldn't.
It'd have to be just like Glades.
Kind of stacking the conversation, though, I think, Chair, if we don't identify the schools, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
we're going to parents of a middle school and saying, do you want your school closed? They vehemently vote no. And then the ones that we're going to close later never get a vote. So we just then come back and name them. I don't think that's a good idea. I think the superintendent made a recommendation, and I think we should stick with it.
Mrs. Alda?
How much money, if we go to a K-8, would there need to be additional funding to retrofit for bathrooms?
It's
I
approximately
would
$8
like-
million.
Dr. Hepburn?
8 million, based on our.
No, I understand, but I was also told something different, so I want to hear from you.
Based on the current use case that we have at Glades Middle, 8 million. It may be different, less or more for Forest Glen. I don't know the layout of the building, but based on our current use cases, that's 8 million. So I would say roughly around that ballpark, give or take a few.
Okay, and Dr. Hepburn, what is your recommendation today?
My recommendation for Forest Glen, is to close and the elementary schools in the feeder pattern move to K through 6, and Coral Springs High School moves to a 7 through 12. So that's the current recommendation.
Okay. I don't support that. I think that we need to go back to the community. I think we need to go to the Coral Springs Commission and have some more conversations and not rush this, and then bring more information back to the board at a later time.
Ms. Hickson?
So I agree. So I guess the idea would be then to pause on Forest Glen. I wouldn't take it off the list per se. I would still go have the conversations, but we're kind of up in the air on what would happen with that. I mean, I agree. That's what I said initially. We need to go back to the community and see, not just Forest Glen, the whole community. I mean, you're not gonna have a meeting just with Forest Glen people. When you go to that area, you're having a community meeting. So I would like to explore other options because that community does not want those students going to the high school.
Ms. Bowman?
Isn't part of this process that we're going back to the community
Correct.
anyway? Yeah, because I mean, I need to go back to my community too about the things that are being proposed in District 1 and get the feedback. So I think we can move forward and then go to the community, and then we have another workshop, right? Aren't we having another meeting on this?
Yes.
Identify. Okay, so I think we're still in the process, keeping it. We don't have to decide today, I guess is what I'm saying, about how we're going to configure, what we're going to do with Forest Glen. We go back, we talk, and then bring it back to the next meeting, and then we'll have more information about how the community feels.
So the board, yes, Board Member Bowman. So the board is not voting today to close Forest Glen. What the board is voting is to keep Forest Glen in the conversation. We're going to go have a meeting with the community. And we will tell them, obviously, what the recommendation that was discussed here today is and what the conversation has been. We will listen to them. We will garner their feedback. And then when we come back to bring to the board what, our comprehensive collective community feedback is, then the board can, as they have in the past, start to make decisions as a collective body.
Thanks.
Ms. Thompson?
So then, if it were to be a K through 8, would the schools that would have to, the 2 schools that would have to close, would they already be at a meeting because they're being proposed to be a K6 now?
The answer is yes. So we will, at the Forest Glen meeting.
And then I think that just emphasizes that we need to have not north, central, south.
So-
I think that's very complicated. to see all those options, and then southeast is very complicated, and then southwest is something else, and then central.
That's why I said I've already drawn in my head that we probably need to have about 4 or 5 different kinds of differentiated conversations. But specifically, the Forest Glen meeting would have all of those elementary schools. It would have the middle school, and it would have the high school. So it would be a whole feeder pattern conversation, and then we would come back with the feedback, and we would tell them because we would have, based on our enrollment patterns, we would say based on the capacity of Forest Glen, the enrollment patterns, this is the 1 or 2 elementary schools that would be the likely recommendations to offline in order to make Forest Glen a K-8.
Then I'm comfortable with that because I feel like the whole feeder pattern's involved in that conversation and it's moving forward.
All right, anyone else? Dr. Wanza, do you think you have your consensus on that?
So I have my consensus on Forest Glen. So the last 2, Walter C. Young, we're going to have the conversation with Walter C. Young. So we gave 2 options here, and we will definitely have the Flanagan High School community and the other 2 schools there, and then we'll go from there. And then I just want for William Dandy to make sure that we are moving forward in the way that the board has come to consensus. Is Dandy still in the conversation with Dillard? Is Dandy out of the conversation and it's only Dillard? I just want to make sure we're doing. I'm doing what the board intends for us to do.
Both. I think
both.
Yes.
So it's the Dandy with Dillard, and let the community know. Okay, it's Dandy with. So okay, all right. And I think we're good on everything else. The only question I would have is around the timeline. Yeah, are we still looking for a December vote, a January vote? I just need to know about that.
Ms. Hickson has a question.
Yeah, did you get consensus on there about adding Northside Bear and Deerfield Park because they are in this presentation, and I think a number of us said we were comfortable adding them.
So what I'm going to ask is, if we are going to add them, then we need to come back to another workshop with because they were never, they never had any expectation that they were going to be a part of this conversation in this context today.
That's fine, thank you.
So as I said, the September 22nd workshop will come back with, now these are the 13 schools, what feedback we received so far, the additional data the board has requested, and then we'll continue with the community feedback process.
Mm-hmm. So I guess, is there board consensus around that? Because I will be eating my words from earlier about communicating to principals if we do that. So, Ms. Thompson?
And I'm also not very comfortable with adding Bear because we just saved them last year, and so now it's right. So now it's the board gave them our understanding that we were going to allow the city to partner with us to add some space, and Dr. Holness valiantly saved that school. And now I think it builds a lot of distrust in the community if we can say, like, okay, your school is safe for this year, and then next year we just add it back on the list. It's similar to what we're doing with Forest Glen. So I'm not comfortable with at least Bear, but I also am fine not adding them. So
I am not okay with adding those schools to the list right now.
I'm not either.
You're not okay with all 3 of them being
Correct.
but they would come back to the September 22nd workshop.
No, I think, no, they wouldn't. Well, Dr. Wanza, help us understand
So
how that would look.
I'm being very respectful of what the feedback that we received about schools hearing, unexpectedly a surprise is that. So essentially, if the direction is to add these 3 schools, we are publicly telling them today that your school will now be included in any consolidation or repurposing conversations that the board will have going forward. This essentially is the public announcement, for lack of a better term. But then we will still go back, obviously, and meet with those three principals, and we will include those three schools in every conversation. And the three schools that keep coming are Bear Middle School, Northside Elementary School, and Deerfield Park Elementary School.
I don't think I'm in the majority, but I'm in favor of those three being discussed.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
Add.
Mr. Severa? No. Dr. Holness?
No, I think it would be a disservice to those communities to tell, especially like Bear, to say, you know, we're going to keep you open and then this year we're going to close. You know, I think we have 26 schools that Dr. Zeman mentioned. I don't think we need to consider any of these schools that we've already said no to last year.
Ms. Hickson?
I mean, whatever the consensus of the board is, but the discussion was West Pine could roll into Bear, so it wasn't just that Bear would close. It was just to have a discussion, and I feel like they were in the presentation, so there was already some kind of discussion of what might or might not happen. But if the consensus of the board is not to move on, I'm fine.
Ms. Pullman?
Because of the notice issue, I think, and the other part about us looking over or letting Bear have some more time to partner with the city, I think that I don't consent to that one.
Ms. Thompson, I can't remember if you weighed in on this. Oh, you know, you did, yeah, okay. All right, so you have your consensus on that, Dr. Wanza? I'm not hearing a majority of the board wanting to add those.
I'm not hearing a majority to add, so we will proceed with the 10 as I just summarized.
Okay, do you need anything else from us?
After 7 hours, I think not. I think we're good. Thank you.
I just want to, and to that point, you know, I know we took a really long time on this, but we needed to take a really long time on this. And I really appreciated the conversation and all the issues raised.
Timeline, I'm sorry. There was, because do we want to, I'm sorry, I know some people probably don't want it, but I just want to make sure I do what the board really intends to happen for the community. Do we want the timeline to go December vote or January vote?
Chair. Thank you very much. I think it's too late. And I would propose to my colleagues that if we want to make the decision by the board members who've had the greatest amount of time to study this and years in these chairs, that we do it on November 10th on the decisions for what schools closed, push the boundary to December, because we can detach these two things. We can decide about the schools on November 10th and still do the boundaries separately at a workshop. But there is some value in the people who have been with this issue the longest making that decision.
Does anyone else have input on the timeline? Mr. Severa?
Don't agree with November. Quite frankly, I think January is too soon. I reiterate my concerns about being able to get out into the community and express to folks what exactly is happening. I don't think this can be done effectively in 3.5 months. And looking at what we did last time and comparing it to now, it's ions and ions apart. So I am not in favor of November. I think January is too soon, but clearly I would take January over November. But I don't think we're giving this enough time for what we're asking the community.
Dr. Holness?
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm okay with December. Okay.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
December.
Ms. Hickson?
December.
Ms. Bowman? Ms. Thompson? So I think you're hearing a majority of us are
We'll keep with the same timeline.
And I do want to reiterate Ms. Bowman's point from before, and I think like a lot of teachers think with the end in mind, or they plan with the end in mind. So the end goal is that at the end of this process, we have schools that are thriving in a variety of different ways, that we're able to pay our employees fairly, that Broward County is a more affordable place to live. And these are the steps that we need to take to get there. So I do hope that moving forward, we can, when we come back, even in September, but as we do our strategic plan, what is the goal of this process? Because we really need to have some more measurable, clear outcomes that we're assessing ourselves on. So does anyone else have anything they want to add?
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Wanza. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you.
That we will go to, because of the time constraints for our staff and the superintendent, we'll go to the multi-year staffing plan presentation next. We'll take a brief recess, and then we'll come to the multi-year staffing plan. Thank you. All right, the school board workshop is now reconvened. And because we have public speakers for the AI presentation, we will take public comment on the AI presentation first, and then we will go to the multi-year staffing plan. So for public comment for the AI presentation, we have Dr. Trudy Jermanovich.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. My name is Dr. Trudy Jermanovich, and I'm hoping that many changes will be made in the rollout of AI with secondary students. This presentation is focused on safety and security when using AI, but I believe what I'd like to know is more about how AI will be used with the students. When and in what subjects will all middle and high school students be given guidance on how AI can be used in their lives? All students. This is required in the state-mandated computer science standards for all students. I see a lack of communication with community members on a general scope and sequence of how all teachers will be trained and given guidance on how to deal with secondary student who uses AI to create a science project or a research paper at home, and not just the AI that's going to be used in the classrooms. I look at the way technology is used with students, be they elementary, middle, or high school students, and I think we need to be forward-looking. On the website, you need to give some examples of the lessons that the district has provided to teachers who have been trained to use AI with secondary students. I urge the district to provide the resources to make short video clips as examples on how AI is being implemented throughout the school year. Since this presentation says secondary students will be allowed in the student portal, I was happy to hear that that includes middle school students as well as high school students. The presentation mentions how the AI rollout will be evaluated by the district. I suggest that AI projects be evaluated as a portfolio evaluation rather than simply by concentrating on and looking at test scores, which is what this district usually does. You will have projects that can be used on the website as examples of how AI is being used. The district should use much of the grant money as possible to give us short video clips on how it's being used with students. We aren't the first district to use AI. I found that high school students around the country have designed innovative biology projects using AI to diagnose diseases, analyze genetics, and monitor ecosystems. I'm looking forward to what our students will produce. Broward students, however, have been slowed down using AI because they've not been taught how to type. We should fix that for all students this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Fusco? While we wait on her, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh is also on the list. Is Anna Fusco in the overflow room?
No, neither is that.
Okay. All right, we will go to the multi-year staffing plan now, since I know that several members, including our superintendent, have to get out to some city meetings this evening. So, Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Beacon, if we can get the presentation up. And know we're pressed for time, so we'll go through it as swiftly and comprehensively as possible as well. So Dr. Lozano and I will be tag teaming on this particular deck to talk about the staffing plan. This is in response to an item that came before the board about reducing staff about 1,000 per year over 3 years. If you can, and then we're asking for the board to provide guidance on the items on slide 17, and we'll get there. So slide number 3, as mentioned before, response to declining enrollment and also revenue associated with student declines. One of the missions that we actually completed in year one of this year 3 plan is reducing by 1,000 positions, which created a recurring $54 million in savings. And also health plan savings as well in closing 6 schools. So these are things that we've implemented last year to address many of our financial shortfalls. And that's in the midst of many of the challenges that we faced last year, but also concentrating on our core mission, which is our students, and being able to accomplish year over year for the past 3 years, a school district and no DNF schools. The difference with year 1 and subsequently year 2 and year 3, year 1, we cannot use that same strategy. Many of the workloads for year 2 and 3 are pretty fixed. So you're going to learn more about a specific strategy that we'll outline that's going to assist us in using the 1,000 position reduction for year 2 and 3 as more of a ceiling with appropriate strategies and steps implemented to accomplish a significant cost savings by the end of the school year. Next slide. Also, just a reminder, we've talked about this in our previous workshop item as well, so I don't have to continue to emphasize this about our declining enrollment and the impact on the declining revenue. Next slide.
So again, thank you, and I want to start by thanking Dr. Hepburn and this board for your strategic leadership last year as we worked through phase 1 and made some difficult choices. And you saw on the slide many highlights from the work we did last year. So one of the things we learned last year through the research of MGT was where our central office sat in comparison to our district partners, and we saw we were absolutely able to reduce the size of our central office staff. So based on that 1,000 position reduction last year in phase 1, we were able to move into alignment this year, going with 17% in more alignment with other districts, and then continuing to look at our administrative spending share as we move forward into years 2 and 3. And we've talked about this over time. Just creating a smaller organization without changing the way we do work will be an inefficient model moving forward. So we really have to begin phase 2 by looking at our work and how we align as a district as we move into phase 2. So when you look at feasibility of reducing a second 1,000 positions, we really can't look at it as a one-lane idea. We have to look at it moving forward of positions being in 3 lanes. And that first lanes are the first lane is what are the positions that become vacant through attrition that we realize as an executive leadership team will create minimal impact if we reduce those positions. So those are easy positions to move forward with reducing our overall staff. When you look at the second lane, these are positions that as we analyze as a senior leadership team, we can proceed with reductions, but we must make sure we put controls in place to mitigate any implementation failures with the removal of that position. And then there's a third lane of positions as we move forward that at this time in this year, we might just not be ready to reduce at this time because they're mission critical and we need them for the successful operation of the district. So as we proceed through this year in looking at the reduction of positions, we'll look at ones we can easily proceed with, ones we can proceed with controls, and ones we may have to look at a future year based on our redesign of work and how we implement our operational processes. So there are 6 principles that are guiding our work as we move into phase 2. The first one is we always must protect our instructional core. We must align staffing with our current demands. We must redesign how we do the work before reducing. We must count savings and not positions. So as we look to reduce positions, we have to look at what are the positions that are going to bring us recurring savings as we move forward in the years ahead. And as we continue to look to reduce positions, we must ensure we maintain the service standards we expect in Broward County Public Schools. And lastly, protect our capacity and our current employees as we transition workloads from one staff member or one department to another. So as you look at the three-year path of the three-year plan.
Next slide, Beacon.
I got it.
Oh, you got it.
When you look at the three-year path to sustainable operations, year one was all about cost alignment. And for the first time in many years, this district did a 1,000 position reduction, which really started to bring staffing in line with our enrollment. As we look to this year, we're going to focus on restructuring and realigning. And then as we move into year three, we're going to look to optimize and sustain the work so we can be fiscally responsible for many years to come.
And then just to add to, a lot of the year 2 and year 3 is also about automation. And many of the components that we're trying to implement, such as a new ERP system as well, will create a level of automation to help us not having to replace certain positions when they actually leave our organization.
Next slide, please. So when you look at year two, last year we had a main focus of 1,000 position reduction, whereas this year we're looking at, in phase two, 6 work streams. And the first work stream is around our vacancy and attrition and looking at how we can reduce positions in the organization through our vacancies and attrition. Our second work stream is focusing on our central office redesign and continue to look at areas in central office that may have unnecessary layers and align reporting lines as we move forward this year. The third work stream we're looking at this year is shared services and maybe some overlapping work that's being done in multiple departments that we can streamline into one to be more operationally efficient. Our fourth work stream is implementing our allocations based on enrollment and looking at ensuring that we're aligning our staffing to enrollment and utilization, student need, program demand, and our minimum service levels, again, that we expect in Broward County Public Schools. Our fifth work stream of focus this year is on our program portfolio decisions, where we're looking at the programs we offer and really looking to make sure that we're offering the programs that meet the demands of our communities and have programs that meet the needs of our staff to do the work they need to do moving forward. And then our last work stream is our workflow and contract review and really diving into our contracts to see how we can maximize savings through our contract review process. So this year we're excited to work through those 6 work streams as we move into phase 2. Next slide, please. So our timeline for year 2 starts today, where we're outlining our direction and setting the baseline for the work ahead this year. In early fall, and you've already seen it start with the memo from the superintendent, continuing to look at our hiring freeze for non-essential positions and looking at the low-risk cost savings we can capture here in early fall. As we move into October and December, we're going to begin to look to redesign as we move into spring and into the following school year. As we move into spring, we'll start again looking at our projected school enrollments and start aligning our staff based on our projected enrollment for the 27-28 school year. And then in April and June, we will begin to validate the work of year 2 and begin to prepare our year 3 implementation of our staff reduction plan. Next slide, please. So the first 90 days is where we will establish our controls. Again, we're going to look at protecting the functions that assist this district in being successful and meeting the needs of our students and school communities. We're going to, as senior leadership, look at our baseline and define the work ahead for this school year. Monthly, the human resource team and finance team will meet to validate our recurring savings and share that information. We will implement service measures because as again, we reduce positions, we want to ensure we are meeting the service standards we expect here in Broward County Public Schools. So to make sure we have processes in place to make sure we're providing high quality service to our staff, employees, communities, students, and schools. And then our last one, our last control is our continuity of our safeguards. So again, as we transition one individual or one position, how are we ensuring the knowledge transfer of that work is going to the next employee or department that's going to absorb that work. So ensuring we're putting safeguards in place to have a successful knowledge transfer of the work that needs to be completed. Next slide, please. So again, as we move through this work this year, we're going to continue to evaluate risk and reward simultaneously. We're going to look at 6 factors in this work. We're going to ensure that we are not causing a service disruption by the decisions we are making through this staff reduction process. We're going to ensure there's a minimal impact on students as we continue to align our staffing with our current enrollment needs. We are going to ensure there's a minimal institutional knowledge loss as we again realign, repurpose, and reduce positions in the organization. We're going to continue to monitor overtime and then make sure with a reduced staff that we are not overburdening certain individuals and creating burnout. So really looking at the mental health of our current staff and supporting our staff who's doing the work every single day. We're going to ensure as, again, we realign and restructure workloads, we're still meeting our compliance and audit expectations. And again, ensuring through senior leadership that we've implemented those phase gates to ensure we don't have implementation failure of all our current and new initiatives that we're implementing this school year. Next slide. And just like we've talked about throughout today, communication and execution is critical to this work. So again, we're going to ensure as we work through this process in phase 2 that we are providing high quality communication to our employees. We're inclusive with our principals in any school facing decisions. We're working with our labor groups and meet and confer groups to ensure we're meeting our contractual obligations. And again, we're providing a consistent narrative and updates to our school board and community as we work through phase 2 of our staff reduction process. And throughout the process, we have 5 consistent questions we're asking as a senior leadership team to work through. Is this a feasible decision? And those 5 questions are: why is the change necessary? What work is changing? How will service continue? What support is available? And lastly, how will results be measured? Next slide, please. So again, as we work through phase 2, we want to ensure this transition supports and protects our staff and our services. So just like last year, we will ensure that as we reduce staff and put in place procedures as we move into spring and have a reduction that may actually impact staff who is currently working, that we're ensuring we're continuing to work with partners like Career Source and all the other great partners who worked with us and collaborated with us last year, and then putting processes in place to again ensure we have a continuity with compliance and making sure the work that needs to get done is getting done in an efficient and effective manner. Next slide, please. So Dr. Hepburn's going to talk about our two options today.
So the recommended plan forward is actually Plan B. Plan A is more so of what we did last year, just focused on a fixed number to specifically reduce, and we did that last year. But this particular school year, a lot of the workload is fixed, so it takes a lot of planning, a lot of review, and really looking at the metrics and the KPIs for certain goal setting to ensure that we're doing it the right way and not using an exact number, but using the 1,000 reduction as a planning ceiling. So using the term up to 1,000 reductions per year, and using phase gates for most of this work throughout the first semester especially, and also into the second semester as we come back to the board late spring to talk about all the work that's accomplished during the fall as far as addressing many of the less volatile decisions such as attrition, looking at workflows, examining processes, improving those workflows, and improving those processes. So when we do have a person that leaves the organization, we don't have to replace that position, and the work still continues, and enhancing many of our processes too. So it's not people dependent in areas where we can leverage technology and automation to actually be more effective and enhance the work.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Next slide, please. So as Dr. Hepburn just talked about, it's not, our goal isn't to just produce a piece of paper with 1,000 positions on it. Our goal is to produce durable results that will help sustain this organization moving forward for many years to come. So our 4 key areas of focus for sustainability are again to ensure that our costs permanently align with our enrollment, our recurring revenue, our program demand, and our service expectations. So really ensuring that the costs we're putting in place are going to be sustainable and we're able to reap the benefits of those savings for years to come. While we do this work, we must protect our essential services. We must implement a responsible workforce transition. And lastly, we must validate our year 3 decision. So really do an end of year key performance indicator and return on investment so that we can see the results of year 2 to effectively put in place a phase 3 for year 3. So we implement phase 3 appropriately after we review the results of this upcoming year. Next slide, please. So we're asking the board to consider 4 actions for year 2 to adopt Dr. Hepburn's Plan B for the year 2 staffing adjustment framework with a ceiling of 1,000 positions, to authorize the immediate low-risk actions, to require executive review of higher-risk actions, and lastly, for us to return at the end of year 2 with a year 3 decision package. So at this time, that concludes our presentation, and we're ready for questions.
We'll go to public comment on this presentation as well. We have Dr. Trudy Germanovich and Anna Fusco. We are on the multi-year staffing plan.
Good afternoon, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. So I know that you guys think this is the only way that you can save money by getting rid of 1,000 employees because we have such a decrease in student population. Well, the schools aren't closed yet to meet the number of students. Dr. Zeman proposed to rip the Band-Aid off and move forward with it. I kind of tinkered back and forth. 10, 16, 27, you guys didn't move forward to maybe go a little bit more. You cannot revisit next year to close more schools. This has got to be it. And I'm telling you right now, I'm in the schools. I'm with all employees. All of us, all of the groups talk together. This is not working, School Board Member Holness. There are too many students still, and there's too much work to do and not enough employees. You're overworking them. There's only one thing to say to the employees: go to other districts, get out. I cannot consciously say it's going to get better if you're willing to do this. You have yet to show that you're going to cut these excessive financial programs like Performance Matters, iReady, Kelly Services, all these other consultants out there. You want to cut the employees in Broward schools where I was in a school yesterday, 29 students in 4th grade. You hear that, parents? 29 students in 4th grade. You're okay with that? School Board Member Hickson, you're okay with that? Zeman, you're okay with that? You're okay with being over class sizes? You're okay not having not enough custodians? So you want to go 1,000? Please, I'm begging you to not move forward with this. You have to go other means to save money. You didn't want to close more schools when Dr. Zeman gave you the rationale that it doesn't meet, 40, 50% decrease, and then we're only doing a little bit percent of school closures. I'm not saying that's the answer. I wasn't tasked to do the work. But what I am tasked to do is to walk schools and see that they're overworked. What I am tasked to do is that my emails, my phones, my text messages, every which way that somebody can get to me is imploded because they're overworked. And let's not even talk about underpaid. It's not like you cut 1,000 positions and then are giving raises. I'm asking you to not move forward this. You cannot do it. I'm telling you right now, you will lose more employees. You don't have to worry about it, and don't let them fool you. The teachers are impacted in schools. Superintendent, I like you, but that is not factual. It is not factual. There are more students in the classrooms. There might be unenrolled, but there's still more students filling the classrooms.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Liliana Ruido, Broward Teachers Union, and we've been sitting here for 7 hours listening to what are the schools that you're planning on closing. First you presented 10 schools, then you came to add 5, but then you took it back and say probably 27. So we are here watching what's going on. And Dr. Holness, you are fixated in cutting 1,000 jobs. Seriously, this is only the beginning of the school year. The beginning of the school years, and then if you go and visit schools, in the classrooms you have substitute teachers, and in the high school you have 60 students in classrooms, 56 students in classrooms. Teachers are overworked, and this is just the beginning of the school year. Why there is not a plan right now for you to sit down and say, okay, you know what? This is the beginning of the school year. Why we don't sit down and see what's going on in the schools, and we can take action and make things better for our teachers, and instead of you just investing so many hours in trying to figure it out the schools that you want to close. Seriously. I mean, teachers out there watching what you're doing today. I mean, this is the time when they need your support. And this is no longer about you cutting 1,000 jobs. This is more about, okay, you know what? Let's see how can we help our teachers so they can continue being in the classroom teaching. This is just the beginning of the school year. And beside of that, there is, every time we come to you, there is no salary raise. There is nothing extra for the teachers. So you cut 1,000 jobs as of now. So where is the saving? You closed 6 schools last year. What is the saving? So what is the point of continued closing schools? I mean, seriously, you gotta take things seriously before you come to the board and speak like you are speaking right now to the publics out there that they are watching you. Just go and walk the schools, having substitute at the beginning of the school year, having teachers with 60 students in a classroom, so you're overwhelming the teachers. Again, can you please reconsider? Dr. Holness, you gotta think about what you keep saying, that you wanna cut 1,000 jobs for 3 years in a row. That is wrong, and that does not set a good message from your side. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. First, let me educate just a little bit before I give my opinions about this stuff. This year, Broward County Schools, Dr. Hepburn, went down 12,100 students. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Dr. Hepburn, for every 7.5 students, we have 1 employee.
Correct.
Which means this enrollment decline means we would go down 1,613 employees. That's the proportional reduction of this enrollment drop. When you lose 12,000 students, you have 1 employee for every 7.5 students. That's 24,000 divided by 180. So proportionally, 1,619 would be reduced. The board asked you to reduce 1,000 this year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm starting off at a tough place here with this presentation because last year we saved $54 million by asking you to find 1,000 positions. You did, and it was what kept us barely above 3.0. If I could, Mr. Shim, I think we ended last year at 3.34, we think, on the fund balance.
That's correct.
And Dr. Shim, this is, Mr. Shim, shoot me another question. How much did we spend more on the operating side than this board approved for the superintendent to spend on operations? What were we over budget last year on the operations side?
We spent an additional $55 million.
Right, $55 million. I like this deck if we had a culture of efficiency and of staying on budget. But the year before, we spent $75 million more than this board approved. Last year, we spent $55 million more than this board approved. We got a problem. And so to come to us and say, you know, we want you to slow down and let's take this 3-year plan and, you know, we're just going to, you know, assess and then, you know, don't hammer us with this. What I'm worried about is in government, it's very difficult to hit efficiency targets when you don't have some kind of controls in place. Proportionately, Broward Schools should come down 1,613 jobs this year. Dr. Hepburn, do you have a plan to reduce 1,613 employees this year?
We have a plan that theoretically goes up to 1,000 right now.
Right, and that's not keeping up. This reminds me of our school closure discussion, where we just supported going to our community, adding 3,000 unused seats in Broward County. Last year we had 50. We just approved going to the community saying we would like to increase the unused seats by 3,000. We have a problem in Broward County. We are not giving the people the resource allocation that they need to have great schools and great programs and great themes and excitement about going to programs. We talk about these things like they're created out of thin air. They're created with money. And if we're not spending money in our schools, we can't expect the schools to be delivering more than they've asked for. Dr. Hepburn, our policy in Broward County is to end the year at a fund balance of 5%. Is that your goal for this year?
Yes, it's
Okay.
always the goal.
So we have to do something because we've over executed the budget by 75 million, then 55 million. We can't do that anymore. You know, when this board passes a budget, what I would propose is we get some kind of monthly report that says we are on budget 12 months in a row, because 2 years in a row, one year, shame on you, 2 years, shame on us. We've got to make sure that we have a budget that we believe in this year. I'm very worried about this presentation, because this presentation says we already have a culture of efficiency. We know how to save money. We'll do it in a way that executes things. But to my standards, you know, closing 10 schools is insufficient. Being over budget in the last 2 years by $130 million means that you don't listen to the board when we pass a budget. So we're just about to ratify a budget. We're taking a brief, Dr. Hepburn, next week on September 1st about the budget for this year, right?
That's correct.
And I'm looking forward to that because we're going to have some controls, and we're going to have to kind of decide whether the motion to cut, and by the way, Chair, are we, this brief I think is different than my memory. I thought we approved this year at least 500 positions reduced.
At least 500 positions.
Was it at least 500 or up to 1,000?
No, the motion was 1,000 per year.
I'm sorry. So the direction
next
from the
3
board
years.
was 1,000
Yeah.
last year, 1,000 this year, 1,000 next year.
That's correct.
I just pointed out that 1,613 would be proportional. So I think 1,000 should be easy, right? I mean, I'm just thinking like a management consultant here, right? But if we have one employee for every 7.5 students and we go down 12,100 students, massive number, right? Equivalent to, I forget how many you said, but something like 24 elementary schools, 20 or more elementary schools. That means we have less work to do by 12,100 of our I don't want to call them customers or clients, but certainly our students, right? And so I'm a little bit confused about this presentation in general because I don't necessarily think that this is going to get us beyond where the mandate from the board is to reduce another 1,000 positions. Largely because I don't think Broward County Schools has a culture of efficiency. They have a culture of effectiveness, a culture of hitting targets, a culture of working very hard, a culture of living up to the high standards. There's a lot of really, really great parts of our culture, but what we haven't demonstrated is a culture of business efficiency. And so the biggest business efficiency we had was mandated by the board, 1,000 cuts last year. So Dr. Hepburn, where is the business efficiency that comes out of this presentation that would give us some confidence that we should take away the 1,000 position cut that we mandated last year for this year, but something else is going to happen to save 1,613 jobs?
Well, that's part of the plan is increasing efficiency. Number one, dealing with some of the low-hanging fruit, which is attrition and controlling vacancies. Number two, reviewing all of our processes and enhancing those processes and workflows. Along that same vein is also building capacity and key strategies to help leaders think differently and do differently when it comes to the actual work. And also leveraging the technology that we do have more efficiently with more mandatory training. So our key employees, as well as their assistants as well, are leveraging the technology that we've purchased to help with greater efficiency. So part of the plan, this is just a presentation, and the briefing goes a little bit more in depth into that. But part of the plan is the pathway is creating more efficiency, therefore needing less employees. So when we do have vacancies or folks leave through attrition, we don't have to replace those positions for the sheer fact that, oh, this is the only person that knows how to do that work. We can leverage technology. We can cross-train. We can create better continuity with cross-collaboration within departments during key times of the year to accomplish the work too, because a lot of our work is actually seasonal as well, right? The first couple of weeks of school is a lot of first week of school stuff going on that folks from different departments can lean in and help with. Come the springtime, there's a lot of cross-collaborative work as well too in multiple departments. So that's what we're moving to because we have to. Right, things are changing. We're compressed when it comes to funding, and as a result, we have to do the work differently and think differently and leverage technology much better as well.
Terrific. Have you hired any new efficiency experts on your staff?
So we've right now are consulting with a trainer for Lean Six Sigma. We're consulting with a entity for contract services and review of our contract services. So we're leaning in the right direction of identifying efficiencies and cost savings and also assisting our staff to think and do differently as well.
Last question, Dr. Hepburn, because I don't want to really go too much further in this, except I'm just not convinced by this brief to change our direction. Could you give me any examples last year of an efficiency initiative that you or your team led in addition to the 1,000 cuts that the board mandated? Can you give me an example of, here is a problem, we sick this team on it, they went out and found this thing, and we saved money without the board telling us to do it?
Let me think. I'm a little brain dead at this point
Overtime.
in time of the day. Oh, yes. Overtime. Go ahead, Ernie.
So again,
Yep.
Dr. Hepburn worked with IT, created an overtime dashboard to ensure we were monitoring overtime real time. He put metrics in place for chief approval of overtime, that all chiefs had to sign off on overtime, realign the process, which is then being upgraded again this year to be a more automated process to bring even more efficiencies. So I would say that's one process that was implemented last year that brought real-time savings back to the district.
And I appreciate that. Again, I feel someday we ought to get to this. This is exciting because it would mean that we have a staff that has not just all those great cultural elements I described that I've observed day in and day out, but also kind of this added one, which is very scarce in government, which is we really want to do more with less, and we're going to do it on our own, not do it because the board directed us. For my vote, I would keep the 1,000 cuts because I think 1,613 is proportional. So finding 1,000 should be pretty straightforward. But I hope you continue to do these things and we have more examples besides overtime so that we can build up a culture of efficiency. The Lean Six Sigma training is very, very promising if we can get it out to the right people. That's certainly an area in which lots of efficiencies can be generated. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you. And before we go to Ms. Hickson, we do need to get consensus to extend the meeting. I would propose we extend the meeting by 1 hour. Is there an objection?
Objection.
Anyone online objecting?
Nope. No.
All right, we have consensus to extend the meeting to 5 o'clock. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you, and I'll try to be brief.
Oh, sorry, 6 o'clock. My apologies. Thank you.
Yeah, 5 o'clock is soon.
2 minutes, yeah. 1 minute.
Thank you for the presentation. I agree that saying just 1,000 employees is it's kind of an arbitrary number, and it was difficult to do. So I don't mind the ceiling part of that, like up to. But I think it shouldn't be about a number. It should be about looking at what positions are valuable, which ones aren't. And with that, you know, probably over a year ago, if you look on page 7, number 3, it says redesign before reducing. And we asked for job descriptions to come back where there were duplicates so we could look at how we reduce positions in a way that made sense, because you could consolidate because there's duplications on there. It was supposed to come back to us a while ago. I've asked about it a couple of times, and we still haven't seen that. So I think that's a really important place to start, because I honestly feel like when we got the org chart this time and we didn't feel that it was reduced enough, which I'm sure everybody did, as I did in the conversations with you in private, say, I want to see more cuts. We just started pointing at things and asking to delete them, and it was a big hot mess. And, you know, now there are people that got new job responsibilities, and maybe they weren't ready for it. So I would ask a couple of things. One, that we get those job descriptions and where there's duplicates in the job positions you would suggest be eliminated because those responsibilities can be put in other jobs, like as soon as possible. And I think it's important as we go through talking about eliminating positions that you're explaining to us what are the roles of those jobs and what does eliminating that position do, right? Like where does it have to go? I think that the report at MGT, is that the right name of the company? Okay. They were really big on pointing out over and over again that it was the middle management that we had an overabundance of, but I didn't feel like we saw a lot of that reduction in the org chart that came back to us. So I think that should be where we're looking at where the reductions are. I know we've heard a lot, we heard a couple of people say how what we did impacted schools, but I'd like the superintendent to speak to that, because when we, bless you, the staff we reduced based on what's being presented here was not a reduction, or shouldn't have been reduction
That's correct.
of teachers in that respect. So I don't know how they're getting aligned. I do know that there were some social workers and things of that nature, which was controversial as well. But can you just remind us that, again, that what you're proposing here really does not have anything to do with.
Correct.
Does it have to do with custodians? Does it have to do with all of that in a?
This is central office and central operations staff. This has nothing to do with schools, as we did last year, to protecting our school sites and ancillary positions that support school, as we discussed in the plan. That would be phase gates to really evaluate what type of service they're providing to school and if it has impact on students. And so we'll be using specific criteria to ensure that positions that are not funded through a school aren't having an impact on a school as well too. But just like the first time and moving into this one, schools are off the table for this. This is concentrated on central office and central operations.
Okay, thank you for that. And this is kind of off task, but I know that last week we asked about class sizes and stuff, so we've moved past day 10. So can you just give a real quick 1 or 2 sentence, what is happening with looking at balancing those very large class sizes?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
So yesterday, right here in this very room, we spent multiple hours into the evening looking at all our school numbers, our class size numbers by school. We looked at which schools needed growth positions, which schools maybe were down 100 and can shift positions. So we did a lot of that work, and it's going to start rolling out now as we speak in terms of managing those classrooms that a grade level may need an additional teacher to reduce those numbers. So schools will start seeing the effects of yesterday's meeting every day now as we move forward to balance classes. So again, we monitor that daily. The regional SUBs, Dr. Fulton, and Human Resources, we work in collaboration to ensure that as soon as possible, if it's a vacant position, we get a teacher into the classroom, and that our principals are making the shifts necessary to balance all the classes. So that's happening now, and it's happening every day, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Fulton.
No, you're correct. And actually, with the timeline, the 10th day count was last Friday. And so that left this week to make sure that we had stabilized enrollment as much as we can. And then now we are doing some moving and shifting, starting internally. And then also where we can't shift internally, then we're also moving teachers from one location to the other. But of course, we respect the collective bargaining agreement where teachers have lead time to plan in order to be able to be set up for their new assignment.
Okay, and if we have to hire someone from the outs, like a teacher, because maybe the certification isn't right, how long can we expect that process to take? Because I've gotten a lot of emails where there's a substitute teacher because the teacher hasn't been cleared yet, and there's concern that it's taking an excessive amount of time.
And again, our Lean Six Sigma training will help with some of that work as we work through that. But again, you have multiple individuals, and a lot of times when you hear that, it could be because the teacher candidate typed in their social security number wrong.
And I've explained, yeah.
And there's multiple reasons why a social security card could be unreadable. So we need a different social security card for E-Verify. So there's a lot of processes between the office manager, human resources, budget, and our security clearance team. But we have worked in collaboration as a team to ensure we're monitoring daily who's responsible for the next step and making sure that that person is moving it through the timeline, so we minimize the days that it takes from the minute we have a recommended candidate to their first day on campus. That's been one of our highest priorities at the start of this school year.
Okay, great, thank you. So, Dr. Hepburn, I'll end with this, the question to you. When are you going to bring back to us what was a direction to the superintendent over a year ago about bringing job descriptions back and where there are duplications and what positions you would recommend.
Yeah, so we can bring those back in batches as we work through this. That's part of the plan. I know we brought some back. I brought some with the prior to the org chart or after the org chart, whatever that flow is. But as part of this work and identifying efficiencies, workflow processes, changing positions and things like that, that's part of the process.
Okay, so when you do that, I think it would be important to point out what the duplication was and kind of give us some explanation so we don't feel like we're just poking in the dark again about, yes, this one, no, not that one, without the information we need in the background.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladoff.
Thank you. So my question, Dr. Hepburn, in regards to, when we talk about the efficiencies, are you also contemplating how AI is going to be helping with these efficiencies?
Oh, absolutely. When I talk about some of the training, some of the mandatory training is actually on Copilot for specific job functions, not including just the leader, but also their assistant as well, just to make sure there's a great system as working as a team, and also cross-functional as far as different departments, being able to collaborate better to break down walls of isolation so we can actually be more efficient in completing tasks as well. But yes, you're right on point. That's a lot to do with it as well, to leverage that from better automation and better insight.
Okay, and then that will help to consolidate things and help work towards that, I guess, 1,000 positions. So out of the 1,000 positions, do you have a goal of, in categories of where those 1,000 position comes from, or is that developed later in the year?
No, it's developed throughout. Right now we're reviewing, assessing positions, looking at specific tasks and responsibilities, time on task, all of those things to see where we can automate, where we can leverage the tools and the resources that we've purchased and have. So the goal is more of a dollar amount goal. You know, every year we've focused on $100 million or more, right, to identify cost savings, right? So we can be purposeful and not just looking at positions, but also looking at other things within the district to identify cost savings.
Will we also be creating AI agents?
Yes, we already have some.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I saw Manny raise his hand. You were speaking his language. Oh, we're already reviewing that too. Yes, we're way ahead of you.
thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
B.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
Chair, want to go in a little bit of a different direction on this, and this kind of ties into what we were dealing with this morning with the repurposing of schools. I've got a little bit of a different issue in my district when it comes to my schools. While some of my colleagues are facing declining enrollment in schools that are operating at 40, 50, 60% capacity, a lot of my schools are facing situations in which first and second graders are sitting in classes with 28 kids. To me, this is totally unacceptable. And to make the situation worse, we are now being presented with these plans here talking about cutting 1,000 employees over the course of several years and how we're going to keep this in place for the next 3 years. And I have kids sitting in first, second, and third grade in my schools in which they don't have enough teachers. And they have situations in where a lot of these classes literally need to be cut in half, so we're not facing this over-enrollment situation. So, Mr. Superintendent, I've got some questions about this presentation, and I'm going to start with the following. How many certified teachers are slated to lose their jobs with this proposed 1,000 employee cut that we're discussing in the presentation?
So I can't answer that. I'm a certified teacher, right? So a lot of our employees are certified teachers, but they're not doing a job in the specific function of an instructor or teacher at a school. So I can't answer that question because I don't know all the certifications of the central office and central operations employees. This has nothing to do with schools. And I heard the question, I heard the concern about class size, and Ernie kind of went over that about what's going to happen this week as far as a shifting teachers from low enrolled schools to the schools that actually are at capacity or higher. But as far as how many people are going to lose their job that have a teacher certification, I can't answer that because lots of central office and central operations employees have teacher certifications, but they're not teaching at a school.
Well, herein lies the problem, and it's interesting that you brought that up, Mr. Superintendent, that you are in fact a certified teacher, because I was forwarded an article over the weekend, and for the life of me, I don't remember what state it was in. I want to say it was in Texas, where part of how they're dealing with issues with lack of staffing is they were requiring district staff, including the superintendent of this district, to go in and teach. So this ties into my concern. I literally have classrooms in my district in which 6, 7, and 8-year-olds are dealing with 26, 27, 28 kid capacities. Can't get enough teachers. Yet we have certified teachers who, I agree, they may not be in a school now, but they certainly have the ability to go into a school and be classroom ready, right? We are now basically eliminating their positions, and my constituents, my kids in my district are sitting in overcrowded classrooms. You have to understand, Dr. Hepburn, when I explain to you that this doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with my constituency. It doesn't sit well with my parents. It doesn't sit well with my teachers. It doesn't sit well with my administrators. So I have a very difficult time accepting this proposal when I'm sitting in the predicament that I'm sitting in. Because we could be sending those folks in who are certified teachers into these classrooms, splitting this up, and potentially solving this problem. Mr. Superintendent, my next question is as followed. How many district-level employees working in this building who are making a 6-figure salary are part of this 1,000 employee cut proposal that is before this board?
I don't have the answer to that question, Mrs. Severa. So I just want to clarify for the board and the public, we're not saying specifically what positions are going to be cut. Like, we're not saying, oh, the director such and such is going to be cut, the assistant director. This is a plan to evaluate, to assess, to leverage attrition, to leverage current vacancies, to look at workflow and processes, improve those, and when a person leaves, we don't have to replace it. Then as we get down that road, then finalizing decisions on potential incumbents that may be impacted. I do want to address the school teacher issue. We don't have really a school teacher vacancy issue. We have an issue right now, as we said before, of balancing, moving teachers from schools or classrooms that are low enrolled to those classrooms that are specifically like what you described in your region. So just like last year, too, when we put on the hiring freeze, when we had to move certain people around to fill certain positions at the school level, we did that, right? We work with the academic department to move those teachers or support staff to actually provide services like that to schools, to the classroom. But I just wanted to make sure there's clarification that there's no specific job title that we're saying we are cutting. This is a plan to start creating that path to do what we need to do to reduce in the most impactful way with quality controls and addressing our employee needs at the same time, just to make sure we're not haphazardly delimiting positions and impacting current employees unnecessarily.
By the way, it was El Paso, Texas, specifically the El Paso, Texas Independent School District. Central office administrators are heading back to the classroom this school year under a new plan that the district says could save millions, including the superintendent. They are sending the superintendent into classrooms, Dr. Hepburn, to help alleviate the concerns, the very concerns that I am articulating this evening.
We don't have the same concern.
So, well, my concern is having 28 kids in a second grade class in Manatee Bay. That's my concern. My concern is getting parents calls from the great city of Weston asking me why there's almost 30 kids in their first graders class. That to me is unacceptable.
Indeed, I agree. And we just heard from our chief of HR about the process we do annually to balance those classrooms. So I want to reiterate that we don't have that same concern. We have a concern where there are some schools that they didn't plan for or over, and some schools that they didn't plan for are significantly under. And as we do traditionally every year, we start moving teachers around the district, as well as following collective bargaining agreement to make sure we do it the right way without violating any contract terms as well. So that will be flushed out in this week and in the coming weeks as well.
It needs to be fleshed out before we start having conversations about cutting thousands of positions, which could include certified teachers that could be solving the very problem that I'm discussing right now. And I do expect a great sense of urgency behind this, okay? Everything needs to be on the table, including you, Dr. Hepburn. If I got to send you to Weston to start teaching these kids to solve this
Y'all
problem.
can come to consensus to do that right now. Be there bright and early in the morning.
Listen. Yeah.
Cypress
Everything
Bay,
has
I'll
to be
teach
on the
AP
table.
biology in the morning. Call me.
Well, listen, I'm serious, though.
I'm serious,
is the reality here.
The
Because
Krebs cycle, the water cycle. I still remember all of that.
Very good.
ATP, production,
So,
mitochondria.
So, focusing back in, I have real angst about having these conversations, especially with the situation that my constituency is facing right now in District 6. And I know I understand the fact that you may not be able to give me an exact answer about how many certified teachers would potentially be affected by this, but I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to suggest that there's probably quite a few of these positions that are eliminated that are currently filled by certified teachers who could be in my district tomorrow teaching kids. So whatever it is, Dr. Lozano, that the plan is to help with this, I expect efficiency, and I expect this to be handled with great haste to resolve this problem, especially if you want my support in cutting 1,000 positions as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hepburn, before you leave, for year one, did we cut anyone who is acting in the role of a teacher that's certified?
So we did not
in
cut
the 1,000 count. Was it
not-
included?
We did not cut any classroom teachers. For the most part, any incumbent in a specific administrative role who had a teacher or any certification was offered positions at schools. I would say most of them actually took many of those positions over the summer to be at a school. But as far as impacting classroom teachers during that whole initiative last year, we did not impact classroom teachers.
Okay, so here's the next question. The 1,000 staff that we cut last year and the ones that we're going to cut in year 2 and 3, will that have any impact on teachers being available in the classroom and classroom size?
No, this has nothing to do with schools.
So this has nothing to do with
No.
classroom size, correct?
Correct. That's a totally separate issue. This has nothing to do with schools. Central office and central operations staff. This has nothing to do with instructors in our schools, nothing to do with schools at all. That's a totally separate.
Okay, so for the public,
Yep.
no one functioning currently as a teacher will be impacted by this recommended
That
cut.
is correct. Nobody functioning in a school as a classroom teacher will be impacted by this, as they were not impacted last year. So it's
Okay.
the
And-
same stance.
Understand. And Dr. Hepburn, just to correct the motion, because last year I was the maker of the motion, and I appreciate the board for supporting the motion, as Dr. Zeman said, to increase efficiency. So Mr. Hill has the correct wording of the motion. I just want to make sure it's clear, because it did say at least 500 and up to 1,000. So that was the motion for year 2 and 3, and year 1 was 1,000. So year 2 was a little different, and year 3 was a little different. It says at least 500 up to 1,000. So, Mr. Hill, can you, if you don't mind, Dr. Hepburn?
Through the chair. Yes, at the March 10, 2026 regular school board meeting, agenda item BB1, development of multi-year staffing alignment plan. The motion was made by Dr. Holness and seconded by Mrs. Hickson to do the following. Reduce 1,000 school board employees for the first year, up to 1,000 employees in second and third year, but no less than 500.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, would you say what you presented here today adhere to the motion that we passed?
Yes.
Okay, and do you understand any part of that motion to cut teachers?
No, there's nothing about the motion to cut teachers.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear for the record, the motion is to create efficiency. It does not include cutting any teachers or impacting any teachers. The real problem was that we were actually cutting teachers at a rate that was much greater than everybody else. And so the motion actually was to bring everybody else up to par with the amount of teachers that we were cutting in the past. Is that correct, Dr. Hepburn?
Correct. And, unlike other school districts and even some of our neighbors, we have not impacted instructors in our intentional downsizing in our initiatives. So a lot of other school districts went straight to the schools to solve their problems.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Bowman.
Thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Holness. I think that put some light on what the instruction was. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's very well thought out, and I really appreciate how comprehensive it is. I appreciate page 3, where it shows a lot of the difficult decisions that were made last year, and I think that everybody should remember no one likes just to make these decisions. We would all choose to be in a different position if we could be, but we have been moving forward all the same and making really tough decisions that have resulted in significant savings to the district. So I think that we should recognize that as the district. And so that's all I really have to say on that. Thanks.
Right. Anyone online before we go to round 2? Round 2.
All my colleagues have asked my questions, so I'm good.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
How many people do we have in upper management? Approximately.
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
When you say upper management, what specifically?
Are you saying directors and above, assistant directors?
Assistant directors and above.
So let me look at assistant directors, but it could be around 80 to 90.
Okay, that's fine. Doesn't have to be exact. So, and not in a joking manner, I'm actually serious about this. And I didn't have to be, I guess, assume a volunteer basis, but I do think that our upper management, our 80 to 90 upper management positions should substitute teach in our schools, maybe 5 to 10 times a year, volunteering to do that. Not only would it help us offset some costs for substitute teaching, but it also will give them real life hands-on experience in the classroom and maybe have, better ideas of making decisions. So just want to throw that out to you.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Thank you for that idea, Mr. Severa and Mrs. Alada. I think we had a discussion around that sometime not too long ago, because I know that Mrs. Leonardi and I both said we have teaching certificates. Actually did offer, Cypress Bay was short a chemistry teacher. I told him I'd come teach if he needed me to, because I do miss being in the classroom. But it's an interesting story in El Paso, Texas, and their central office, they guarantee 8 days a year for each semester. And I've said that in terms of volunteering, I think it's important for our central office to get back in the classroom and see what the real struggles are to make that go. So I don't know if that needs to come as a motion to do that, or if that's something operationally you're willing to kind of look at how you could do that. I know we're having discussions about Kelly Services and reducing what we pay for subs, so can you weigh in on?
Yeah, so I know we do kind of sort of that with our volunteer initiative, and we had probably hundreds of hours of district staff going out to volunteer at schools to the tune of giving out an award or two at the Community Service Awards. I think that's what it's called. So something to take a look at. We had to look at feasibility. I would, if you give us some time to look at a concept of that. One thing I don't want to do is impact the work. Unlike other small school districts or even medium-sized school districts, this is large and complex. And so I don't want to impact any essential work or people using that opportunity not to work. Right, so we really need to take a look at that before we commit to anything.
Love if you could bring something back to us, but just keep in mind, it may look as volunteering, but it's for the whole day. Like if a teacher's out and you're a certified elementary school teacher, you're going to spend, but if you break it down, it's 2 days per quarter. So I think, it's not a lot. If you think that's too much, maybe you bring us back the idea that it's 1 day a quarter. But if you think about how many people you have, and again, there's some of us on the board that are certified teachers. I don't know if we're allowed to do that as well, but I'm happy to volunteer some time to do that. But you have to remember the commitment is for the day.
Gotcha. And I'm learning that we've done this before in the past, so we'll bring back that information too about what were the successes and what were the concerns out of that initiative as well. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a bit. I wanted to ask if this particular great idea has to be bargained.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, they're mostly meet and confer.
Okay. I thought about that, but I wanted to make sure on the outside, because I guess you're talking mostly about SMAB?
Correct. That's correct.
Super. Okay, got it. Thank you so much.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Dr.
just
Hall?
really quick. So Dr. Hepburn, are these individuals, should we look into this? They're going to be paid on the clock?
Correct.
Okay, so if they're making $70 an hour, we're paying somebody in the classroom while the teacher is there, making much less. I mean, I don't object to the idea, but if we're taking somebody who's making $70 an hour to do a particular work, and then they spend a day at a school when we could have a sub for whatever it cost, where it's now costing us 3 times or 4 times that amount of money to have a high-paid staff teaching in a classroom while we're paying teachers $30 and $35.
Yeah. So let us look at it. We'll bring back the successes and the figures from when they've done this in the past. As I said too before, one of the things I want to think about is that it doesn't impact essential work that needs to happen for the operations of the district, because we have downsized as well. So there are individuals that are doing more work than they've done in the past as well. So let's take a look. We could bring something back.
No problem. So I'll just make it for the record. My concern is that we're putting somebody in a classroom, pay them $600 for the day to be in a classroom when they're tasked with something else that warrants that salary, and we're paying substitutes a lot less to be able to do the same job. So it would have to come back. I thought they were going to be volunteers in some form or way, take a day off. I don't know. But if we were paying them to be in the classroom, what we're paying them to be on the job for what they're assigned to do, and it's $67 an hour, that's a problem.
Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Just to address that, I mean, we pay staff salary. They don't get necessarily paid by the hour. When you're hiring a sub, it's in addition to, and it would be a day, a quarter. So it's not like you're asking them to do it for a week. I think we could figure it out. So I think that concern is not as big of a concern as it may seem. Thank you.
All right. Well, Dr. Hepburn said he would bring us back some proposals, so we can take a look at that. Anyone else? All right. Our last item is the Broward Powered by AI report. I think we can go straight to questions unless there is a desire to have a full presentation. All right, does anyone have any questions? Ms. Hickson?
Just want to say thank you for the presentation, but my question is, I know the teachers are being trained, but we were on hold about being able to roll it out to students. So are we still on that hold? Are you waiting something from the board to decide that the teachers who are trained can now, only in the levels that we mentioned, be able to use it, or where are we in that process?
Yeah, so great point, Ms. Hickson, and I believe with motion 3 that was passed, that you actually gave us guidance to move forward with that, so we no longer needed to wait for this session to be able to do that.
Okay.
So Magic Student is currently off until all the moderations with LineWise and Magic Student have been aligned, and that actually has been finalized as of last week. LineWise is currently developing the protocol tools for escalation, and so we believe that once teachers volunteer for Magic Student, that in alignment with LineWise, which we're currently piloting in specific schools, we'll be able to have 2 actually strong moderation pathways going on simultaneously to detect any safety, privacy, guardrail issues. So Magic Student has their moderation within their internal system. LineWise is district-wide, and they have their own system. We're aligning both of those, so we're perfectly comfortable with the collaboration that we're having with both entities.
Okay, great, thank you. And I just want to say to you, to the staff, Mr. Correll, and everybody who's done a number of presentations, we've gotten a lot of really good feedback about how comprehensive and how important those conversations have been, even with some of the people who had a lot of concerns. So I just want to say thank you so much for taking all of the time that your department has done to let people feel comfortable about, what we're doing and moving forward with it. And, just appreciate that you heard there were concerns and that you've done a really good job of addressing those with the community. So thank you.
Well, we appreciate that, and we continue to, and I want to just say thank you to the board, because it's because of you and your effort and your advocacy and agency around making sure we get this right is why we are where we are. And having parents, whether they agree or disagree, they've been at the table with us. And so when we launched the Powered by AI website, to date, we got 4,400 new users logged in, but we have over 16,000 people that are logged onto our website nationally coming to us for expert advice. So we believe that with that collaboration with parents and board members and teachers, that we are successful because of the fact that we listened.
Yeah, 100%. And I've been on some of the presentations that you've given, and I think you've done a really good job of letting the people bring some of those questions to you. And if you didn't know the answer, sometimes you said, we'll get back to you. And I really believe the community has felt heard. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera.
Just want to share some of my comments after reviewing the report. Some of these are oldies but goodies, and then some new stuff I want to address and put out into the open and out into the public. Obviously, I don't think it's any secret what my opinion on the rise of AI or what is being foisted upon us as a district when it comes to AI, and what my opinion of all of that is. After reviewing the report and the presentation, I just wanted to share some of my comments. First and foremost, on these test conversations. 19 test conversations are really nowhere enough to establish safety for our student population in Broward County. My understanding is that there were these 19 adversarial conversations, but only 13 of the 19 triggered administrative flags. When we consider how many kids between traditional public and charter that we educate in this district, near 250,000 students, 19 scripted conversations are not going to adequately replicate millions of unpredictable interactions involving kids when this platform ultimately hits and these chatbots become more and more accessible. Focusing more on the point of all of this, right? Why are we doing this? What benefit, what value does it bring to our students, to our community? There is, strikingly, very little evidence in this report that Magic Student actually improves any type of student learning. There just seems to be a real lack of independent evidence showing that Broward students who use Magic Students read better, write better, solve problems better, are more analytical, retain more knowledge, or achieve better academic outcomes. And the reason I bring this up, Dr. Cohn, is I read a piece a couple days ago that someone had forwarded to me, one of my parents who's very heavily involved in their child's education. And it was a piece from the United States Department of Education. And it was a white paper, if you will, on guidance that was issued earlier this month. And it was focusing in on educational technology. And the takeaway that I got from the piece was that this ed tech, this educational technology, really needs to have clear instructional purpose and be backed by independent evidence, specifically showing the net benefit to children who are going to be subjected to this at school. Our report, if I read it correctly, spends a considerable amount of time demonstrating that AI can be managed and these guardrails to manage the AI, as opposed to talking about what real benefits the kids are actually learning or what values is being brought to them because of its implementation. And quite frankly, Dr. Cohn, to me, that's a bit scary. I also am of the opinion that we should not be confusing AI literacy with giving kids an AI chatbot, right? I'm not going to go into the 101 reasons why I think these chatbots are inappropriate and all the prospective dangers that kids can find themselves in with these chatbots. I think the record is very clear where I stand on that. But I want to be clear on this point. Our kids should understand or have a working knowledge about artificial intelligence, how it works, where it fails, how it hallucinates, how these biases will occur when using it, how to recognize real content, how to recognize fake content, how to verify information. But you can do all of this. You can teach this AI literacy without normalizing reliance on AI to write, to research, to answer your questions, to do your homework, to solve problems, to read for you. We think about it, and this is a great example, because we see this in a lot of our schools. We teach our kids about social media risks, about making, wise decisions, think before you post, I think is the campaign that we see on a lot of these flyers. So we teach kids about social media risks without making social media part of every lesson. We can do that. Yet, in this case, we want to force the actual use of AI on our kids. Let me be clear. AI literacy can be taught by our teachers, just like the way they teach kids about social media safety and how to be responsible with your social media use. We don't have classes where kids just sit on Facebook all day. At least I hope we don't. I want to focus on the screen time section of the report. The screen time section, unfortunately, doesn't actually analyze screen time. It provides no baseline, no proposed daily or weekly limits, no grade-specific limits, no empirical analysis of additional student screen exposure. What we're doing here, I know we've had some conversations about limiting screen time to for the little ones, or for the younger ones, which I'm going to get to in a second, but the district is basically, with this proposal and this report, is asking to proceed before we've even really defined how much AI screen time is quote unquote too much. My next issue, and this is a big one for me, parental notifications and parental involvement in this. I want to be clear. Parental notification is not the same thing as meaningful parental choice right? The report promises the notices, the frequently asked question sections, the parent university, the information about FERPA and the Florida parental rights laws, and I can certainly appreciate that. But what is missing is it does not clearly commit to universal affirmative parental opt-in or guaranteed opt-out before a child is placed into generative AI environments in our schools. In fact, I've been dealing with a litany of parents who are explaining to me just how difficult it is to opt their kids out of iReady, and how they basically have to talk to like every person in the school with a pulse before they're actually able to do that. And I look at this report, Dr. Cohn, and I don't see a clear explanation on how parents have the right to either opt in or opt out if that's the decision that they make as a family, what's in the best interest of their child and student. The way that this data is collected, we had a very long conversation a couple weeks back about iReady and its parent company. And for those of you who were paying attention, I went through the 130-something page lawsuit that involves iReady and how basically, allegedly, iReady is just a huge data mining conglomerate. Now, I know these are just allegations. They haven't been proven in a court of law yet. But I made the comment a couple weeks ago, and I'll say it again. If even like 3% of the allegations in those lawsuits are true, we should never have anything to do with iReady again. And when I'm reading this report, I'm seeing some of the same types of patterns. Most disturbingly, Dr. Cohn, is our kids are going to be generating through the use of this highly, highly revealing data about themselves. The platform is going to receive identifying information about their names, their school emails, their schools, their courses, their teacher names, their grade levels, their student IDs. Students are also going to be generating prompts and schoolwork within the system. A child's conversation with an AI tutor is going to and potentially can reveal far more than ordinary roster information. It's going to talk about academic weaknesses, personal concerns, beliefs, family issues, behavioral problems. All this data being mined by these big tech companies that are overseeing these platforms, being sold to third-party companies. That's disturbing to me. And the question shouldn't be, can this legally be collected? The question should be, do we need to collect it? Is it ethical to collect it in the first place? And I don't see enough focus within the report answering those questions. I want to wrap up with the following 2 points, and I want to focus in on our great teachers who are going to be the overseers and the ones who are actually mining the usage of this. The oversight requirements are going to create an enormous new burden on our teachers and our admins. Teachers are going to be expected to choose tools, monitor student activity, review histories, react to misuse, notify administration if there's problematic searches, monitor flags, monitor dashboards. These are all new responsibilities and extra burdens that we are putting on our teachers. We are trying to advertise a system that is supposed to be helping teachers. Yet this system is really just requiring them to be AI content auditors, safety monitors, and fact checkers within these AI systems. Oh, by the way, while also managing and teaching a curriculum to their students throughout the course of the year. I want to close by saying this. I am not opposed to technology. I'm not very good at it, but I'm not opposed to technology. And I'm not opposed to teaching our students about artificial intelligence. I am opposed to using our kids as beta testers for a rapidly evolving technology before we have independent evidence that it's actually improving their learning. This report, at least the way I read it, tells us a great deal about how Broward hopes to control Magic Student. It tells us very little about whether the program makes children better readers, better writers, better thinkers, or better problem solvers? And until we can answer that question with independent, competent, substantiated evidence, not vendor promises, not usage statistics or 19 scripted tests that we still failed, 6 of them, but a responsible position backed by data that supports what you're proclaiming, that this will actually help kids. There's only one clear answer. Student-facing AI must remain off. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman?
I had a different read on this. I really appreciate all the work that you guys have done. I personally have not been getting any pushback from any parents in my district at all about it. And in fact, you know, having conversations, it seems like parents, when they're given the presentation, are actually very enthusiastic about the opportunities that this is offering for the students. And so, you know, we've been through kind of a journey on this over many months, and I'm very, very impressed with how far we have come and just the amount of work that you guys have put into this. And the fact that you've really listened and done a lot of research, and again, just the volumes of work that has gone into this is incredibly impressive. So I just wanted to say thank you very much to all of you guys that are sitting out there, Mandy and Tom and Dr. Cohn. This is great. I think it's putting us in a good position. I feel comfortable with it as a parent. And, you know, obviously we can always adjust as problems come up, but I think that you guys have a great base, and I appreciate you listening to us and to the community. So congratulations.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
Thank you. So thank you to staff. I did do an AI community conversation, and there was a lot of great feedback and questions. And I think that's what it's all about. It's getting parents' questions answered to really understand what the technology is and what it isn't, what it does and what it doesn't do. And then on our website, we have a lot of the questions already answered. So I would encourage us to put out that website, what it is, so our parents can proactively go on there. One of the things I thought was very interesting, and I hope this will be implemented, is having the ability to put in a 504 plan or IEP into the technology so that it can really individualize and help the child and meet their needs. So will that be integrated?
So not necessarily in Magic School, but that is one thing we're actually looking at, Ms. Aladaf, working with Simone and her team. There are some things within Magic School that they can do, not Magic Student, but Magic School, that we can do to look at the 504 plan. So we're currently doing somewhat of a prototype model to see if the data is really relevant enough to create a robust 504 plan. So that's currently in the works.
And IEP?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. And then the last point as far as with school safety is that we cannot have one security threat that goes through this AI chat that is missed. It cannot happen. So there can be zero failure rate when it comes to that. Thank you.
And I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly our intent. And so you'll find that we actually have the most stringent safety moderation protocols that most districts have. I think Hillsborough has the most comprehensive one. We've actually replicated them. So in this case, with Magic Student, it goes to the teacher, the administrator, and DSOC. LineWise is also catching it, so when it escalates to them, they actually have human interaction reviewing it to vet it, and then they make a determination when it goes to the principal in the DSOC. So there are 2 layers that are really catching this. And I do want to just point out something that Mr. Severa said that I think is really important. The things that he's saying, teachers are supposed to do those things automatically. They're supposed to monitor students. They're supposed to report when a student does something that's in violation of the policy. Those are things that, with or without the technology, the teachers are supposed to do that. They have to report
things that come up in their classroom. The AI is really designed to make their life simpler, and I'll actually accentuate this even more. Without the AI, it makes it difficult for us to know as a system whether or not things are being caught real time. So if a student is writing a paper and they're putting something down, sometimes, unfortunately, a teacher is not right there on the spot looking at that student's work or what they're writing. So sometimes it may not get caught until a day, a week, 2 weeks, whereas the AI is delivering real-time, immediate responses. And so there are advantages to using AI that I don't want us to diminish.
All right. Anyone else before I go? All right. I also just want to thank staff. I want to thank my colleagues. I think this is something that we've moved very quickly on. Like Ms. Bullman said, we've been very agile. We've heard from the community. I've hosted community conversations. I know many of my colleagues have. And so I also appreciate all of the parents and community members that have reached out. And I, again, appreciate you, Dr. Cohn, and your staff for moving so quickly on the guidelines that the board has given out. And just to flag something for my colleagues, Mr. Severa said that he hopes that we don't have classes where kids are on Facebook all day. And I know that we don't, but we do give kids access to YouTube Shorts. And I encourage all of my colleagues to go look at what a YouTube short is. It's basically like an Instagram reel, 30-second clips that are very engaging and exciting to watch. So I do want to flag that for future consideration, what we give kids access to in terms of like distracting technology. So I plan to bring something next month. I won't go on and on about it, but I encourage you just ahead of that conversation to look at, go to YouTube, click on Shorts, and you can see what we give kids access to during the school day on school devices. Anyone else before we close out? All right. Does anyone have any student successes or anything good for the group? Mr. Severa.
I just have a question about something that incidentally is semi-related to the electronic conversation. Chair, we voted as a board a couple weeks back. I think if memory serves correct, it may have even been your motion on the limitation of screen time through second graders, K through 2.
So the board motion amended that to be to first grade.
Okay, the first. Okay. I was in support of that. I still am in support of that, but I am getting a lot of feedback and a lot of questions from parents about the accelerated reader program. And perhaps shame on me for not being fully versed on this, but I thought the way accelerated reader worked was the kids had the lists of books, they would read the books, and then you go on to some online portal and track what you have read, and it has a running tab of everything in the accelerated reader program. It wasn't like an online lesson. It certainly wasn't anything like iReady. It was just basically a way to store an accumulation of all the books that the child has read. My understanding is, pursuant to this board's recent vote on the limitation of screen time for our kindergartners and our first graders, that the accelerated reader program for first graders is now no longer accessible. I first would like to hear, I guess, from Dr. Cohn, a full explanation of what that is, and perhaps I guess some feedback from my colleagues as to whether or not, whether or not they've been receiving the as much negative pushback as I've been receiving on this, and number two, was this necessarily the slated intent, right? Because if the sole purpose of accelerated reader is just to basically be like an online housing unit of books that have been read for the kids, that's a lot different from them saying, hey, we don't want you on iReady for 60 hours a week, right? So I guess, Dr. Cohn, I'm interested if you can give us a very brief, because I'm mindful of the hour, a very brief synopsis about what exactly the online aspect of accelerated reader entails, and then I guess, Chair, I'm just wondering if anybody else has been getting the same amount of pushback that I've been getting on the accelerated reader from their constituency.
So the Reader's Digest version is that it does conflict with Motion 2 because the students do log in and they actually they identify the books that they want to read based on the points, and they actually have to take a quiz, like a check for understanding. So it actually conflicts not only with Motion 2, but it also conflicts with our reduction plan of assessments, which the board also gave us direction to do.
So the online portal of it is basically you log the book that you read and you take a quiz on the book.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a way to still utilize the program, on a worksheet basis in which the kids can log what they've read and maybe take a written exam, or is it everything is internet based?
It's all online.
Okay. So I guess, Chair, my only remark would be, is anybody else getting a high level amount of pushback on the accelerated reader? Because I get a lot of emails with parents saying, thank you, board, for doing this and for monitoring the screen time. And the only negative aspect that at least this board member is getting has to do with accelerated reader. And I'm talking about dozens and dozens of emails from parents saying, hey, listen, we appreciate the reduction of screen time, but accelerated reader is beneficial and the kids like it, and it's really not like an iReady program, although I guess Dr. Cohn has kind of elaborated on what it is. But I'm just wondering from any of my colleagues if they're getting any of the negativity that I'm getting.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Surveyor, for bringing this up. I was actually also going to bring it up. I've heard, not from, I would say, an abundance of teachers, but I have heard from one in particular, not only just AR, but also the Save Us Practice Buddy, which I believe is math. But the same thing that we, pay for these programs so that the kids can do their practice tests or tests for comprehension. And now there's no way to do that. And then also if we start printing those assessments, one, is that possible? But two, does that conflict with excessive? I know there's something in the BTU contract about excessive paperwork. I don't know if that relates to testing or if that's something else.
Anyone else? Ms. Bowman?
I haven't received any correspondence about this, but I mean, to your point, maybe we could carve out a little exception or do a printing.
Ms. Hickson?
Unless we don't like AR anymore.
Yeah, I also haven't, as a countywide school board member, I've received nothing about it, but I have heard teachers having some issues with the reduction in screen time.
I also have not received any correspondence on AR. I would just say, for me, I come back to the value of children that young should not be on screens. There is a way for kids that young to read books and interact with those books without a screen. If the board disagrees with that, I welcome anyone to bring a motion or an item to the next school board meeting, and we can talk it out. And if we reverse course, then we need to re-communicate that out to the community. But I'll just say, once we start picking and choosing little programs, it's very slippery slope. We might as well just undo the whole thing. And for me, I fundamentally, based on everything that I've read and as an educator, do not believe that children that young need to learn on screens. Ms. Bowman?
I'd like to amend my comment because I'm very tired. But no, I agree with that. There's no pressing need to be participating in an online test after you've read a book when you're in the first grade. I think we can all just take the experience of reading the book and move on like we all did before we're all sitting up here managing, having done that. So I think to your point, we could do a lot of carve-outs, but I think if we just stay faithful to the policy, then we'll see how that goes. And, you know, there's always going to be things that are going to come up that don't fit under that policy that we'll have to adjust to because we're used to doing it a certain way now, but it doesn't make not doing that way the wrong way or the bad way. So.
Agreed, and I don't say this very often, but I agree wholeheartedly with what the chair just said, right? Kids at that age, it's problematic. My concern, although Dr. Cohn has now educated me, my concern was, or I should say my understanding of the AR was kids read books, go online and track it, and like that was the extent of it, right? But now if there's a test and there's that just, now you're more in like iReady world, right? Which obviously I'm fundamentally against, especially for kids that age. So I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate my colleagues' input on this. I appreciate Dr. Cohn's explanation of how it works. Certainly in no way, shape, or form am I suggesting that we backtrack, but having a better understanding of how the AR platform works and what it actually is, I feel a lot better now. It's weird that no one else is getting complaints but me, but it is what it is. I'll deal with it. But I thank everybody for their input.
Ms. Bowman?
The football showcase on Friday. I had the pleasure of going to MacArthur. I'd like to thank Mr. Dorsett, particularly because it looked amazing, the entire school. So good job. That I felt so proud going in there. It was amazing. And then just the vastness of that program too. I didn't realize it till I was looking at the t-shirt how many games we were doing and how people are coming from all over the country. I mean, that is so cool. What great opportunities for our students. So I appreciate that, and I think we should really get the word out more that that's going on, because that is super cool that Broward County Public Schools put on that event and really represented. So thank you.
Ms. Reed?
Also, I just really wanted quickly to say something on the AR because I actually used that back in elementary school, so you know the student perspective of it. But I do think it's completely okay if the kindergartners and first graders aren't using it. I remember I didn't start using it until about 2nd or 3rd grade, and I read just fine. Also, it might discourage them because they are so young, and to be taking a test online right after reading a book, you know, it's already difficult enough to try and get some kids to read. So I think when, you know, they're 5, 6 years old, pushing an exam on them right after online might not be the best. And, you know, always tracking it on paper for a kindergartner or a first grader what they were reading seems pretty fair.
Well said.
Anyone else for the good of the group?
May I say something?
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bowman. I also want to add, we do have ribbon cutting this week for Blanche Ely, which is Friday at 5:30, and then following that is Coconut Creek High School at 6:30. So if you want to join us, that's where we'll be. Thank you.
And those are football showcases as well as, well, Coconut Creek is the football showcase game.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. At the direction of the superintendent, the following agenda topics are tentatively scheduled to be addressed during the upcoming workshops. September 8th, committee reports, policy review, pre-briefing, and rule development Neola. September 22nd, school board workshop 2, redefining our schools. The 2026-2027 academic plan and policy review, pre-briefing, and rule development Neola. Please note that the order of topics and schedule remain tentative and are subject to adjustment at the superintendent's discretion. The scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the school board workshop.